Hello, everybody. Christo.
Welcome to the War Room. I love how we've spent the last 15 minutes talking about everything under the sun, but nobody or in none of that did we discuss who was going to actually introduce us.
No.
But Ollie, we're here. We are here kicking off the 2022 Cards Esports Series.
Yes,
How you
sir.
doing?
I'm doing great. It's been a month since we were last here in front of the cameras, in front of the cards community, and I've been missing it. Right, so I'm extremely hyped. We have a really cool show, I think, ahead of us. We've made some upgrades to the broadcast, which we can't wait to show, and we have strong players as always. So I'm pretty excited. What about you, Christo? Have a good holidays, Happy New Year, all that stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Everything has been great. I think to your point, I missed hanging out with all of you guys, talking like we were saying in that green room just a couple minutes before, and just the wackiness that goes on behind the scenes here at these productions. I just missed each and every one of you. But to your point, I think we've got a great show. We've got a great tournament coming up to kick off the season. We got some new cards. We've got some, like you said, some upgrades to the broadcast. I think that just in what I have experienced in working with cards over the last almost, I guess, 2 years at this point, and just seeing the improvements and the changes, event to event and year to year, I am excited to see what this year has in store for us.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Completely cards on the table. I'm still recovering a little bit from the World Championship. It was an extremely like high load period. I mean, I went back and I think like for the month of December. Or for the month of November, I put in like 80 extra work hours, right? So 2 extra work weeks that month, and it was so worth it. Then we did the OCC. Then it was like this massive, kind of drop in tempo into the Christmas break, and I just had a complete crash. Then as we were kind of nearing New Year's, we started having conversations again on, how are we going to do 2022? What's that going to look like? We've tried out a lot of different stuff here in 2021. We tried out different formats, different cadences, different tournament sizes, different time zones. We tried pretty much everything under the sun. And it finally felt like, near the end of the year, we had found, a good rhythm. So when we started talking about 2022, I got all hyped again. Could barely, relax between Christmas and New Year. I was just working on kind of the overall plan and budgeting for this year, and now we're here, and we know, and we can confirm that this year we're going to have 12 OCCs. There's going to be an OCC throughout the year for every season. The only thing that could potentially impact that is if we decide to change the season length, at all, right? That of course will force us to revisit the OCC format. And then on top of that, we're also going to be doing the Cards Open, and that's going to be happening every other month, with the exception of September. That's going to house our World Championship qualifiers, as it did last year. And then, of course, we're going to cap off the year with the World Championship. So there's going to be plenty of tournament action coming this year for anybody interested. And it's going to be a lot more kind of predictable when it happens, at what cadence. So, participation is going to be clearer, and flow of information should be clear, and that's something that we really wanted to kind of work on for this year. So that, along with the production upgrades, along with the team getting slightly bigger in terms of who is working on content. We have more ambitious plans for the War Room. We have more ambitious plans for the meta report. Some people might have seen the Escalation draft review that came out yesterday. I mean, all of that stuff is kind of a sign of what's to come. And it's not all just, 1939 driven. It's also 983 media driven and community driven, right? So we really want to get people together this year, and we want to do something awesome. So I'm excited.
And I love that has been kind of the driving force behind cards for, again, as long as I've been involved with it. It is about getting the community to be a part of it, whether that's community content, whether that is making sure that the events are accessible for people, having things like the cards open that anybody can participate in, making the OCC something that is more consistent. So it's a lot clearer as to how you can get involved with stuff like that. I just love that drive that you guys are taking to make sure that everybody can be involved if they want to be, whether that's content, that's high level tournaments, that's just playing in an open because you want to feel some of that competitive nature. So I love that aspect, that direction that you're taking.
And let's not forget about one thing as well, right? We're talking 2022, and 2022 is supposed to be the year of mobile as well, right? We've talked about it a little bit, but we now have a fully functioning development studio in Finland, right? And Finland is the mobile game capital of the world. We're getting some of the most talented people in the industry to come and take cards and put it over to mobile. And that process has already revealed to us, a lot of missteps that we've made on that journey in the past. But now we got the right people on the job. They're working on it full time every day. They're in-house members of the teams. They're taking part in all the kind of company wide planning and are walking in step with the rest of the company. And just kind of those internal changes on how we're doing things, how we're splitting up work, how we're committing to dates internally, just fills me with confidence for 2022. Because I think mobile is going to be a game changer, and I can't wait
Mm-hmm.
for it. Also, just on the competitive side, right? I think we're going to get a lot better and a lot more opportunities for participation when you can be on the bus participating in a cars tournament, right?
Exactly. I think I completely agree with you. Mobile is an absolute game changer. Just the ability to, first of all, get access to a whole new audience that, maybe they're not PC gamers. Maybe they are sitting on their couch flipping through the app store and they see something that interests them and then they jump into it. Or you've got your current players who would be happy to play a game, on their lunch break at work or, in the bathroom where I usually use my phone. But the ability to really have the flexibility to do whatever it is you need to do to be able to participate in an event, or yeah, just put a couple games in while you've got a few free minutes. So I'm really excited to see that because talking about reaching out to the community and getting people involved, the bigger that the community gets, the more opportunity there is to do more events, more opens, maybe some different type of special rules tournaments, things like that. So just the more participation you get, the more you can get out there and really get people involved and get people hands-on with the different aspects of the game.
Yeah, I mean it's this snowball, right?
Right.
Once you get enough people into the scene, that number of people just collects more people, right? Because it becomes a wider audience to join, more kind of surface area, so to speak, to get hooked into the community and stay there. So I think like we're on the right path. We've seen consistent growth in kind of community participation. We just had, a really, really good promotion and a really good release in Escalation. So we're seeing kind of the numbers spike significantly over the past few days, and this impacts every aspect of the game, right? It impacts the queue health, it impacts match quality, it impacts pretty much everything, and of course it impacts our ability to invest in further supporting different aspects of the community. So I think you're absolutely correct. It's all about participation. So anyone that is here today participating, either as a viewer, competitor, like blogger, post about it on socials, write about it, talk about it. You're all extremely valuable, and the reason why this works, right? If this was just you and me talking in front of an empty audience, right, like it wouldn't work. So
Well, like you said, it's that snowball, and that snowball isn't only driven by the team in 1939. Everybody can pile on and be a part of it as the game continues to grow. So, well, while we're talking about participating in things, you did mention the OCC going to be obviously a regular occurrence throughout the year. Do you want to talk us through a little bit about what it takes to be able to participate in the OCC? If I say I want to crack at the World Championships, what do I have to do to be involved in the OCC every month?
well, I mean, being involved in the OCC every month is, well, I'm not going to say super simple, right? Well, it is super simple, but I'm not going to say it's easy, right? It's super simple. You need to be one of the top 38 players on the ladder, and we're working on some ways to visualize that in the client so that that is more clear for kind of newer players climbing the ladder. But of course, getting to those top 38 spots is an extremely difficult task, right? That is something that is only reserved for the best of the best. But we like it there as this kind of motivator for once you get into the officer club to keep grinding, to keep going on the leaderboard, and also just to keep improving over time. And I want to highlight one thing that I feel like we saw kind of on the tail end of last year. I think in the tail end of last year, we started seeing players that cut their teeth playing cards opens come
Mm.
in and play in the OCCs, right? And they're not playing in the OCCs from positions 1 to 6 on the ladder. They're maybe coming in spot, 28 to 30, but then they crush in the tournament scene, right? They crush in the actual tournament because they've been putting in the hours on the cards open. They make it into the top 8 and they give everybody there a run for their money. So, I think we're seeing that crossover come in as well. Now, we will be making slight changes to the way we're going to be seeding the play-in brackets for the OCC. So the top 6 players on the ladder each month, they automatically qualify for the top 8 that we are broadcasting here today. Then the following 32 players play in 2 16-person brackets for the remaining 2 spots. Now, the way we've been doing these brackets is we've been doing them from, rank 7 to rank 23, I guess, and then rank 23 down to 38. But now we're going to be kind of cross seeding these. So the player that comes in 7th, he's going to be matched up against player in rank 38. They're going to go into bracket A. Player that is ranked 8th, he's going to be matched up against player in the rank 37, and they're going to be moved into bracket B. And this way we can kind of stagger the players and create more even brackets, we believe, than in the past. And this is kind of direct response to player feedback. Now, we will announce this in more detail on the KARDS Esports Discord, and this will take place in March, right? The change will come in March. It's not going to affect the February one. So if you're grinding this season, don't worry about it. You don't have to think about it. But when you go into February, you're going to be grinding that ladder. That's when you need to start thinking about these changes.
And it gives a more of an advantage to finishing higher on the ladder. If you are finishing 7th, you are playing, let's say, a player who ranked a little bit lower. Granted, I think in that space, everybody is really a top level player and you've got a difficult road ahead of you regardless to try and qualify for the OCC, but definitely makes things feel a little bit more even as you go down the path.
Yeah, I mean, that was always our thinking, right? Everybody in the top 38 are awesome players, right? And it's going to be, based on chance, whether, player A ends above the bracket A line or below it, any given month. So that was kind of our thought process. But we did get consistent feedback from players saying, it kind of feels weird that, in one bracket, fighting for one spot, you have players from 7 to whatever, and then you have all lower ranked players playing for effectively the same prize. And I understand that sentiment, and of course, our aspiration is to be player focused, is to be meeting the needs of the community. So that's why we sit down and we think, how can we do this better?
Absolutely. And I think the one thing you've been very consistent with, Ollie, is taking that feedback from the community and going and applying it to what it is you're doing. Now, I'm a big visual learner, and I know we've got an OCC coming up, in under an hour. So why don't we actually show the audience the brackets? We can go through a little bit of what you're going to see today and who will be participating. Because I think that is an aspect as well that everybody's going to want to see who will be fighting for the first spot here in the January OCC. We have our defending champion, Jaking, starting the season off in style, finishing first, going to be going ahead against Drogear. So Drogear's one who did actually qualify right through the play-ins. But again, you go through this whole process of the play-ins and then you go head-to-head with Jaking in your first matchup.
Yeah, but I mean, so Drogear, however, no stranger to the competitive stage. He was one of the top 4 players in the first ever World Championship, made it over to Iceland, and did well there. We've seen him in a couple of OCCs in the past. And we'll go more into it later in the actual broadcast, but his deck lineup is looking pretty good against what the rest of the field brought today. So I give Drogear a really, really good chance in that matchup.
Then we've got No and 5 against Wild Eyes. Again, a couple competitors that we see fairly often showing up here in the OCC. Bottom half of that bracket, unfortunately, Moonshine not able to compete today. So Artemisia gets a bye into the semifinals. Again,
Yep.
you never know what might happen. So again, another qualifier, right? Artemisia winning the other bracket goes ahead and gets a bye straight to the semifinals. You never know what'll happen in one of these series. So your best chance is to just do what you can and get in there.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at those two matchups there in the middle, and I'm excited for, I'm really excited for No and 5 versus Wild Eyes. I think that's going to be absolute banger. We're not going to be showing that on broadcast since we're only broadcasting 2 of the semifinals, but both players there are bringing, 3 aggro decks to slam into each other. So that should be a fireworks show for sure. Down at the bottom there, Deanne versus Vinny. So I opened up the deck lists this morning, and Deanne, I just got massive Via Pator vibes from his deck list, right? There are some combo decks in there, and I can't wait to see how that plays out in the OCC here today.
That was one of the highlights that I had from the qualifiers for the World Championships. Just Via Pator bringing every shenanigan that they possibly could, and just made it made it for an entertaining event. Again, talking about you never know what might happen. People bringing different things, different tools, different lists, maybe some surprises in there, and can definitely show that you don't have to be a tryhard all the time to be able to actually, pull off a few big wins in an event like this.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, you just need to know your play style extremely well, right? And I think that's I think it's cool that you can have these different play styles. Now, not everybody agrees, right? Some people really hate combo decks, and they hate that you can work on your strategy in isolation. But it's a part of the game. It's a part of a lot of card games, and
Hmm.
if you're able to craft a deck where you can consistently do this to the point where it's delivering you into an OCC or into a World Championship finals, grand finals, whatever, you're displaying a lot of skill. You're making decisions that nobody else is making using these decks because they're not finding the same success. So, I think for me, in many ways, it is almost more impressive to see somebody come up with a combo deck that you're like, this should not work, right? This should not be here, versus seeing somebody with 3 meta decks. So I'm just really excited. Dion, we're seeing him here for the first time, and he's bringing these decks, and for me, that's just awesome.
And that's exactly it, especially in an open deckless scenario where, your opponent knows what's coming. There's no
Yeah.
there's no hiding it, there's no trying to disguise it. They know exactly what they need to do. It just comes down to can they actually stop it?
Yeah. So
Excellent.
I want to say today we are going to be doing giveaways during the broadcast,
Mm,
and the keyword for today is going to be the name of our latest release, Escalation. So type Escalation in chat to enter the pool for your chance to win 1 pack and 1 draft ticket throughout today's broadcast.
very nice. And speaking of escalation, we did have some new cards come out, and in honor of that, we're letting you, Ollie, take over the experts panel to break down each one of these cards in a little bit more detail.
Yes, sirree. Here I am, and now I'm joined with 2 very familiar and very handsome faces. It is, of course, Darkness and Bubbles. How are you guys doing today?
Oh, I'm doing fine today, Ollie. How are you?
I'm doing good. Doing good. Bubbles, your room is exceptionally bright today. So, you're on the sunny side of life, 2022, it looks like.
Yeah, the sun has finally come out. I was a bit alarmed at first when it came out. I thought, what is that? Is it the end of the world? Is it Armageddon? But then I remembered it is the sun. We do, in fact, have this thing which exists. I just hadn't seen it in a while, so I forgot what it was.
All right. Well, I think we should just jump into the cards. So, for anybody wondering, Escalation was released a couple of days ago. Escalation is a 7 new unique cards into cards. It's a new battlefield that we see as the background here for the cards later. New HQ, Washington, D.C. And for anybody that hasn't played on the new board, just know you can turn on the lamp. You can turn it on and off, and then you can click the little lamp shade, and it makes a ding. And for me, along with the lighter, I think I've never clicked as much in a cards game as I do now. I'm just like bing 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 bing. It's just constant. But all right, let's bring up the first card. All right, there we go. There is the first card, and it is the Sakura Regiment. It is a 1 credit, 1 operation cost infantry unit, 1/3 stat line, and it has the text has +2 attack if you have fewer cards in hand than the enemy. So let's start with you, Darkness. Tell us a little bit about this one.
I really like this card. Well, J aggro was meh in the last couple of months. Well, looking at the competitive scene, of course, J aggro was never bad and is being played all time in cards, especially looking at the early player. Like when you're building your first collection, it's the easiest to go for an J aggro deck list. Even in like the mid player pool, you see a lot of J aggro and a lot of control because of J aggro. So this card fits there really well. It's a limited card, easy to get, and it has a lot of stats. Well, not as much tempo as the usual J aggro cards because it has 1 operation cost. But as J aggro, you can just spam all of your cards, and usually you are going to have less cards than your opponent. So I'm expecting this Sakura Regiment to be extremely powerful and a nice addition to J aggro, making J aggro strong again.
It
Yeah.
almost feels like me, like, we're going back to the kind of J aggro tempo of the 34th Regiment, right? Like where you were dropping a unit, but it didn't have blitz, right? So you weren't taking the front line immediately, but you got a little bit more stats on the board with the 34th being a 2/3 back in the back in the days, but being a 2/2. Like now you're not taking the front line turn 1, but this is I see this as a buff as going first as Jagro, right? It's like now you can push up like a 3/3 on turn 2, which is insane.
It's definitely more important to go first now with J aggro. And it's not the same compared to 34th Infantry Regiment because it still has 1 operation cost. What could make this more balanced?
Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's take a look at the next card up here. Next up here, this is a USA card. It is the M4A2, and for me, this one is a pretty big beast, right? It's a 6 credit, 2 operation cost, and the deployment effect is add an M4A2 to your support line, and that is a 4/4 tank. Bubbles, what do you think about this one?
So I'm not sure how much of an impact this is going to have on the competitive scene. It may see some play in sort of US ramp decks when these some sort of come back into the meta. It very much reminds me of tractor factories from the Soviets, where you get these 2 tanks very efficiently. But I think where this card is really going to shine and really see play is it is in lower ranks where collections aren't as built up. This is just complete value here. And over there, value is slightly more valuable than tempo because these collections aren't as refined. And then the other place where value is, favored over tempo a lot of the time is draft. And I think this is going to be an absolute beast in draft. They're going to get 2 4/4 tanks in 1 card for 6 credits in draft is just insane. I think this is really going to be terrifying in draft, and I would snap pick this whenever I could.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I mean, you can also have multiple copies of this, right? This isn't an elite, this is a standard card, right? So you can pack a large number of units with fewer cards now as US, giving you that kind of unit advantage that you really want to find at draft specifically. All right, let's take a look at the next card here, and that is going to be the 60th Cavalry Regiment. This is a Soviet infantry unit, 4 cost credits to deploy, 1 operation cost, 3/6 body, so a nice beefy stat line and ambush. And then it has the very unique effect that players can only give 1 order each turn. Darkness, you were pretty excited about this one, I heard.
Yeah, I am. Well, the stat lines 3-6 is like the 980s Volksgrenadier. So this stat line is like a 3-credit card, but for the 1 extra credit, you're getting the ambush effect. Well, I know there are some existing ambush decks abusing this ambush units deal double damage effect of this other Soviet card. But yeah, this archetype is not very strong. But this unique effect, players can only give 1 order each turn, is a completely game changer in certain matchup. So this is a control tech card against something like resistance, against something like ramp, against something like commando or these order-based OTK decks. What do you do if your opponent drops turn 4 this 60s cavalry regiment only and you're playing your commando list?
Yeah.
You
I
can't do
mean,
nothing anymore. It's an incredible powerful tech card.
exactly. And I mean, if I'm running my commando list, I also have no hard removal, right? Like 0. So, and that's kind of what you need here, right? It almost feels like you need like, I don't know, a Blade of the Samurai or something to deal with it, right? You need something that can kill it in a single order.
You know,
It
I
doesn't even
saw Scout play with this card, and he combined it with British countermeasures. So his opponent would have 1 order for the turn. They'd be like, "Oh, I can remove it," and then it would get countered. And then next turn they'd go, "Oh, I can remove it," and they'd be playing 1 order every turn.
Oh.
It would just be getting countered.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
there are some removals like the hammer, amphibious assault. Maybe you can trade into it, but it doesn't have
Honorable
guard,
death.
so you can honorable death.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are definitely ways to kill that unit. But you playing Soviet control, you can hide it behind guards. You can spice it up with some countermeasures. I think it's a really cool tech card at looking at future tournaments.
Yeah, I'm excited for the coming Cards Open. Signups are live now, by the way. We'll end the next OCC when we see this card. Let's take a look at the next one. I believe that's also a Soviet card. This time it is an artillery unit. 3 credits to deploy, 2 operation cost, the 52K. 2/2 body, and it has the deployment deal 4 damage to target enemy air unit. Bubbles. This one is an interesting one to me. You know, it adds a deployment effect, and we don't see a lot of deployment effects in the Soviets.
Yeah, I think this is another card that's going to be very powerful in draft and lower levels. But unlike the M4A2, I think this may see considerable play in competitive formats, because one of the things Soviets lack is a good way of dealing with air units. So they can sort of struggle with this. They don't have the perfect air removal that they'd like. They do have the Chaika to block some bombers, but we have also seen some Burning Skies be teched into Soviet decks. Now, if you feel like you need to take Burning Sky, just put in the 52k instead. Your opponent doesn't have any air units. You get a 2/2 artillery for free. It's not the worst thing in the world. I think where this card falls short is this 2 operation cost. It does mean you're doing 2 credits for 2 damage, which isn't ideal. However, I still think it's worth it, and I think this sort of takes the place of Burning Sky in this anti-air tech for Soviets.
Yeah, that's very interesting, and I think as well, you know, you talk about the 2 operation cost, and I agree with you. But I think like if you're able to establish this, if you're able to attack with it freely, you'll pay the 2 operation cost like happily to be able to do 2 damage without taking anything back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, free damage is free damage. So there's a reason artillery and bombers are considered some of the best units in the game for their innate abilities, and it's because of their ability to dish out damage without real downsides in return.
Yeah. All right, next up, we have a USA Elite card, and this is the only Elite in the package. It costs 4 credits to deploy, has 1 operation cost, 5th Medical Battalion, 0-5 stat line, so, 1 health above the 0-4, 1 drops, but it has your other units have +1 attack and are fully repaired at the end of your turn. And I believe I heard a term used about this card. This is a win more card, from what I hear from a lot of people. What do you think, Darkness?
Well, you are right. You're definitely right. This card is looking to buff aggressive and mid-range decks. Maybe even a new archetype. So if you're going to have like the front line, you have control, and maybe turn 5 dropped and we can do it to establish your board and getting a lot of stats, you can trade highly effective with a +1 attack on everything, and at the end of the turn, all of your units are getting healed. So this is a pure value heal, win more card if you're already winning. If you have an empty board, this card is definitely useless, and it's easy to kill because it doesn't have smokescreen. But interesting is the keyword fully repaired. So there is this infantry getting duplicated every time it's fully repaired, and this is one more card to trigger this ability. So maybe we can see some more like not this aggro mid-range mix US Germany we are going to see today a lot, but more mid-range, more value decks with this keyword in the future.
That has some very, very interesting kind of applications now that you bring that up. I mean, there are a few cards that I believe use the term fully repaired and have some sort of effect dependent on it. So, I mean, maybe there is in the future, in the not too far future, kind of a deck type that features few units, but those units are extremely sticky and are constantly being repaired and buffed and are hard to remove. So, it's an interesting kind of step into the future, so to speak, but definitely win more as it stands. All right, let's take a look at the next one. And this one is a Soviet order. It costs 5 credits and it is called the Machines of War. This is a simple order. Add the top Soviet infantry unit in your deck to your support line. Bubbles, you told me a story when we were warming up here that you got an 8-drop deployed on turn 2 using this. Tell us a little bit about this card.
Yeah, so I think when I first saw this, I had the same reaction as 90% of people out there, which is this seems useless and terrible. I think that was most people's reaction to this. Because when cheating units into play, a general rule is if you're cheating, a general rule is that you're paying the price in some other way. So with cards like Special Assignment from US, you're losing card advantage because you're using 2 cards to put 1 in. And with cards like Machine of War, it's much like Zukov, where the cost is in the deck building, and the cost is how you build the deck. So I don't know if it's going to see much competitive play, because I feel like the cost of forcing you to build your deck a certain way is quite a high cost. And unless you're getting some extreme value like Zukov gives you from that, I don't see it being worth that price to pay. However, in combo decks, and in decks you're just trying to have a good time, this card is awesome. I had an aerial recon on turn 1. I then used the order which reduces something by 2 from Britain. I can't remember its name. And then I spawned Observer Corps, thank you. And then I used that on my Machines of War. I got a 2k Machines of War. I spawned in a 25th on turn 2. It was awesome. I had this 8-drop on turn 2. And then it got bounced. And I went back to the deck editing screen and I put a whole bunch of evasive actions in the deck to prevent that ever happening to me again. So I feel like there's a lot of potential for shenanigans with this. And I'd like to say I beat some fairly skilled players with this fairly memey deck. So a lot of memey decks, they just never work. This often works, surprisingly. And I was able to get sort of top 40, top 30 with this pure meme deck. So I'm very excited to try to beat some very high skilled players with these turn 2, turn 3 8-drops.
Just wait until Viabator gets his hands on your meme deck there. He's gonna be bringing it to the World Championship Finals or something. All right, let's take a look at the final card here in Escalation. That is a Japan special 4-credit order called Southern Plan. Gain 1 extra credit slot. The enemy loses a credit slot, and losing a credit slot in cards can be oh so painful. Tell us a little bit about this one, Darkness.
Yeah, this can be very painful, but it can be nothing. Imagine you are turn 12, you're losing 1 credit slot, you're getting it back. Yeah. So this card is very similar to the 4K order from USA, giving you 2 extra credit slots, because you're getting a 2 credit slot gap over your opponent. but this one is removing this one from your opponent and giving you another one. So I saw J King yesterday on stream. J King streamed, yeah. Playing this with Britain, Observer Corps into Daylight Bombing and turn 4 Southern Plan, just targeting the credits of his opponent. This could be an interesting way to not ramp, but to destroy credits from your opponent, and can work if you hit this early on. Very strong against aggro deck lists. And another way I'm looking at this card is for US-Japan ramp. So you can play War Machine turn 2, this card turn 3 to hold back your opponent, ramp more to get like big units, and maybe spiced up with Japan high value removals or airplanes to have actually kill potential early on. The old ramp decks were very slow, very controlly, but with Japan as ally, this could be more aggressive ramp. So I see some potential here.
All right. Well, those were the cards from World at War Escalation. It is currently available in the store, both as a standalone, as a base version and a premium version, including the Washington D.C. Board and the silver dollar Sippo lighter. So make sure to check that out if you are interested in any of these cards. Thank you so much for reviewing these cards with me, Darkness and Bubbles. We'll see you guys back in just a second when we swap on over to the OCC broadcast. But now back to myself and Christo.
I love the creativity that you guys have put into these drops. I think it's so important when you have 7 cards to have 7 cards that, for the most part will have meaning and do something. I also love the creativity you guys put into the cosmetics. I am just a huge cosmetics fan, and having the Zippo lighter show up is something I'm a big fan of. So there's a lot going on, but it's exciting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, making it interactive, that's my thing. I click, 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 click. I cannot not click. I'm a League of Legends player, right? Like I'm
Yes.
a long-time League of Legends player. You click all the time when you play video games if you're a League of Legends player, and that's me. So now I have something to click on. I'm extremely happy. More ants are being spared every day that there are more clickable items in this game. I was public enemy number 1 with those ants.
Didn't realize you were such a humanitarian, Ollie. I know ants everywhere are just absolutely appreciating that. This has been the War Room. This is the first War Room of the year, getting us ready for the January OCC. Ollie, anything you want to add before we kick it over and start the broadcast?
Just that. Thank you everybody for coming to the War Room. I hope that you will enjoy the show that is just about to take place. Make sure to tell your friends, ping the Discords, ping the group chats, wherever you are. Let's get people in here. Let's make the first tournament of the year a proper showing. Let's rally the community behind it. Reach out to all the new players that just joined in the past few days. Tell them, hey guys, there's a tournament. Come watch. You'll learn a lot about the game. That's all I have to say. Other than that, just enjoy the show.
Awesome. Well, we are going to be joined once again by Bubbles and Darkness shortly as we jump into the first matchup. We're going to have J King and Drogear starting us off in style in just a few moments, so stay tuned for the January OCC. Welcome everybody to the January OCC. We are kicking off the 2022 Cards esports scene in style. I'm your host, Christo. I am joined by the man who needs no introduction. However, I will let him introduce himself since I still cannot pronounce his name.
My name is Oliver Steinarsson, also known as Olikrummi, also known sometimes as just Ollie, Big O. And no, I ran out of random made up nicknames, but you know it would have been a great intro. Thank you so much, Christo. It's actually, I mean, Ollie is just fine. We'll just do Ollie. Everybody can pronounce Ollie, and then you know I'll just torture people in person by having them pronounce my full name.
Perfect. And if I ever get the opportunity to meet you in person, fingers crossed, I will absolutely practice to get that down. But until then, I'm calling you Ollie. So we talked a little bit about it on the pre-show. If you did miss that, it will end up on YouTube sooner rather than later. But, you know, we talked about this whole 2022 esports scene. We're rocking, we're rolling. We got 12 OCCs to get through. We've got a World Championships at the end of the year. There is a lot happening this year, Ollie, in cards.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think this is the year that, you know, if you're watching this and you're thinking, oh, I want to become competitive in cards, you know, this is the year. I believe I'm not saying anything wrong when, you know, the estimated prize pool this year is more than $40,000 to up for grabs, you know, in cards competitive, right, across the different tournaments. So, you know, we are growing. So you know, this is a place to be. This is a place where you can actually make a name for yourself. We are dedicated to supporting the cards esports scene, and I'm extremely proud of where we are, right? You know, we are still a small CCG compared to some of the giants in the market, but I'd like to say we have one of the most consistent esports scenes out there. So onwards and upwards, as I always say.
I totally agree with that. I think that you've built an incredible esports scene and you've really done a great job of getting the community involved. I preach it every time I talk about cards, how amazing the community is. And speaking of the community and these wonderful players we have here competing today for the January Officers Club Championship, why don't we dive into the bracket? Let's take a quick look and see exactly who is participating in today's event.
Absolutely. And there you see it, the top 8 bracket here for January. These are the top 8 players from the December ladder. At the top there, coming in at rank number 1. So, I mean, just to anybody, you know, that might be new here, J King, he won 11 out of 12 seasons in 2021, and he was the world champion, right? So that is a titan there on the top, right? He's taking on Drogear. Drogear, arguably the longest standing competitive player in the community. He made it to the top 4 in the World Championship in 2019 before the game basically left early access, or just after it left early access. So he's been around for a long time, and we did talk about that in the war room as well. He's brought a lineup of decks that are going to play extremely well against J King. Drogear has 2 control lists. He is a very, very known control player, and J King kind of, you know, against his normal style, has brought 3 aggro decks, right? He's bringing, you know, Brit Air, US frontline, midline, and he's bringing Jagros, right? So he's going all in, and he's running into the only person that's bringing, you know, heavy control in their lineup here in round number 1. We go into match number 2. That's No and 5 versus Wild Eyes. There you have 2 very experienced players. No and 5, we've seen him consistently here in the OCC. One of the most consistent Chinese competitors. He's facing off against Wild Eyes. Now, Wild Eyes, he is I believe he's like a super high elo chess player. He is a former legend rank Hearthstone player. He is an extremely smart and talented cards player. We've seen him in opens, we've seen him in OCCs before, and now he's taking on No and 5, probably the most consistent Chinese player of recent months, and they're both bringing 3 aggro decks about to slam into each other. If we go into the next match, Moonshine versus Artemisia, Moonshine unfortunately could not make it to the OCC, so Artemisia gets a walk there into the semifinals. Finally, Dion versus Vinny. I would say Vinny, probably one of the breakout stars of the past few months of 2021. You know, we started seeing him pretty much everywhere. He's become an extremely consistent tournament player, and he's going off against Dion, we've never seen before. And when we see the profiles, we're gonna see Dion is a new player relative to everyone else that's in the top 8 bracket here, and he's bringing Viapator vibes, right? He's bringing Baby Combo, and he's bringing Brit OTK, and I'm so excited to see what Dion does and how he stamps his name into the cards competitive scene here right in January 2022.
And you've got talking about the community, talking about this cast of characters that you have brought, right? You've got people like J King who are coming off a world championship victory. You have got players like Diane who are brand new to the scene. You've got, Drogear who has won the play-in qualifier, ends up going head to head against J King, but like you mentioned, Drogear's no slouch as well. So there's going to be some really, really great matchups going on today. A lot of these players have a lot to bring to the table, and I'm just, for one, excited to see that mashup of, hey, we've got some aggro, we've got some control, we got some combos, we've got a little bit of everything, and I think that is, just part of the fun that KARDS brings. You can win with different types of lists, so you're not just seeing the same mirror matchups up against each other day in and day out.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you spoke a little bit about the player profiles. Why don't we take a quick look and see who we got competing? I know you did a nice job of running us through, but why don't we start quickly with J King talking about the previous world champion?
Absolutely. Well, there you see it. You see J King. He is a reigning world champion now, won 11 out of 12 seasons last year. His favorite card is the old Night Witches. He will never get off that hill, I'm pretty sure. But you just look at the stats there and you see why he's, at the top there. He's played over 15,000 matches, and over 10,000 of those have been wins, 68% win rate, and it's become tradition at this point. He finished first. So, anybody that has followed KARDS Esports at all knows who J King is. Member of Team Ammo, faced off against Darkness, one of our casters here today in the World Championship Finals. His teammate in Team Ammo. So comes from a strong team with a strong group around him, and is in general just an extremely potent player.
Look at that win rate, 68%. That is wild in a card game.
Absolutely.
Next up, we have Drogear. You had mentioned, Ollie, that Drogear has been somebody who is, a stalwart in the community, participating from, closed beta, I believe you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, Drogear has pretty much been here from the beginning. He is a part of the first, 1,500 or first 1,000 players to ever, join the KARDS community, right? So he is a part of the kind of first 0.5% of players ever to try out KARDS, and he's still here, and he's still making it to the top. He's still making it into OCCs, and like you mentioned, he finished 29th. He played himself through the play-ins, right? He beat out a lot of really talented players to be here, and it's not a surprise to me. And you see his veteran status reflected in the number of games, right? 27,579 games played, 17,970 wins. That is a whole lot of wins. And through almost 28,000 games, maintaining a 65% win ratio.
Right.
That's insane.
Right? That's wild to me. The fact that, you talked about Drogear finishing 29th, coming through the play-ins and all of that, but only 3% separate Drogear's win rate from J King. So it's not like somebody who finished 30th has no chance going up against J King. It's absolutely somebody who has that ability to take out the number one player, and that is going to be a tough matchup on both sides.
Oh, absolutely.
Next up, we have Vinny, like you said, breakout star of the last few months. Looks like he's picking up a phone there in that profile picture.
Yeah, Vinny, just an all-around extremely consistent and good player. We've been seeing impressive performances come out of him. I can't wait to continue watching him throughout 2022. I think he's going to be one of the players that we're going to be seeing here over and over again. I think what happens just lies with him right now. If he makes a decision that he wants to be one of the top competitive players in KARDS, I think that's just an option for him on the table right now. It might mean like a few extra hours, practicing and theory crafting here and there, but I don't think he's far off. So Again, you see that massive win rate, 66%, finished the season 6th. So we know that this is a player to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. And you know, we've got our next player, No15, who is a similar number of total matches. Look at that win rate. 71%. So often CCGs, they talk about how, you know, going first can be a huge advantage, or there's a bit of a coin flip here and there. But when you win 71% of the time, almost 72, there's something special there.
Oh yeah. I think No15 has probably among the highest just base win rates out of anyone in the game. This guy is an absolute beast, and that's why I say, you know, he is one of the most consistent competitors coming out of China, at least recently. You know, we did have Hui, who kind of steamrolled and owned the scene for a little bit, but you know, he's churned out a little bit. Maybe some real life commitments that came up there, but now No15 has taken his place, and he's just absolutely been crushing it. I know that, you know, No15, for instance, he's got the Type 93 there, and I believe, you know, in his deck list, he's bringing Brit Air, and he's rocking like a couple Type 93s in there. So, you know, like he knows who he is as a player, and he's carrying that over to a 70% win rate.
Something about putting your money where your mouth is. If he's going to preach it, let's see him bring it in the deck list. Next up, we have Wild Eyes, another member of Team Ammo.
Yeah, Wild Eyes. I talked about it a little bit, you know, when we were going through the bracket. You know, this is a guy that you know, he almost looks like an evil genius, right? You know, like you know that there's some gears turning in that head. You know, Wild Eyes, he's an absolute sweetheart. He helps us so much just in the KARDS community in general. So absolute beast of a person, that a member of Team Ammo as well, along with J King and Darkness. He is a high level chess player. He is a high level Hearthstone player, was, and now he's a high level KARDS player. Extremely smart player, 18,000 matches, plenty of experience, and you know, maintaining that 60% win rate. You just know, you know, if you queue up into Wild Eyes, you're not going to have a great time if you're not ready to take on the best. So
exactly. And you've got Wild Eyes. You might see them in chat with their old Wild Eyes Hearthstone Twitch moniker. So keep an eye out for that. Don't let it fool you. He is still a top level KARDS player. We got Artemisia coming up next. Ollie, like, walk me through this player's profile a little bit.
Yeah, Artemisia, they are another example of a Chinese player that has been extremely effective and consistent in making the OCC and making deep runs in the OCC. I think something that I've seen from them is they are pretty consistently finishing outside the top 6, but making it into the OCC, right? So they're proving themselves over and over again in the tournament setting and showing that, you know, they're a force to be reckoned with there, but maybe they just don't have as much time to grind the ladder. A slightly lower kind of total match count here than we've seen overall. Pretty much everybody is above 10,000, but 7,500 matches, and still rocking that 62% win rate. You know, there's a reason why these players are here. They win a vast majority of their matches.
And it's like you said in the pre-show, you know, an aspect of this is players who have gotten comfortable playing in a tournament setting. So may not have the time or want to put in the effort to really finish in the top 6, but they say, no problem, put me in a tournament. I will show you why I can finish in the top of these types of events. And there you see Artemisia going ahead and competing here in the OCC. Last but certainly not least, we have the newcomer on the scene, Deanne, coming with, like you said, that total match number a lot lower than everybody else's.
Yeah, I mean, hello, Deanne, 3,286 matches, right? Like, a lot of people might look at that and be like, wow, that's a lot of matches. No, right? Remember, Drogear had what, 27,000, right? It's like that's not a lot of matches. That is a significantly, almost like I think they're less than half of the total amount of matches as the person that has the second fewest matches in the tournament, right? So in terms of experience, Dion definitely working up a hill when it comes to that. However, even in his first 3,286 matches, even though he's joining late, or later in the community than many other players. So he's facing off against more seasoned veterans and experienced players, and he's having to learn the game in an entirely different setting than many of these veterans. Still a 63.39% win ratio, still a third place season finish. Dion is coming to play.
New or not, based on their deck list, that still requires some confidence to show up with OTK list, to show up with baby combo. This is a player who may be newer to the scene, but knows their playstyle, knows what they want to do, and is absolutely going to be a force to be reckoned with in this event. Ollie, are you excited? We have covered the players. We have seen the brackets. We're ready to go here.
Well, I'm extremely excited. I can't wait. We should just, get this over to Bubbles and Darkness so that they can take us through the deck list super quick before we get into the action, because I want to see the first tournament matches of 2022 play out, and I want to see them now, Christo.
Let's do it. Bubbles, Darkness, over to you.
Hello. Thank you, Christo. Thank you, Big O. How you doing, Darkness? You appear to be on mute, my friend.
Thank you so much.
How are you?
This happened before on Twitch on my streams, but my audience is telling me this usually after 5 minutes. So let's get into the decks quickly. We are starting with J King, I believe.
Yeah, who's bringing, I believe, a Brit Air deck. Do you want to take us a bit through this one?
Yeah, this is a regular Brit Air deck. We're seeing this quite some time before the World Championship. It's based on the British air units in combination with powerful buffs like close air support to gain, to maintain a lot of speed and a lot of value potential in the early till mid game.
There's only 5 Japanese cards in the whole deck. This is almost a mono deck. This is almost mono Brit. We're getting very close to having a serious competitive mono deck in our tournaments, which is pretty fun. But I think we're ready for the next deck.
Yeah.
So this, go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is a USA frontline mid-range, we've been calling it. We did used to call this aggro, but it plays the game a little bit slower, right? With cards like We Can Do It and the M4 Shermans to, just completely refill your hand very quickly. Do you want to take us a bit through this one, Darkness?
This showed up after Brit Air got really strong during the mid of last year as answer to Air. You see the half tracks, the retreat effects. Some people are even playing this with sudden strikes, J King not anymore, to be able to fight Brit Air. And yeah, everyone figured out this deck is very strong, very basic overall.
Just recently the addition of Blitzkrieg to these decks, which is actually really, quite a strong card in this deck, because you get a nice front line, you play We Can Do It, you buff these up, and they only do a little bit of damage, but then you find a Blitzkrieg and you kill your opponent instantly. It just wipes people off the board. You have one little infantry just single-handedly trading with guards and things. It can be quite oppressive.
Yeah, very dangerous.
And then I believe his third and final deck is Dragro, quite a traditional one, not so popular these days, but this is using cards like a Rado to find Feigned Retreat and this sort of thing to, properly pop off and just have this unstoppable swarm of infantry. Why don't you take us a little bit more through this one?
Yeah, most of the J aggro deck lists are using Rising Sun as card draw, but this requires a frontline. This Frightened Retreat deck list is different. See, you nearly have no orders, so the Erados are finding some of these orders, and this is either high value removal like Bombing Raid, or it's your card draw, the Enigma and Frightened Retreat. This deck list is all about playing all of your hand, all of your units, and smashing them into the HQ of your opponent, and then getting the most out of Enigma or Frightened Retreat, ideally turn 5 or turn 6 to refill and send units in over and over again. Well, it's definitely a war tactic. Let's see how J King can compete against Drogear's decks here.
So Drogear's first deck, Germany, Italy. Now, this is a very controlled deck, and like co-panelists said earlier, Droge is a very strong control player. So I imagine this sort of deck suits him quite well. What sort of cards are you looking for in these matchups? Because Jaking's quite aggressive. Droge knows he's going against aggressive decks. So what kind of cards do you want to see in your Germany-Italy deck here?
Yeah, Droge is very well prepared in this whole tournament. Everyone is bringing aggro, and he is playing like the usual control decks, but he spiced them up. He's using 3 Mare Nostrum. This is important to not die against the burn, especially against J aggro. And he's like the only one who brought 2 times decisive defense in this Italy control decks. This is 3 credit countermeasure, giving you this 6th Alpini regiment as guard when someone is attacking your HQ. This adds up more guards to Germany as main nation, and this is very necessary in this control matchup. So Droge is very well prepared.
I do have to say, I do have flashbacks against Red Sun's decisive defeat when my 20 attack Kayusha attacked his HQ and got redirected to the guard. Felt a little bit scammed. I also noticed he has the Condor in here, which when used with a Man Nostrum could generate a lot of healing very quickly, I imagine.
Yeah, there's a lot of anti-aggro, a lot of heal in this deck of Droge. In this German decklist and in his Soviet decklist as well. Both are very similar. Both are using Italy as ally.
Should we look at the Soviet one now?
I was skipping to the Soviet one. So he's basically using Mare Nostrum, Bologna Regiment, decisive defense, La Decima in both control decks, and this Soviet deck as well has a lot of guards, a lot of heal. With, for example, with the 845th rifles. So this will be a hard time for Jaking's deck to beat that.
Sure, and I noticed we have the ISU in here. Now, this is often used with winter warfare to do sort of a to the last man from Soviets. But instead, just opting to say, I've got my sickles, I've got my Chaikas. This is going to be enough to, ping things and set up my ISU in the late game. Although he does have to be careful because he has the Petliakov PE2 FT. Now, this cancels deployment effects. So he does have to be a little bit careful to not screw himself over with that. But I could see this working very well also against control decks, with this Petliakov to stop deployment, like Black Watches and things. And then also we've got cards like Tractor Factories and Partisans for the late game. So I could see this not only working well against Jaking's aggro, but if he does find himself against maybe one of these OTK decks later, he does have the tools to deal with this. Do you feel like this is going to be more consistent or less consistent than his Germany-Italy one? Which one would you favor if you were Droge?
I think I would favor the German deck because it's stronger against air, but against the other deck lists, the Soviet list is more consistent, I believe. And blocking deployment effects. This is insanely strong against the US mid-range deck. All of the bounce back, retreat, the Sherman card draw, everything is useless. If he's able to play that bomber and protect it with a guard, maybe the first rifles, the game is nearly over.
Now, I'm not sure if we mentioned this, but the expansion cards are not in the OCC because they've just come out like a day ago. Not all the players have even crafted them all yet. So those aren't in the OCC, but I imagine if we did have those, and when Droge makes it to future OCCs, we may see him play this new artillery in this sort of deck for some more anti-air. But then I think we're ready for Droge's third and final deck, which is a little bit different from his other ones because this isn't a control deck. This is the US-Germany sort of frontline mid-range deck, similar to Jaking's one. How do you feel about this one, Darkness?
Well, yeah, it's different from the control matchups, but it fits the theme. It's not bad against aggro. You see, you have a lot of early units to go into the front line to block aggro at the front line early on. You can retreat. You have half track for airplanes, so he's ready for Brit Air. and some heal and buffs with We Can Do It. Of course, in the mirror matchup, it's just a mirror matchup. He's not having an advantage here, but this deck is, from my opinion, the meta deck right now, and overall definitely the strongest deck. So he's not missing that.
I think one card which may be useful in the mirror match is this Tactical Strike, as this can take out your opponent's Sky Train off the board instantly. We used to see J-King run this a lot, but he seems to have favored, zoning it out for other things. But Drogear deciding, Tactical Strike is still worth it, and I'm going to keep the 1 copy.
Just imagine if you have to play your Sherman on the empty field because you have 3 cards left, 3 times Sherman, and Drogear is playing Tactical Strike on it.
It wouldn't surprise me. This is the kind of thing we see happen where you're like, I really have to play the Sherman here so that I can draw from my other Shermans. And then you play the Sherman, it instantly dies, and you think, I'm done for. This USA, we call it frontline as well, because the frontline is so important. You've got your M4 Shermans, you've got your engineers, which buff units as they reach the frontline, you have 99th. But then you also have cards like Strap Bombing and Studs and Stripes, which really punish people staying in their support line. So it's going to be important to see how they take the front line. We do see the bans here. Drogear's Germany-Italy control deck being banned out. J-King's, I believe that is Brit Air being banned out. Yeah. So I think this was one of the matchups we were actually talking about before and looking at is Drogear trying to get this Germany deck against this Brit deck. But, he's banned the Brit deck, so now even though his Germany one is banned, he doesn't have to worry about this poor matchup. But based off bans, is there anything which surprises you here?
No, these bans are exactly as expected. Both players really knowing their matchups and their decks and banning what's probably the best or the most frightening deck here. However, Drogear is still having his Soviet Italy control deck, and I do believe he will have an easy time winning with this list against J-King. So J-King needs to focus on the US-German mid-range mirror matchup and Japan aggro against this US mid-range deck list here. These are going to be an interesting fights. I think this will be an 2-0, 2-1, not 2-0. But I would bet on Drogear based on the decks.
Yeah, you think Drogear's got the deck advantage?
Drogear has the deck advantage here. But it's J-King. He won the World Championship. Against the odds, he's winning nearly every season, and he won most tournaments overall in cards.
And here we are, and we can see both mulligans thanks to the beauty of technology. We see Drogear here going with his USA mid-range deck, just trying to decide what exactly to keep. Now that's a pretty strong start from Drogear. And then J-King going with his Soviet Italy control deck.
Yeah, so Drogear put out 2 lions from a day from his mulligan, I believe. You definitely do not want these. J-King got rid of We Can Do It, and he's playing the Pioneer Company, hoping that Drogear doesn't have the Bloody Sickle, but he got it from his mulligan, I believe.
Yes, my apologies. Unfortunately, the names appear to be the wrong way round. Under Drogear is in fact J-King. So J-King playing his USA Germany mid-range. We do see the early start from J-King getting shut down. Just deciding, does he want to put more of these 30-second down? He is going to opt for it. It is risky putting these 1-drops down very early on against the Soviets because they do have a lot of pings and ways of properly dealing with these. You sometimes want to hold them back and try and bait out the sickles, maybe playing 1 or 2, but then not playing all 4 of them because they are at big risk of dying.
Yeah, J-King currently thinking a lot about dropping the Engineers Battalion. Well, worst case scenario, Drogear has 2 more Bloody Sickles able to kill it. This would be crucial, but he's having the Panzer 35T in hand, so next turn with 3 credits, he can drop the Panzer 35T, go into the front line, deal 3 damage, and move on top of that the Chocolate Boys into the front line too. So Red Devils is another nice option. So he could deploy it, get it into the front. Wouldn't kill the 845th immediately, but it's very hard to deal with because it adds +1 credit to target it.
But we do see, however, Man Nostrum from Drogo, which is a very important card, I feel, in this matchup, because it allows you to trade into these Red Devils, which, like you said, are so difficult. But we also see this decisive defense. Is this the first decisive defense in a competitive OCC game?
I don't think so. I think we saw one before, but he's the first one bringing both, like the
Bringing
full
both.
setup. Yeah.
And I'm curious to see how he plays around this, because my reaction would to be put this up as early as you can and try and protect your HQ from this early damage. But I'm curious if we're going to see him go for some other, method of using it. We do see him just putting it up instantly. Now, what's quite nice is this redirects the attack. So what J-King may think is just some free damage will actually end up killing J-King's unit because the trade will be redirected. But we may see J-King be rather careful about this and not attack the HQ until he feels, I can comfortably do this no matter what. And here we see it now. He moves up the first Marines. He doesn't get baited into this trade.
Yeah, very smart move of J-King, not going to attack the HQ. Well, he knows Drogo has 2 decisive defenses in his deck. So whenever Drogo is floating 3 credits, what Soviet control usually prevents by playing highly effective, he won't attack the HQ.
We see J-King opting to bounce the buffed up Man Nostromed unit from Drogo.
Yeah. He does not want Drogo to get another 4 healing. Drogo, is he going to play both countermeasures?
I don't think you can. I like this. Deploying the Cuban Cossacks and taking advantage of this smoke screen. You don't have to use them instantly. A lot of people forget Cuban Cossacks have smoke screen. You can just keep them back in the support line and hide them. It's one of the advantages of the unit is this ability to, I have 3 credits, I don't need to float them, I'll just play my Cossacks and keep it back. But J-King has to be very, very onto this already from Drogo. He has to be very aware of this. So we'll see if he goes for the attack, but he's attacked with a unit which has 5 attacks, so it instantly kills the defense from Drogo. Line for a day top deck. That could be very, very powerful.
Yeah, he can clear the front line with that, taking the front line and stopping the engineering, like the buffs onto those units.
He can also sickle onto this guy in the support line as well. Take out the 32nd Infantry, finds the second sickle, which is, I think, quite a powerful card in this matchup. This is perfect. Now he has the front line. J-King's job to retake it. We may see him even drop the half track just so that he can push up his other half track and buff it without having to get this low value trade.
Yeah.
He goes for the half track, pushes up, spams down these 32nd. He knows there's no Winter Warfare in Drogo's deck, so he doesn't have to worry about that. Petliakov, potentially a very big find for Drogo.
Yeah, J-King can't handle it right now.
He's got 2 99ths in hand. If Drogo is to drop the Petliakov and trade aggressively, it means J-King can't deal with it at all. The only downside of this for Drogo is it does allow J-King to drop this Catalina, and it means he can't actually naval brigade the Catalina. Doesn't have to trade if he doesn't want to. My apologies.
He can deal with the Catalina.
Yep.
Drogo has Bloody Sickle and like his 3rd Bloody Sickle and the Naval Brigade.
And naval, the PE2. It stops all deployment effects from both players.
Yeah. Feels bad.
Yeah, look at this. It's dropped down and he can't kill it because of his own PE2. This is a common thing with the card where you're like, oh, I stopped their deployment effects. Wait a minute, I have a deployment effect.
Yeah.
We'll see if he's able to find that 1 extra damage to deal with that Catalina. Catalina, a very important card to kill very, very quickly.
And the ISU with more deployment effects. ISU is killing every damaged unit on the field, your own units included. So Dorgi is drawing a card and finding Winter Offensive.
That's huge. I think you drop it now. I think you drop it pre. Oh, don't do it.
No.
No! The
It's
PE2!
blocked.
Dragon effect! It got Darkness, then it got Drogia. No,
Joking just drew 3 cards. He needs to send 1 back. But this Winter Offensive would have put Jaking in such bad space because of the low amount of cards. It's these little things. Like the Petliakov, this bomber is brilliant against US midrange. But Drogia outplayed himself with the Naval Brigade.
so easily done. It's such a small thing that you so easily miss. However, I don't think Drogia is in too tough of a spot because he does have this Winter Offensive still.
Yeah, depending on how much Jaking is willing to commit right now.
Puts down the PIR. Saves the 35T. I think that's a very smart play. You don't want to overcommit.
Reactor factories.
I do feel he's in the sort of situation where he's running out of time to deal with this board, especially with the Catalina drawing a lot of cards for Jaking. It's not a perfect situation, but you know you're going to get a T34 from this. And when Jaking pushes up the front line with his 35T, you're able to trade and take the front line in 1 turn with this. You also have this tractor factory, so you can spawn in a lot of these.
Yeah, Jaking really needs to get into the front line and finishing the job. Well, Jogi is only at 6 HP. He needs to find more guards, more HP. Mare Nostrum on top of the T38 would 34 would be brilliant.
I mean, Man Nostrum on T34, I think, would pretty much be game here. Opting to put down one of the infantry, saying, I don't need both the bounce.
Bloody Sickle, not exactly what Drogi is wanting.
He is able to trade and take the front line here.
And he's, well, maybe more important is to play that countermeasure to protect his HQ. He's at 4. So going down, killing this frontline unit, and raiding with a countermeasure.
I think I prefer taking the front line here.
Both are available options. Well, as long as Jaking is not finding another additional damage, his Flam Panzer has to trade and can't.
I mean, the only thing I can see Jaking top decking for instant lethal if Drogo doesn't take the front line is this Hellcat. The Hellcat pushing up and doing for the face. You trade with the Flam, you rush it up. So it all depends really. How lucky does Drogo feel? First Marines.
Well, not as lucky as in the World Championship. You gave me some bad flashbacks there, Bubbles. Jaking top decking in the first matchup of the grand final, the Hellcat having exactly 7 damage. Well, that's another story.
I do think there's risk here of Jaking getting more space than he should do. With Drogia sort of giving this space away. Jaking is finding more and more draws to try and find cards like We Can Do It, Hellcat, his Sherman, and then maybe even like the Strat Bomb. The Strat Bomb, where if Drogia ever plays a sick or takes 1 damage, the Strat Bomb does damage face, so this can finish off Drogia. I do think not pushing the front line and floating the credits does open you up to that. Jaking now just trying to decide, do I call it a bluff? Do I go face? If there's the countermeasure here, you almost definitely don't want to attack because you're going to throw away your unit, and then even if you go for the bounce, it doesn't give you anything. Goes for the trade. I like that.
Yeah, he's going for the radio trade.
Yeah.
To prevent his 2-3 99th infantry of getting radio traded by the tank next turn.
It also prevents the potential Man Nostrum top deck from Drogia into the trade and hill. Now Drogia doesn't have any units to play as Man Nostrum on. Now obviously he does have tractor factories, he would better do it anyway, but Jaking doesn't have that info.
Yeah. Looks like J King Drogia is just going for the tractor factory here, going to kill both frontline units.
J-King needs the Hellcat, doesn't find it, and it's starting to look like Drogia is going to be able to crawl his way back into this.
This is 10 damage next turn, and he found more heal.
He certainly did, and he has the, just in case, if there's somehow J-King finds a way of pushing up and hitting me in the face, I am prepared for it.
I don't think there's even the scenario J-King is able to get to make that happen.
J-King is able to clear the front line, buy himself a little bit of time. However, we may see Drogia just drop the ISU, say, I have a huge tank, you're going to have to deal with this. We may see him go for the Night Witches and spam out a bunch of units, but honestly, I think I like just dropping the ISU here and using this as pressure.
Yeah,
goes for the Night Witches.
Just playing Night Witches, Chaika.
Now, I was going to say, I think he needs to deactivate his countermeasure here, because if you have this active and J-King rushes up to hit the face, there is no room for this to spawn in. It doesn't actually do anything. And Blitzkrieg for J-King. If he had found that sooner, maybe it could have done some work, but Drogia now able to take this at a leisurely pace, and I don't think there's any way for J-King to swing back into this. It's just Drogia having to kill J-King, as quickly as he can to save himself 5 minutes.
Drogia is not going to finish him fast. He's just going to block the front line. The second Blitzkrieg won't help J-King
Torture for J-King.
He's just laughing about it. Well, at this point, I wouldn't be mad about him surrendering. There's no chance for him to win this. But he allows Drogia to finish the job.
I do like this caution from Drogia. I know it's mathematically impossible for me to lose, but let's be careful. Because maths can be wrong. Maths could be wrong. We should be careful here.
Maybe I forgot something. Maybe there's an option. Yeah.
Playing around the internet crash. Even if I crash, I've got this. You do have to be cautious for that.
Now it's J-King revealing his cards. All right.
And one up from Drogia. And this Soviet deck, I think showing its defensive value. J-King had quite the nice start, but he wasn't able to find his Shermans, or as we can do it as well. I'd like to point out these are core cards for J-King's deck, absolutely vital. He didn't find these, but what he did have was his half tracks and his 99th, which are super powerful and high value cards. But there was the PE anti-deployment bomber from Drogia, and we see it did some damage to both sides' deployment effects. But I do think J-King was the one that suffered more, because what you want to do with this USA frontline deck, when you can't find your long game like Sherman's and we can do it, is you just bounce the defense of your opponent and try and finish them as quickly as possible.
Yeah, well, the thing is, J-King has 2 we can do it, well, 1 strategic bombing, 4 Shermans that are 7 very crucial cards. He didn't find any of those. Well, he sent back 1 we can do it in the mulligan, but you don't want to have them in the mulligan. I know after this match, J-King will vanish for 10 minutes, do some math, and right after that in the Team Ammo group chat, that he had a 0.0, I don't know, % chance of not finding any of those cards, and he lost because of that.
It is worth noting Sherman would have only been useful after the Winter Offensive because of this anti-deployment effect. Sherman pre-Winter Offensive would just be a 4/4 tank for 4.
Yes, but after the Winter Offensive, J-King needed the cards. He was out of cards.
Oh, absolutely. I don't disagree. And J-King finding the turn 1 Pioneers, able to get 3 credits on turn 2. No way of removing this for Drogia. So I think this is a far stronger start for J-King. Going to have 4 credits next turn. He's able to push up, and he's going to get a very early Sherman down, making up for it with quick time this round. And this feels like an almost perfect start for J-King. all he needs now is a weakened do or a blitzkrieg, and he could seal the deal for this game already.
Yeah, turn 4, we can do it because of the +1 credit from the Pioneer Company. This would be awesome. It's very hard to deal with. Well, technically, Jorge can react with Stars and Stripes, but J-King won't let all of those units in the back line, in the support line, to just wait for the Stars and Stripes. Look at the value from Pioneer Company. He dropped it turn 1, and now it's turn 4. So this is +3 credits, extra tempo while going first.
And look at this, he's just rushing them all up there. Saying, there's no real chance I lose the front line. I don't need to Sherman this turn. Maybe I find a blitzkrieg off the top of my deck and I just end the game on the spot.
Yeah. J-King
Jorge
knows he has 2 blitzkriegs. Jorge knows that too. So Jorge needs to put everything he has into trading to the front line. While J-King sitting on the +1 extra credits every turn.
He finds the second Pioneers as well. If he wants 2 bonus credits a turn, he can do so. We may see Jorge respond with the Stars and Stripes if such a thing is to happen. But even then, he's clearing the support line. He's not dealing with the things in his face. This is becoming a really difficult scenario for Jorge. I imagine we'll see him tactical the Sherman, take that out, and maybe drop the 99th to get a unit. But he's just playing catch-up. It's, everything Jorge's doing, it's 1 or 2 steps behind J-King, because J-King is just so far ahead from these Pioneers. If you don't have an answer to these early on, and your opponent has tools in their hand, it can spiral out of control so quickly. And I think that's exactly what's happened here.
Well, I still think this tactical strike had great value. However, the Sherman did the job and drew 2 cards. So J-King not only has the credit advantage from going first, plus the credit advantage of the Pioneer Company, he also has more cards in his hand over Drogia. So this is a complete different match from the last one. And it's looking like J-King is very powerful and threatening Drogia a lot.
I imagine we'll see the Stars and Stripes come out here. This is just too juicy to not. Is he not going for it?
No, he's dead if J-King plays and Blitzkrieg. Drogia has to fight into the front line.
However, I think he may be dead if he doesn't clear that support line either. J-King is getting 9 credits on turn 7.
Yeah. And this time he had the card wars. There's the second Sherman, and the third and the fourth Sherman are already waiting there. Oh, Jesus. Well, Drogia is really on the back foot. J-King only needs to find one Blitzkrieg here, and this game could be over in 1 turn. No, Drogia is playing the Stars and Stripes. Not enough to kill the Sherman though, but he finished both Pioneer Companies. Well, 1 Pioneer Company. And this Chocolate Boy, I believe. No, the Engineers Battalion buffing every unit going to the top.
But look at this, every step Drogia does, and don't get me wrong, Drogia is not going down without a fight. This man has been holding his ground and saying, you may have everything going in your favor this game, but look, you still have to kill me. I'm not giving up. I'm going to fight back. But even with all this fight back, J-King just having answer after answer. He has 2 Flampanzers in his hand. He's just deployed 1 to take out one of these 32nd. And here comes the Pioneer from Drogia. I think it's a little bit too late for this card to give him the value it gave J-King.
Yeah. A little bit too late. Usually you want to play this card turn 1, maybe turn 2. Turn 8 is not exactly what you want, but Drogia is just playing the Wirbelwind. We can do it going for a value trade here, hoping he can survive a little longer.
He does have the potential to get Jaskos from the Sky Train to buy time. However, Flampanzer sitting in J-King's hand. So I think as entertaining as it would be to see, 1 or 2 Jaskos come out and buy Drogia a bunch of time, I don't think it'd be enough to give him any sort of victory from it.
King drew more cards with the third Sherman. By the way, Drogier didn't hit a single Sherman right now.
Well, there it
Talking
is.
about it, there is a Sherman. But you need to control the front line. Sherman is only drawing 2 cards if you have an US unit in the front line, what looks fairly impossible for Drogier right now. He's healing up, getting the Sky Train out. It's pinned by the Whirlwind effect.
That's game though. That is lethal from J King, and I think a masterclass in just rushing the front line and being as oppressive as you can with this deck. And J King just finishing him off. That was a beautiful start from J King. I think he had the sort of perfect cards for a quick start, but then he had the perfect play to go with it. It's very easy to be like, I've got the perfect card, and then 3 to 4 turns later, you're like, how have I lost this? I had the perfect cards. Why am I losing this? So being able to take that opportunity and run with it, I think is really, really important. And I think that's the difference between me, for example, and Drogier and J Kings. When they are given the right cards and when they are given, the right RNG, they're able to run with it. We saw game 1, Drogier had the advantage with that, and he was able to completely exploit it and push J King back. Game 2, J King had this turn on Pioneers, and he was able to completely exploit this and push Drogier back. It's very much sort of who's able to utilize what they get the best.
Well, and in those mirror matchups, it's also very important who's going first. So looking at J King here, going first with J Aggro, this is definitely a position J King wants to be in. He does have some units available to use that turn 1, of course. Drogier, however, is having the Chocolate Boys that are the 32nd Infantry Regiment drawing themselves out of the decks, and the Red Devil. This Red Devil is one of the most important cards in this matchup. If Drogier would be able to block the front line early on with the Red Devils, J King will lose a huge amount of tempo because he needs to spend +1 credit every time he's attacking this unit, and this unit has 3 HP, so this is fairly hard to do so.
And Drogier taking the front line already. Although J King finds
J King not only having the first signal regiment, he has the ability to kill the front line and playing Akita or Wirbelwind to go into the front line and dropping the Panzerbefehlswagen with this move, creating 2 units with 5 total health stats in the front line against US-German front line.
But I think he's going to opt to not take this trade by the looks of things. It looks like he's considering trading with the Whirlpool and pushing up the front line with this 1-drop.
It looks like he's going for that move.
Considering
I don't know if this is smart or not. Like trading the 1-1 tank into the frontline Panzer 35T is saving 1 HP, but this way he's going to save 1 unit and having an additional unit to block the front line. Both are valuable plays. Maybe this one is a little bit more effective because this forces Drogier to trade into 1 more unit the turn after, because J King kept his one alive.
Drogier just goes for the Whirlpool trade, keeps it simple. However, J King able to push a lot of units into the front line, finds the second Type 94, meaning he can destroy any unit on the board with those 2 pins. He can save it for when there's a problem unit.
Well, he can't destroy the Red Devils because it's +1.
Sure,
credit.
but in theory, he can hard destroy a unit no matter how big it is. Gonna give the info away though, gonna make it clear that he has it. I wonder if we'll see him not bother with saving it for destruction. I was considering maybe you use it there to take out the Whirlwind for a turn, just pin it, slow him down.
Look at that, Drogier just drew the 3rd 32nd Infantry Regiment.
However, Drogier takes out the signal.
That's important.
Finds himself in a fairly, a position that he's able to stabilize fairly well from. Now, J King having to decide, does he take the trade? Because then when he retakes the front line here, his newbie wagon will come out. Doesn't go for it. Just goes for the deployment. Hitting face as much as he can.
I think this is a very smart play. Just going to attack, just going to hit the HQ, not playing around. This is very important for him right now, because look at his cards. He only has the 2 surprise attacks. He doesn't has card draw. Even if he hits a Rado, currently he has more units than Georgia, so he can't look for the orders yet.
And Drogia deploying the maximum amount of units he can before trading with the Akita to try and save his face damage. J King finding the meter.
HQ. Oh, the RNG is playing in J King's favor here. Best case would be to hit the 99th Infantry Regiment.
I wonder if he'll go for the destruction instead, though. He may go for the removal.
J King can go for the double pin, or
I want to see the double pin. Don't take the unit out. Nice. Yeah. Although Drogear able to find a Hellcat means he can take 1 less damage, keeping him above 2 health. So this is not lethal from J King. Although Drogear getting dangerously close. So it's not the position you want to be in against aggro. This is consistently called a burn deck, and you are sitting on 5 health. Finds himself a draw piece. Drogear desperately needing to break out.
Yeah, J King
and
completely
the bombing
out of
raid.
Bombing raid, meter regiment. Drogear needs to find a we can do it.
He doesn't find it. That's game. That's got to be. There's nothing Drogear can do to find himself out of this. That's 2-1 to J King. Surely.
Well, I expected an 2-1. That was right, but J King was able to win 2 times against Drogear's US mid-range deck. Definitely well played here.
And bombing raid for lethal.
Bombing raid for lethal. You get this card in the national progress on 7, I believe, level 7. So you only have to play a few Japan cards to get this very powerful elite, which just won this first match, J King against Georgia, for J King's favorite.
Yeah, and it was quite the battle. We saw J King, when he was playing against another aggro or mid-range or tempo deck, able to, really push his advantage. He only really struggled against the control deck from Drogear. So J King really, in those sort of mirror in play styles, even if it's not an exact mirror match, Jaggro against USA mid-range, they do both want to be pushing the front line and trying to shut down their opponent as much as they possibly can. So when it's a playstyle mirror, I think J King excels there in this particular matchup and was able to really utilize his experience in those matchups, whereas Drogear, more of a control player, far more experience in control. When he had the control deck for him, he was able to, really slow down the game to a pace where it was more to his suiting. But when it was this sort of style of warfare and this sort of style of play, I think J King had the advantage, and he really pushed his advantage there, both in decks but also in experience.
Yeah, you're right. And guess what just appeared in the Team Ammo group chat?
Is it some numbers?
No, not, well, yeah. 4 Shermans and 2 we can do it in the bottom 13 cards, lol. Well, but yeah, of course, this was, there's a very low chance to be that unlucky if you're desperate for those cards. But of course, J King did a very good job here, and he, what I think it's the most impressive. He is like, in the first match, he is unlucky. He's sad. He's not finding his cards. The odds are against him, but he's not affected by that. He's like keeping cool, playing calm, playing his best, making 100, 1000 IQ moves, and winning still 2-0 by after this destruction of against Drogear turn 1. this is really remarkable and is a sign of a top player.
Congrats to J King. That is enough from me and Darkness for now. We will be back later, but for now we're going to throw it back to Christo and Ollie. Big
That is never going away, for the record. That's going to be a thing now.
Damn it! Oh man, I should have thought that through. No, I'm good with it. I'm good with it.
Try to be clever, and this is what happens, Ollie. But what a series that was. I know Darkness said he expected to go 2-1 the other way around. But man, the back and forth there, I think the Darkness and Bubbles broke it down perfectly when they were talking about the fact that, you know, Drogier may be a bit more of a control player, and the matchup that he was comfortable with and used to, that first matchup, we saw him a little bit on his heels, but doing what a control deck does, slows the game down, takes back control, ends up finishing it off. And then the list that he's maybe a little bit less comfortable with, something J King might have had an advantage of just more reps, more practice, or a different mindset going in. We see J King taking those 2 wins and coming back for the reverse sweep in the last 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, I think J King, you know, he played this series, you know, extremely well. He banned out the second control deck because he knows Drogier is a control player. And then you got to ask yourself, you know, should Drogier just have brought 3 control decks? Were there 3 control decks that were viable that he could have brought in his lineup? Because I just remember, like, back in 2019 for the first World Championship, you know, I asked Drogier what his play style is, and he says, usually when I play, all the cards get in the game get played, right? Like, it goes to fatigue. You know, I like controlling the game. I like drawing it out. I like creating these you know, uncomfortable spots for my opponent where he just doesn't know how much control I have, and I put him into a hard spot. And I think that's harder to do with the US deck than with his German control deck, you know, that got banned out. So I think it was a smart decision from J King, and a very kind of heads up decision to ban out the other control deck. I think if Drogier has access to both his control decks, I think he wins that series. Then you got to go with the US frontline deck, and I think that's just, if you made it to the World Championship Finals, you know, the meta hasn't drastically changed since the World Championship Finals. That was a tournament that J King very heavily prepared for, right? So yeah, I think you're correct, right? Once he got that matchup, he felt fairly comfortable with it. He was also able to find the draws, right? Like, that's an important one. You know, he was playing in a mirror matchup, so had Drogier found the draws, Drogier could have taken that. J King just didn't make any mistakes, got the better of the draws, and now we got a 2-1.
And that's, you know, we were talking about it before when we were looking at the player profiles, but players winning 60-70% of their games, that's why this is so wild, because you can run into a mirror matchup where, you know, it can be a coin flip depending on who draws what and how they're able to really just play their cards onto the table. But I agree with you, Ollie. I think that was masterfully handled by J King. I think there's an aspect of playing the player as well, knowing Drogier is more of a control player. Let's take one of those tools away from them and let's go in and maybe play into a matchup I'm a little bit more comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, I think Drogier would have had a lot of fun in the World Championship Grand Finals with the kind of heavy control meta that was being played there, right? Like, he would have given anyone a run for their money, you know, in that control meta in that tournament. So just unlucky for him here today.
Exactly. Let's dive into the bracket. Let's see where we are at. We have our first game in the books here. So we had J King, as you saw, defeating Drogier 2-1. We had Wild Eyes against No in 5. That was a game that we did not broadcast here. However, Wild Eyes did take that one 2-0. So a little bit of a surprise there. Obviously, these players are top notch and you don't necessarily expect the sweeps. So we're going to have J King and Wild Eyes in our first semifinals. But coming up next, we're going to have Vinny against Deanne. Again, Deanne, like you mentioned, Ollie, one of the newcomers on the scene.
Yeah, I'm super pumped for that match, Deanne versus Vinny. I really want to see the decks that Deanne brought. Just quickly want to throw it out there, you know, No in 5 versus Wild Eyes. We did talk about it. Both players basically just brought 3 aggressive decks to slam into each other, right? So I think that's why we're seeing that sweep. You know, they were both really pushing tempo and they were really wanting to, you know, battle it out. I know Wild Eyes did record that series, and they're probably going to release that series with some analysis in the future. So that's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly. I think Bubbles was making sure that he gets his grubby little fingers on that one so he can break it down and talk through it. I think to your point, there's no surprise that one wrapped up pretty quick based on the two aggro lineups that both players brought. But this next series, it's not going to be aggro against aggro. We've got some fun stuff that we're going to see in these deck lists, and I believe we've got Bubbles and Darkness ready to break them down once again.
Looking forward to it.
Hello. How you doing again, Darkness? Long time no see.
Unmute, Darkness.
Oh,
It's becoming a tradition now.
it's becoming a tradition, yeah. Like the tradition that I'm showing to the broadcast, to the call 1 hour early. This happens to me quite sometimes now because I'm getting confused by time zones. I'm always looking at GMT, but it's not my time zone, so I'm 1 or 2 hours early and looking around, pinging people why they are not here, just to notice, oh, damn it, I'm 1 hour early. But no one's getting harmed, so I guess it's just fine.
Yeah, show up early, better than showing an hour late. It could be worse. So where's Darkness? He's an hour late. He's meant to be here. Then you come in. I'm here, guys. Don't worry, but we can't hear you because your mic's on mute, so we don't even realize. It could be a whole disaster. But anyway, I think we're just gonna get straight into the decks. Try not to dilly dally too much. So I think we're just gonna get straight in with Dian's decks first.
Yeah, Dian is a new player here in the Officer Club. Only 5k matches being played, completely new to the tournament scene. He picked himself the meta deck as first deck. It's the US German midrange. We already saw that. I want to know, there's only one Gebirgspioneer 95 in there. When I saw this the first time, I wondered, is this a low budget deck? Like, he's not having all the cards? Maybe, I don't know. But beside that, it's looking fairly standard. Well, usually you're playing both Gebirgspioneers or you're not playing those. Maybe he has all of them. Some players are just making some little tricks, some little decisions to play another Flampanzer, for example. He's using one Blitzkrieg. Maybe the decision comes from here. But what's really interesting about Dian's decks is the next one, like the next two decks of Dian. First,
so, just a quickly note before we actually move on from that one. He does have the Californias in there, so that is something to keep an eye out for. He does have 2 of the second California, which I know is quite a popular card, I'll call it.
Yeah, indeed. And only 3 Shermans, but 2 times the 22nd Infantry Regiments. So this is definitely interesting and to look at.
But then, like you said, you wanted to look at his next deck, so let's go into his Germany USA. I wonder what it could be.
Well,
now this is some players may be familiar with this, some may not be. This is Autocannon OTK, also known as Baby OTK. And what this does is essentially you drop this autocannon down. And this has the ability, whenever you deploy a unit, do 2 damage to the enemy HQ. So the strategy is to play this, and then to play as many units as you can in one turn. If you play 10 units after that, you then do 20 damage. If you play 20 units, you do 40 damage. This can do a lot of damage very quickly, and it can pop off surprisingly early. And it has cards like Rush Production to kill the units as they are played and refill your credit slots. And then it has cards like Industrial Might, where you can be drawing 9 to sort of plus cards per drop from this, and it costs 2 credits. Very efficient. Is there anything you notice about this one which stands out from the normal Autocannon OTK? Or is this just sort of what we're used to?
Well, the old autocannon, like the old baby combo, was being played with Germany and Soviet, like getting the reserves, drawing you a lot of those little red infantry token. They're getting killed by a single rush production. But this shifted, especially with the World Championship when Viator was very successful with this German US version. You're having way more card draw with Industrial Might, and of course this 32nd Infantry Regiment is drawing themselves, so this is another strong addition to this combo. It's looking very similar to the deck Viator was bringing to the World Championship.
I think one thing a lot of people don't necessarily bring, and Deanne is bringing, is this Volksgrenadier here. This is a 2/3 infantry that can provide itself as a guard. Most autocannon OTK decks don't really have many defensive capabilities. The Soviet version has like mud and this sort of thing to slow down aggressive decks, but the Germany USA version, it more relies on either being a little bit active with its unit, or just, getting the combo down as early as possible. So it's interesting to see him actually having, potentially a couple guards here.
Yeah, that's true. Just a little bit, but very necessary. For example, against any aggro decks. Looking at the next deck of Diane, it's Brit Soviet OTK, and this deck is so crazy. Well, sure, the autocannon deck looked a lot like Viator's deck lists. And when you first have a look at this list, it's nearly the same Viator brought to the World Championship, but it's heavily improved. Viator played his deck list with the CIS, the unit giving you Blitz, and Diane completely cutted this mechanic. So the whole idea is to get like the combo pieces, finding the Crusader to draw faster through your deck, through your orders. This deck contains 35 orders, only 4 units. Of course,
that's quite the order-heavy deck.
it is indeed. So the Pioneer Company to reduce the cost of your orders, 2 Crusaders to draw even more, and the Spitfire. And 1 Arctic Convoy and 1 promotion guarantees you card draw of 3 units. So
I noticed something here. He has 2 delaying tactics, and he can get synthetic rubber from his research. He could pull off a Crusader OTK.
He could pull off a Crusader OTK. Well, it's looking for a Spitfire OTK, of course. Well, my main problem with this deck is it's not prepared to fight against guards. Like, a single guard is going to stop the combo. He's only one card to prevent that, and it's Fog of War. But maybe he's going to play this on a Pioneer Company to play his orders even faster. So I'm really looking forward for Diane if he's able to play these combo decks. He's a new player, first time in an OCC, and he's bringing some crazy combo decks. I really want to know if he's capable of playing those.
My one dream is to see this, use it as a Crusader OTK with the delaying tactics, where you push back the front line, you run it up, and you smack him with a massive Crusader. But that's enough for Dian's decks. We do have an opponent for Dian, which is Vinny, and this is another Germany-Italy deck. Now, this is a fairly popular deck. We've seen this played fairly consistently. Is there anything about Vinny's which stands out to you?
Yes. Did you notice the Tiger IH?
Well, I did notice the Tiger IH.
Yeah, he's not only playing with the Tiger IE, he's playing with the Tiger IH and the Panther G. These are 3 huge tanks. 2 of them are not targetable by enemy orders. And this 8 credit, 3 operation cost Tiger IH, heavy armor 2, cannot be pinned. Well, it can get targeted by orders, but cannot be pinned. I don't remember seeing this in any OCC ever.
I don't think I remember seeing this in anything ever. OCC's aside, I didn't even know this card existed in about 30 seconds ago.
Well,
Do you have any insight on why this may be included when it's been sort of passed over in the past? Is there any shift in the meta which may lend itself to this? Or do you think this is just Vinny seeing something which we've all missed and it's been here the whole time? Or is this due to a recent shift?
well, when you look at the World Championship, there were a lot of control decks, and maybe Vinny adjusted his deck to the control meta of the World Championship to add even more control and the Tiger IH. Sometimes, like one time in 2 months, I'm playing someone on ladder who's playing this Tiger IH, and I always lose against them because I do not have the abilities to deal with this tank if this is being played. Like turn 8, turn 10, something like that. Extremely powerful with Mare Nostrum. Well, maybe Winnie was expecting way more control and prepared for that. But his deck has 3 Careless Talks, 2 Sudden Strikes, 3 Mare Nostrums, like 2 Flam Panzers, 2 Bologna regiments. Missing the root out though, but Lion for the Day, Wolfpack. This deck looks highly dangerous for me, even in this tournament settings.
He's ready for anything. He's ready for everything. It's like one of those big backpacks.
That's
you
the
see,
point.
You see campers going with those huge backpacks where they have like 7 tents on the back of it. They've got like an ice pickaxe and thing. This is what Vinny's deck is. This is the cards equivalent of a camper.
Yeah, he's able to fight strongly into any aggro, and if he's surviving and he has the tools to survive, he can drop some massive tanks no one is having answers for, playing Mare Nostrum on it, and he will win against any deck if this works out. Like this German deck is very, very dangerous. I learned this the hard way. I lost against Artemisia in the qualification, and I went third. So this is the reason why I'm here. I'm not the upgrade Ollie promoted. I'm just here because I didn't made it. The upgrades are the graphics. You may noticed who are looking beautiful.
I think we do have to speed up a little bit because the players are waiting for us. Next deck, very simple. We can be very quick on this one. This is Bridair. This is very similar to what J King brought. There's not too much to say about this. It's got a lot of explosive potential. It's very difficult to play against. It can, OTK you with these sort of blitz things from hand with Finest Hour, but it can also put a lot of pressure on you, and you can't really guard up against it because of its bombers. I don't think there's too much more to say on this one. Anything to add before we move to the third and final deck?
Well, the interesting thing it's not using the Churchill Arbor as late mechanic, and it's using 2 Wrath Buffalo. That's rare, but yeah, it's typical.
It's Bridair. And then his last, third and final deck, I believe, if we can get that up, is USA Germany. Now, we've never seen this deck before. This is the first time we've ever seen this deck. What the hell is this? No, this is USA frontline mid-range. If you've been involved in the cards competitive scene in the last 3 or 4 months at all, you've seen this deck. You've probably seen it even if you haven't. This is a very, very popular deck. Quickly, before we head...
interesting things about it.
Yeah.
I want to mention the pattern. Very rare people are using pattern in this deck. It has more tempo potential, and this is like the standard deck, but with a little more tempo spice with pattern, of course, using the Burks Pioneer. He's even using Rally, that's rare too. It's in German order, 2 credits. Your unit's getting +1 attacks this turn, and remove pin on them, draw a card. Very interesting. Only 2 half tracks, and only 1 First Marines. So he is using a little more tempo, although he's using island hopping. Let's see how this
does
deck
also have the air defense as well. which is a less used card in this deck because you're trying to be active, you're trying to use all your credits as much as possible. So most people favor this out. However, he may feel comfortable not banning Brit Air when he faces against it because of this.
He's not playing against Brit Air. He's playing against the OTK list, relying on
true
the
as well.
Spitfire. It's
That
like
is
Hecht
true.
against Dian. He couldn't use it, but it's Hecht. So I wouldn't. Well, Dian would love to ban this, of course, but banning the German deck list is probably better.
Well, we have the bans themselves, so let's see what they actually banned.
Let's see the ban. So,
Dian banning the Germany deck from Vinny. It is quite an intimidating deck to play against. It can heal a lot, it can
really
protect itself. I think this is a very comfortable ban. And then Vinny banning the USA deck from Dian, leaving him with 2 OTK decks. So if Dian is to take any games this series, he must do it through OTK.
yeah. I'm happy to see this this tournament match here, Dian versus Vinny. I appreciate Vinny to ban the mid-range deck. Well, of course, it's the most solid deck, definitely, from Dian, and Vinny is prepared against at least the Brit combo deck with his air defense.
Just point out quickly before we go into the match, which is we're about to get into, just how lovely the new look for the OCC is. It's been brightened up a little bit. You know, the production have done an excellent job on that, and it just looks absolutely beautiful.
I really like this. I really like this art.
It's like coming in, we got a new desk and everything. You know, I feel sort of like it's not even spring cleaning yet. It's just a nice face up.
Did anyone mention the new logo of the KARDS Officer Club Championship? Like the Field Marshal sign, golden, with this little flag championship.
It's pretty solid. It's a very solid, logo. And I know any videos we do regarding the OCC, we are going to slap this logo all over those. We're going to, we'll put the logo here, we'll put the logo there, just putting it everywhere. It looks like the players are having a small bit of trouble starting the match, so we'll be with it in just a minute. What do you expect from this matchup? We see Vinny bringing very traditional decks we've seen a lot, and then we see Dian bringing, while they may be, autocannon may be traditional, they're not traditionally competitive. These are far more out there decks and far more ludicrous decks, which can give the player an edge. Your opponent doesn't know how to play against this. They're not, ready. They don't have thousands of games against this. Players may have quite literally thousands of games against Brit Air or USA Frontline. If you play a lot of games, that does happen. But I don't think anyone has thousands of games against autocannon OTK. But if you play autocannon OTK, you may have thousands of games on the deck. So it does give you an edge in that sort of knowledge department. Do you think coming into this series, that's going to be a factor?
More or less. I know new people are always complaining about autocannon because they are getting hit out of nowhere and they have no idea how to play against that deck. But I might say it's pretty simple. It's definitely simple to play against autocannon. Well, you see, autocannon is going to looking for the ingredients to get this combo and killing you with this combo. So option 1 is you're going to add more HP. You're healing yourself again and again and again, and it's way harder because it's designed to deal around 20 damage. The second idea to play against autocannon is you're going aggressive. Like, this deck is waiting around 5, maybe 8 turns and want to get the combo up then. But if you're going like highly aggressive and able to really threaten the HQ of the opponent in like 3, 4, 5 turns, he needs to react. And he can't use the cards like the Panzer 3H, Spoils of War. He needs to look for his combo pieces He can't play them to look for combo pieces. He needs to play some cards to hold you back, to not die. And this is the amount of time you need to get the edge, get the lead in this matchup. So against autocannon, the best ways to play is either healing yourself like crazy or going aggressive as crazy to really threaten your opponent.
I think this is where the addition of these Volksgrenadiers, these guards for Dian, really come into themselves. Where you're like, my opponent's win condition is to kill me before I can combo. Like you said, the second option is to go very, very aggressive. This is a great solution for when your opponent is going very, very aggressive. So I think that may improve the consistency of the deck by a fair bit. And it's still a 2k unit which can be used for part of the combo. But I think we have the match ready, so we're going to go straight into that. We see Dean bringing his Brit deck for game 1, and Vinny bringing Brit Air for game 1. So it's going to be a Brit mirror, although not similar decks in the slightest. We see a lot of options for both players. Now, Vinny opting to get rid of things like removal and this sort of stuff because there's just not going to be many targets for him to remove. Whereas Dian, he has his Crusader, he's got a good amount of draw, he's got a good amount of heal. I have played the old Via Pator OTK deck, and in my experience, this hand from Dian suits you very, very well. It gives you a lot of options. However, Vinny having a slightly slower start, he can go for this turn 2 Albacore, but it's quite a slow start still.
Yeah, it is a slow start. Dian is going for the Spy Ring and he's hitting the US Research. What is an amazing card. He can go for the ramp and smoke screen. Well, not going for it yet. It's a great way to protect your HQ, and this is what this matchup is about. Vinny is going to play a lot of airplanes and he wants to kill Dian as soon as possible, while Dian wants to survive as long as necessary to get this combo to just finish Vinny. Vinny doesn't have any response to the lethal combo. He has no guard, he has no ultra, nothing to prevent that when Dian is ready. So all Dian has to do is survive.
But we do see the Spitfire in Vinny's hand, which can potentially deal a lot of damage very, very quickly.
Yeah,
I
crazy.
would also like to draw a little bit of attention to that awesome hat Vinny has. That is a warm hat if I've ever seen one. Dian goes for the Fog of War into the Albacore, says, you've buffed this, I'm going to get rid of it. It's a fairly useless card in this matchup, so it's a sensible thing to get rid of. Vinny going to respond by putting down his Spitfire. I wonder if we will see this Crusader come out. No real way in Vinny's hand to answer it if we do.
Looks like Dian is just going for the National Fire Service. I mean, it's fair. Vinny will probably check for it first with the Swordfish, triggering the countermeasure and then deploying Albacore or drawing more cards. But this buys some time.
We know Vinny's going to draw an Albacore off the top of his deck, so there's no chance of getting like a close air support to do an explosive amount of damage with that Spitfire. So I imagine we'll see Vinny most likely draw to try and find these close air supports. If you can put a close air support on a big Fury, air unit, you can very quickly dish out lethal.
Yeah. Well, Vinny even can think about dealing 2 damage with 4 credits if he wants to. Other option would be just draw some cards or play both Albacores, but this would be a terrible idea against Shelling and Monty. He would just waste an entire turn by that decision. No, he's not going for it. Going for Convoy, found a Monty himself.
He's just going to chuck the Monty.
Yeah,
lowers the Wellington cost, says this card is useless here. I'd get rid of this. Reduce my Wellington cost by 1. That'll work.
What are you going to pin?
Oh, I don't disagree with the decision.
Yeah, no, it's
I like the lack of hesitation from Vinny. Instantly, this can go.
Yeah. You're right. Dian drawing some cards. Now, how afraid is he of the Spitfire? Is he just going to heal with fortification, or maybe preparing the royal research? Just going for the US research, giving his HQ smokescreen and getting some ramp. I really like this decision. Usually, the sooner you get the ramp, the better, because you're making a lot of credit profit in the turns after, up till you hit the max credit cap of 12. Or you wait till turn 12 so you can hire the credit cap. Winnie can't attack here, just moving to the front to not get his backline pinned by something like Monty or Shelling.
I think something very important to look for here as well is how much value can Dean get out of this Crusader. He's being very patient with it, waiting until he has a lot of credits. I imagine we may see possibly both aerial reconnaissance come up, but maybe he's just going for the one. And this will mean if Vinny deploys a unit, I do imagine we'll see this Crusader come out and we'll see Dean really cycle through a lot of his deck very quickly and find a lot of combo pieces while also healing himself quite a substantial amount. Finds the Pioneers.
Ooh, this is going to...
It's a lot of cards.
This is going to be a lot of cards.
Pins out the Spitfire. Heals up. Finds another pin. He can push up the research by 1 level if he wants, and that will also draw him an additional card due to the Crusader.
What is he going to...
Thinking about it.
He's thinking about it. With Arctic Convoy, he's going to find the next 2 units remaining. I think... No.
If you convoy here, you overdraw, which is the risk.
Yeah, what is forbidden? He can't do that.
You know, I just had a thought. What if you snuck a Commonwealth into this deck? I mean, look at his HP pool. Be an extra OTK.
Just going for a lot of heal, pin, Commonwealth. I mean, if he had a Commonwealth in hand, this would be 11 cost with a Pioneer. And if Vinny is dropping another unit and aerial's resistance, this would reduce...
Yes.
This would reduce the Commonwealth by another one. So if Diane had that, it would be 10 credits now, and he could just finish Winnie.
Finds himself... Yeah, theoretically. This is all on paper, by the way.
Yeah.
Now, I imagine we'll see him go for the Arctic Convoy before going for the Atlantic Convoy. No, not Atlantic Convoy. There's so many convoys in this game. Convoy HX.
No, he found the promotion. He's going
for... He's got the promotion, and he's got the finest hour. If he finds a Spitfire, he's getting close to lethal. It's worth taking in mind that the Spitfire will get buffed on deployment because Vinny has air units. This is a 5/6 when it comes down. Sends out the well played.
He noticed his mistake. There's no unit left in his deck for the promotion.
Yeah. However, I do believe this is lethal next turn.
This is...
Yeah, 4, it is.
6, 10.
It's lethal next turn. However, he's not gone for the pin. He's opted not to pin the Spitfire. You deploy your Spitfire.
No, he activated the National Fire Service. That's
okay.
Enough.
Yeah, you're right. I'm blind. I'm blind.
Don't you worry, I gotcha.
I have a person to tell me what's going on the screen. Vinny, trying to decide what to do, is in a really difficult scenario. I don't think there's anything Vinny can do to get out of this.
No, you can see in his face looking, thinking really hard, dealing some damage, playing Calm Before the Storm. Look at this board. It's amazing. It's very powerful.
He finds the second finest hour. Spitfire comes out, synthetic rubber, makes it 10 on its own, goes for the finest hour.
No, don't play the finest hour. Wait.
Why not?
I calculated something wrong. I thought he's not having enough credits.
No,
but the
no, he
planning
has
engineer reduced everything enough.
credits for days. Credit for days. And there we go. Dian taking an explosive win in true Viapator style. And we saw Dian left with both his OTK decks. And I've got to be honest, I was a little skeptical about this. However, I think he's gotten possibly the more difficult one out the way. I think at least the one which has more counters. I don't know if it's more difficult necessarily, but it does have more counters. You know, there are more things you can do against this, especially as we have seen, unfortunately, before, the Whirlwind can be a real stickler for this.
Whirlwind and Vinny is playing air defense, so Dian is very happy to have won with his Brit deck before Vinny could have played the US list. Now he has 2 chances to find the autocannon combo, the baby combo, and beat Vinny, an very strong tournament player, and very established tournament player, in his debut. How do I say that?
Debut.
Debut.
Like day, like it's Sunday. Day and then bew.
Debut.
There you go. Beautiful.
In German, it's debut. So it's very similar but different, so a little bit confusing to me.
Now, what will Vinny bring? He brings the Brit Air deck again, saying that it's his quicker deck, and Dian here with his autocannon OTK. Now, I think this is quite literally a race. It is simply a race. Dian finding the Leopold in his starting hand. He may be able to get a very early Leo off using this Reichsbank.
Well, his mulligan, I don't agree with Dian here. I would keep the Flam Panzer against air every time. Just to kill those nasty little 1k units.
Able to get a turn 1 a Radoff from Dian, or a turn 2 a Radoff, sorry. This is a very powerful card in this matchup. It not only finds you an order, but it does prevent these bombers as well.
Yeah.
Finds the Reichsbank. Able to go for a super early Leo whenever he feels like it.
Vinny even playing close air support.
There's the autocannon.
There's the autocannon.
He has the industrial might. He has a rush production. And he has the 30-second. He is getting close to a very early OTK.
He's so close. He's just going to play the Reichsbank next turn.
He finds a second 30-second.
This will hurt him. This will hurt him a little bit.
I do think you still go for the Reichsbank. If you can't find your combo, you can always just Leopold.
Yeah.
Just reset the board. Put down a Leo. Now we know the Leo will get Albacord and it will get, slowed down. However, it's such a big tempo swing that I don't think it will matter too much.
The next turn he will have 10.
Yes.
10 credits. He can play the autocannon. He needs to play the rush production first, then autocannon, deploy all of these.
I think you just Leo. Don't take the risk. Just Leo it. There's no need for such risks. There you go. Chuck it all back to hand.
Well, this could have been lethal. Maybe.
It could have been, but you could have also lethaled yourself. You're putting a lot into the top few cards of your deck.
Yeah.
If you play your Panzer 3H, you look at the top 3 cards of your deck, and there's no second rush production there. What do?
I guess you're right. Well,
you're just find second rush production.
There's a second rush production, and with 7 credits, this should be enough for the combo.
Finds the half track. Now, I think the only possible way for this to not work is if he finds another 30-second off the top of his deck and then gets really, really unlucky draw with the Industrial Might.
Monty is the way.
Monty.
He doesn't have space to deploy more units next to the autocannon, so Dian can't.
Buys a turn. He can't win this turn, but he can go for the half track. Push back this Spitfire, buy himself as much time as possible. Vinny needs close air support to buy himself a lot of damage.
Oh, this feels so close. Also, nothing is happening against any HQ.
It's incredible how so much is on the line where both players have so much HP. It's on 17 and 19, and both of them are so close to being killed. Deanne just trying to buy, as much time as he can for his combo, and Vinny trying to, buy as much time as he can to not get combo.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, buffing his own units, getting the big airplanes out to threaten lethal. Like the buffed Spitfire is 10 damage. Without the retreat from the half track, Vinny theoretically had not enough credits to have lethal, but
The Leopold as well, a huge tempo swing for him. And now he can push
Leopold
up,
was
finds an
nice.
Arado. He's
But
just
if he-
doing the maths. I think you have to go for it. I don't think you have much choice.
Yeah, he has to go for it.
Fades away. He's trying to clear some space. He's not going for it.
He's not going for
He's
it.
going to buy himself more time. Do you think there's any chance he goes face with the Leopold here to try and buy himself a little bit of bonus damage? Because it is worth noting, you can spend 3 credits to hit for 6.
Oh, wait. Well, Vinny doesn't have enough credits to.
Vinny can do 7 damage this turn. If he deploys the Spitfire, gives it finest hour and hits face. However, that is not enough.
I don't see a way for Vinny to close this game unless he's drawing this convoy into 2 close air supports. Well, with a little bit, with some more credits, he could have played the Spitfire, buffing it with finest hour and dealing.
I think you have to just go for the trades and take out the Leo and hope Dean doesn't have the OTK combo. Running out of time, the clock is ticking.
I don't think he has to go for the Leo. Diane is not going to trade him with the units array.
I'm not concerned about the Leo trading. I'm concerned about the 6 bonus face damage you get from this Leo. Deanne finds the second flam. Time is ticking. He goes for the rush production autocannon, second rush production.
Now the 4.
3 units, 4 units. He needs 10. There's 5.
Playing the Flam Panzer. Wait a second, the Flam Panzer is not going to die. It's only 2 damage.
He can clear himself with the Leo. And he finishes it! Exactly 19! OTK's Vinny with the Leopold attack! I told you! I said deal with the Leopold! It's a problem! It's 6 damage!
This Chinese guy is a mess.
19! That is the perfect OTK. He gets 2 OTKs back to back with nothing but OTK decks in a competitive OCC. This guy's a legend already.
And he 2-0'd Vinny.
He 2-0'd Vinny, who is an experienced and terrifying player. I don't want to ever face against Vinny. He always destroys me. Deanne, 2 O's with OTK only.
Wow. That was amazing.
It was beautiful. And you know the best part is there's more Deanne to come. No matter what happens, we've got at least 1 more Deanne series, and he's got 2 OTK decks, so no matter what happens, we're going to see him play an OTK at least once more today, maybe more. Nice.
He has to play
the
at
third
least
place
2
or the finals. Yeah, we're going to see. Oh, dude, I'm so hyped for the rest of today. That was awesome. I'm watching that one back. Someone else cast the next game. I'm going to go and watch that. You guys take over from here. That was incredible. And now we see Dean involved to the next round. And I believe we saw J King go out against Drogear, beat Drogear out earlier. So J King advanced, and those are our first 2 OCC, progressors. But I
think Christo and Big O are giving us an update on the bracket.
Wow. I don't know what else to say.
No, that was crazy. That was crazy, Christo. Dion, what a legend. I mean, so I checked out his account. He started in March 2021 playing the game. And he's been playing it for now like a little under a year. And you know, man, the combo wizard Dion, like he calculated, I don't even know how he calculated that lethal so perfectly, right? Like, I don't know. It was crazy.
I don't know about you, Ollie, but when I'm in a high pressure situation like that, there is no chance that I can do accurate math. Like, there's no chance. I think Bubbles at one point said just he has to go for it because he just has to. And that would be my scenario of I got to do it because I think I can do it and we'll see what happens. But the calculation, the precision in playing that, and the thing that gets me is, you know, it's an open deckless tournament. Vinny knew exactly what was happening, and you could see the look on Vinny's face, just shaking his head, going, "I can't stop this."
Yep. I mean that's the thing with these combo decks, right? Up until the World Championship and you know this OCC, we've seen them appear a couple of times in the competitive scene, right? Now, in the World Championship, we and in previous tournaments, we saw them ultimately come up short because of the open deckless format, right? Because players were starting to take action towards finishing the game before they got off the combo from turn one, right? And when you get that, these decks are less effective, which is what makes it even more impressive when somebody's able to consistently beat really good players with this and find a way to have it work for them. So, you know, this Dion, credit where credit is due, right?
Absolutely.
Vinny took a risk, right? He let him have both his comfort OTK decks, and he banned out the mid-range deck. So maybe not a great risk. Now we've learned Dion is a new player. We're at January 2022. If he makes it to the OCC next month, I guarantee those combo decks are going to be banned, right?
Well, even I'm already thinking what's happening in the next round. Artemisia now has to look at that and decide, do I want to give them two combo decks? Do I want to take one of those away? Am I, you know, feeling good about that coin flip of the matchup? Can I beat these? Do I have the tools to do so? We saw that Vinny knew exactly what they were getting into, right? Discarding, getting rid of things like Monty, stuff that wouldn't have value.
Yeah.
It just didn't matter.
I mean, I'm thinking about it. Like, I think a very, very interesting conversation is, do you ban the autocannon OTK or do you ban the Brit Air OTK, right? Like,
Right.
I think that's a good conversation to have because, you know, one is, I would say, like, you know, one is harder to find all the combo pieces
Mhm.
for, but it is equipped with less stuff to deal with your board while you're finding them, right? Whereas the other one, it is a little bit easier, but it has more stuff to deal with your board, right? So for me, I'd probably ban Brit OTK, but like, man, you just saw that the effectiveness of baby combo, the autocannon OTK there for Dion. So it's a little bit up in the air.
But it's exactly like you said, right? That baby OTKs, it's a little bit more of an all-in type of deck where the Brit list has a few more tools to be able to survive a little bit longer. So we're going to see what happens. Maybe you just go all in against the combo decks again and you tell yourself, if I put the pressure on from turn one, I still have a chance of coming out ahead of these.
One crucial thing: in none of the matches this time around did Vinny have the power of the lamp. So power of the lamp is a real thing, and we might see that come in the future, right?
We saw how close the win rates are for each of these players. So it's the littlest things that count. Might be the lamp. Might be the lamp. Now we know. You've given away the secret, Ollie. We're on a delay, but it's not enough of a delay to prevent players from clicking that lamp. So we'll have to wait and see.
Let's take a look quickly at the bracket here so everybody can know what to expect. After this segment, we'll go for a quick break, allow the players and casters a second to rest their voices and clicking fingers. J King is going to be taking on his teammate Wild Eyes. That means Team Ammo is guaranteed at least a top 2 finish in this tournament. Dion then going to be taking on Artemisia there in the lower bracket. Of course, we haven't seen anything from Artemisia yet today. They haven't played as Moonshine was not able to make it here today. So both exciting matchups. And it's going to be very interesting to see who takes this. 2 Chinese players versus, on one side and 2 Team Ammo members on the other side.
Absolutely. I'm excited to Bubbles' point. That means we get to see at least a couple more games of combo decks, and I am all about that. I'm all for the excitement that comes with Deanne's lineup. So I'm pumped to see that. And then J King Wild Eyes is going to be a phenomenal back to our head to head. You know, being on the same team, they probably know each other pretty darn well. They know those lists pretty well. So it's going to be an intense matchup. From my understanding, Ollie, before we go to break, I think you might have a little surprise for us, a little treat, if you will.
Yeah, you know, I've been having so much fun here today. You know, we've been having a lot of fun in our production Discord. We've probably been distracting Bubbles and Darkness a bunch because we've just been spamming jokes and really enjoying kind of being back together. So I wanted to share with you guys what was waiting for me on my desk after the World Championship, right? So the World Championship was, of course, an extremely entertaining production, and we had the nice little jungle set. And when I was introducing day number 2, I yelled, you know, whoa, this is a championship. And Yulia, our designer, took a picture of me. And then she posted that picture into our internal kind of Slack conversation and said, this picture is great for memes. Now there's a meme contest. So when I came back to the office, these were hanging all over my desk. And the first one was a representation of me as a French guy. Right? I don't know how well you can see that, but yeah.
Look at that grip strength. You're absolutely crushing that baguette with your bare hands. Look at that.
Yeah, baguettes stand no chance whatsoever. But this was the first one, and then that got immediately responded to with I would say a pretty innovative one, which is myself as Freddie Mercury.
Very nice.
Mama just killed a man.
I mean, your hair is nicer though, so Ollie, I'll give you that.
Thank you. I'll take it. Then we had myself as an accordion player, and I really love the angle of the hands. Apparently, you don't need wrists to play the accordion. But that was a good one. And keep in mind, I had no idea any of this was happening. So when I showed up to the office, this was just littered all across my desk. And then finally, I got, you know, this was a slight wardrobe malfunction here for me during the World Championship. But yeah, that's me holding my regular Tuesday underpants. But yeah, no, I felt like, you know, we've been having so much fun. Why not let everybody else in on the fun? I can have fun at my own expense. So a little meme fest for everybody here at home. A little glimpse into behind the scenes, so to speak.
Yeah, you might want to turn the dryer up real high next time you throw those underpants in. I think shrinking them might be beneficial to just the overall fit, but I'm no expert.
Oh no, they fit great.
Oh, okay. That's
really stretchy.
I have some questions then, Ollie. I think we're gonna take a break. I'll ask you those off camera because I don't know if they're, you know, cards appropriate. So we'll take a quick break. We will be back getting into the semifinals with J King versus Wild Eyes coming up. In the meantime, I have to talk to Ollie about his underwear. think I offended Ollie with all the discussion about his underoos. So instead, I am joined by Bubbles. Bubbles, did that break give you enough time to compose yourself after those 2 back-to-back OTK games?
No.
I know the excitement you get out of it. I know how much you enjoy.
It's so funny. It's just so funny. Think about it. You put, I don't know, 5,000 hours into a card game. You're there and you're competing, and you're sitting on max health, and then you're like, I'm dead. This guy's just one-shot me. It's just, it speaks to me. It speaks to me, Christo, on a spiritual level, you know.
But that's it. It's that mentality of you're sitting there staring at the screen going, yeah, I'm at max health and I'm about to lose and there's absolutely nothing I can do about it. It is wild, but that's part of the excitement that is cards, right? You don't know what's going to happen. You're going to have your aggro matchups, you're going to have your control matchups, you're going to have your OTK matchups, and it's the variety that makes this interesting because you don't know exactly what's going to happen until, well, it's too late and you're already dead.
You know, the real funny thing about the autocannon OTK deck for me is if you pull it off against someone and you've killed them, their HQ will explode and it will say defeat, but they can't actually exit the match until you finish playing until it does the animation for every single card. So it will say defeat and your HQ will be blown up and you'll sit there for another 20 seconds watching things get deployed and die. You're just like, can I please leave?
See, that is just adding insult to injury, or yeah, insult to injury. That's the way to say it. Words are hard, but that is what it is. At the end of the day, you're just sitting there and wallowing in your sadness as you watch your HQ explode.
Unfortunately, I'm a bit disappointed. I didn't print out any memes. I will have to print out a stack of memes next time to compete with Ollie. I feel like it should be the standard for most panels. I feel like if we, push this forward, soon we'll start to see, sports panels for like football and all of these sorts of things. They'll be bringing out football memes printed. I think we could be the real pioneers in this section of the industry.
I'm all about it. Let's do it. That is it. This is mandatory. Every OCC going forward, all memes all day long. Wait, we won't even play the games. We won't even show the games. We'll just go on memes. 4 or 5 hours of memes. I think that's perfect. That is the game plan. This is why I like having you on the panels, Bubbles. You're an innovator. You're a forward thinker.
Creative people, Christo. We're creative people. And I think we have a lot to offer the world. We just have to get our thinking caps on and really push the boundaries of esports.
Absolutely. You've got to start somewhere. If we're going to step it up, we've got to find our own niche and we have to go and explore it. But that is for next time. For this time, we still have more cards, right? We've got the semifinals coming up. We're going to have J King against Wild Eyes. This is teammate versus teammate. What are you expecting out of this matchup, Bubbles?
Both players will know each other very well, not just in personality, but in play style, but also in decks. They obviously, it's an open deck list, so they'll have seen each other's decks before this. But they would have seen each other's decks most likely long before this. And there's a good chance they've actually practiced these matchups against each other. It's very common to practice with your specific decks. A common way for people to practice is they go, well, I've selected 3 decks, you select 3 decks, and we will just do a mock OCC BO3. No real rules on it other than we are in an OCC and this is us doing it. But it's practice. So I expect both players to know what's going on throughout all the game, to know what cards they're looking for, to know what sort of breakpoints are crucial throughout the game. There can be these sort of swing points. I think we saw it in Deanne's game where he got this Rice Bank to Leopold. That was a real swing point for him. We see these crucial moments that can decide the entirety of the game right there on the spot. And I think both Wild Eyes and J King are going to be very, very aware of their crucial points, which is important, but also their opponent's crucial points, knowing J King's trying to do this, what can I do? Wild Eyes is trying to do this, what can I do to counter that? So I think we're going to see an educated, calculated, smart game, smart series of people being very cautious and having very good situational awareness on what the hell is going on.
Absolutely. And I think both of those players have shown in the past that they are very analytical. I am expecting some big brain plays here. I am expecting them to be thinking turns ahead, especially with the in-depth knowledge they're going to have about their opponent's lists. And speaking of that, I believe we're going to kick it over to Ollie and Darkness so they can just refresh us up a little bit on what J King's bringing to the table, but most importantly, introduce us to what Wild Eyes is bringing, since we have not seen them compete just yet.
Yes, hello everybody. We are here. I am Big O, and I'm joined here by Darkness. Dude, I'm gonna adopt Big O. Big O is great. I'll never. I like it now. We Big O now. All right, Darkness. We're about to watch two of your teammates, J King 7 and Wild Eyes, battle it out in a best out of 3. Now, we talked about it a little bit, at the high level in the No and 5 versus Wild Eyes matchup, that Wild Eyes was bringing 3 aggressive decks. But now maybe it's time for us to break it down a little bit further. But before we jump into the decks, just want to get your kind of overall thoughts on the series. Wild Eyes versus Darkness, kind of how familiar are these guys with each other, with each other's decks, play styles, and so on, given that you guys are all on Team Ammo. You're muted. I'm Big O and Darkness is muted. That's like
I had my mouse over the button to keep me remembered, but I'm holding my cup of hot chocolate, so I wasn't seeing it. That was my bad. Well, I'm very happy for J King and especially for Wild Eyes making it this far. Wild Eyes often says he's not as good as we are, like J King and myself, but he's the one who's playing more. Like, he has more matches than J King or myself, and still with a pretty good win rate. So, well, looking at his previous tournaments, I think he was one time second one in an open against me in the final. So here is Wild Eyes again proceeding in a tournament facing J King. Definitely a tough opponent, but I guess I'm rooting for Wild Eyes here to see another Team Ammo member in the spot. J King had enough the spotlight last year. And yeah, both of them are knowing each other well. Of course, everybody knows J King, but we are training quite a lot inside of Team Ammo. I think for this tournament, Wild Eyes didn't prepare with J King in particular, but with Ari, and discussed some tactics with me, of course.
Yeah.
I personally want to see Wild Eyes playing a good match, because sometimes he's getting nervous and making some mistakes when he knows he's against a tough opponent. But he already was against No and 5, an insanely strong upcoming player, very, very powerful every single last month of the year 2021, and he just beat him 2-0. So I'm looking forward to a good show.
Yeah, definitely a lot of momentum kind of coming into this with Wild Eyes. Of course, we did see a 2-1 in J King's first series there. Well, in that, he was facing off against 2 control decks, did ban one of them out, but did lose to the other one. This time around, however, it is all aggression all the time. Let's take a look at the decks that Wild Eyes are bringing. Keep in mind, this is the first time that we see these decks, but they're not going to be unfamiliar sights to see. Right here we see it, and this is the US-Germany mid-range deck, and again, this has become a fairly big staple here. We've seen it a few times today. Anything special that you see in this deck, Darkness?
It's not only running the powerful duos of Red and Gebirgspernier. He's playing 2 times Wirbelwind, 2 times Sudden Strike, 99's Infantry, 2 times Half Track, 1 Flame Panzer. So this deck is very well prepared against air.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at the next deck that he's bringing. That is another familiar sight for us. It is going to be the Brit Air deck, and it looks like he's only bringing those very limited number of Japanese cards, as is now the meta. Anything unique here?
Unique? Definitely not. He just snitched this deck list from me, and I snitched it from J King. So Whitehouse is playing with J King's weapons against J King. this is going to be interesting.
Yeah. I mean, this is something that both players are bringing. They're also both bringing the US Germany mid-range deck, and then finally here for Wild Eyes, a Germany USA deck. And again, this is a very, very aggressive deck. You can just see the credit curve there on the right-hand side. A lot of 1-drops, a lot of 2-drops, a few 3-drops, and then just that Leopold rounding out kind of the upper credit costs of the curve.
Yeah, this deck is like a typical Heinz deck, fast Heinz deck. I discussed this with Wild Eyes earlier. He's not using Nachschub, although I really love this card. But this deck is Wild Eyes' own decision. With Brit Air and US Midrange, I completely agreed with him, but I suggested him like 3 different decks, and he chose the 4th one, and it's Heinz. And I believe it is a great chance for him to take this win over J King, because when you're looking at German US Heinz, it is fairly similar to US Germany mid-range. Both are fighting for the front line, both are fairly aggressive but not that fast compared to J Aggro. But Heinz has a major benefit over US midrange. And this are the tanks. You see, half tracks are completely useless against Wild Eyes if he's getting the US midrange against Heinz matchup. Because what are you going to send back? One little Burks Pioneer? It's
Yeah.
The Jagdbomber, fine for Wild Eyes, I believe. They are both very similar, and of course, it's crucial to get into the front line, to fight into the front line. But the Heinz deck has maybe a small advantage here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in general, like what we're seeing here, it's all going to be about tempo, and I think draws and how you push tempo is going to play a big part, as it does in aggro. Let's take a look at J King's decks real quick, starting with his Jagro deck, and this is, I believe, the only Jagro deck that we're seeing in the tournament. And again, you can see it's aggressive by the amount of 1 and 2 drops you have in there, right? That's a whole lot. And then, of course, packing that Feigned Retreat. And for anybody, joining us for the first time here, Feigned Retreat just gets rid of anything that's in your hand. But whenever you play a unit, you draw another card. And this is a very unit-heavy deck, so you're able to absolutely flood the board if you're able to get the Feigned Retreat off. And that's a part of your win condition, given the amount of burn that you're able to deliver within a single turn when you can just deploy.
Absolutely right. Big O. And this is not only the only J Aggro deck list, it's the only Japan list we are seeing today from every competitor. Like Drogia was playing the only Soviet deck.
Yeah.
But this will change definitely with the new cards and the next balance patch.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the next deck here for J King. Again, a familiar sight here. USA, main nation, Germany as the ally. Mid-range is what we're calling it. I mean, it does play fairly aggressively up into that front line, but then kind of curves out and does extremely well in the mid-game. Anything unique about this deck, or is this like, we've seen it, we know what it does, we can move on to the next one?
Yeah, I just want to mention that he's running 2 Blitzkrieg. Most of the players are not running Blitzkrieg at all, maybe one of them, but he's running 2 of them. So this has way more high roll potential. You're getting to the front line and just killing your opponent. So this is a lot of tempo. And
or you can draw both Blitzkriegs in a row with an empty hand and no units on board, which is
or is that. If you're not very lucky with your draws, for example, when all 4 Shermans and 2 Weekend Duels are in the bottom 13 cards, well, but this wouldn't happen on stage.
All right, final list here for J King. Brit Air, we know it. It's been around in cards since 2019 pretty much, right? Brit Air has always been in cards. It's one of the staples. We've seen it a lot here today. Anything unique that J King is doing with his Brit Air version?
I'm looking for some differences between Wild Eyes and J King right now, but I think they are just playing the same deck.
Yeah. All right, that's going to be it in terms of the deck reviews. Now let's take a look at the bans and how they look coming into this. Wild Eyes having his US deck banned out, and J King having his US deck banned out. So the most popular deck that we've been seeing all tournament not available in this series, and I think that's super fun because that means we get to see all the other decks.
Yeah, that's great. Of course, J King is going to ban the US deck because Wild Eyes has so many anti-air. J King wouldn't stand a chance. Well, both Brit Air decks are pretty similar. The only difference now is Heinz versus J Aggro. What is a very interesting matchup. It's pretty even, I might say. It's depending on who's getting into the front line. If White Eyes able to park 3 German tanks in the front line, buffing them as we can do it, and the Alliance, yeah, J King wouldn't stand a chance. If J King is able to hold the front line and White Eyes has to trade into it over and over again, with the first signal regiment on board, J King will burn White Eyes down pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that we get to see a Brit Air mirror matchup, and then we get to see these two go at it with the two Jagro versus Fast Heinz. I think that's going to be an extremely exciting matchup. But there we go, Brit Air matchup, mirror matchup, and we have it confirmed. These are the exact same decks for both players. So this comes all the way down to draws and skill. I'm looking at the first few cards in hand there, and I mean, from the looks of it, I think J King might have found a slightly better starting hand here. Um, there we go. Wild Eyes popped in. Yeah, no 1-drop there for Wild Eyes, having to pass on turn 1 over to J King. No 2-drop either.
Yeah, this is not looking great for Wild Eyes. And well, going second can be beneficial. I think usually it is beneficial in the mirror matchup because you are having more airplanes, more options to play. White Eyes not finding anything feels very bad here. He's going
Yeah.
first and has no option, while J King is going second, having more option and having practically the board. But it's only one little unit, so it's not that bad. Bright Eyes now can either draw more cards, what is a nice choice here, or could have played the Hurricane. Both
So
options are very available.
what's the reasoning? Why would you draw instead of dropping the Hurricane there? Given the state of the board, is it just that you expect there to be a good answer on the other side?
Yeah, White Eyes is expecting air superiority on J King's side, and White Eyes is only having for turn 4 the Hurricane with 3 credits, while J King is able to drop an Hurricane now or a second airplane and close air support. So what Wild Eyes is doing is waiting to the next turn, looking for more options, of course, but also having the Hurricane plus air superiority for the next turn ready.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Now, Wild Eyes finally having some credits and cards to work with. J King having established a fairly handsome board there. Do you if you're Wild Eyes here? Do you drop like that swordfish and double air superiority to just clear those bombers off the board, or do you have to play the long game and look to develop your own board and worry less about what J King has already slammed down?
I don't really like any option. Like using both air superiorities against HMS is trading 2 for 1 against his favor. Just dropping the Hurricane and killing the Gladiator or the Swordfish doesn't look enough. Well, he's taking a bite into the sour apple and just clearing the board.
Yeah,
It hurts because yeah, we can see both Hurricanes in the hand of J King.
Absolutely. And I mean, we're also seeing the calm before the storm. And I mean, just imagine if Jaking was at 5 credits here, now, he could drop 2 planes, calm before the storm, and have a really, really, really dangerous board. I mean, that might even be viable for him to do, given kind of the pace that Wild Eyes is at, to just drop another swordfish or a gladiator and calm before the storm, right? Just pour on the pressure.
Is it just me? Is the tea a little bit more milky than usual?
No, this is just our view is
Our
slightly
view.
kind of more
Ah,
bright than what goes out on stream, right? But the hot milk is definitely steaming.
yeah, the steam is going to the stage here, like this rock thing behind White Eyes. It's looking very fancy.
Yeah, that's a cool statue Wild Eyes is showing us there. At some point, we need to get the story behind that statue. But now, Jaking finding a way to deal with the board there of Wild Eyes. Wild Eyes did spend most of his turn just clearing last time. Now it's starting to look fairly daunting here for Wild Eyes. Not a lot of responses and no good way to really get rid of that 4/6 swordfish that has been developed.
Well, ideal would be the Rough Lightning, but J King just dropping 2 1 credit fighter, playing close air support, killing White Eyes units. It's such a massive play and tempo for J King here. He can even trade this little fighter and playing Calm Before the Storm to make his airplanes truly superior.
Yeah, I mean, a calm before the storm at this point would make that what a 7/6, a 4/4/4/4. That is a whole host of damage, and in fact, it's almost close to lethal. It's 15 damage. Now, a swordfish picked up by Wild Eyes. He's a couple credits short from being able to maximize the effectiveness of an HMS into an Empire Strikes Back. An Empire Strikes that kind of AoE board clear is something that he needs to find now if he wants to stand any chance of making it back into the game.
Maybe he even needs the 8 credit play, the HMS and the Swordfish into the Empire Strikes to have 4 damage AoE.
Oh yeah. I mean,
King playing so smart. He's not even taking the risk. The Monty top deck. White Eyes is able to play Monty and the Mosquito to damage the 7/6 bomber.
and you saw him. He nodded his head. He knew
Yeah.
exactly this is what he needed. This is one of the few cards that would allow him to really, really capitalize on this and lock J King off the board.
Finding a buff. Not finding a buff. He needed to find a close air support to buff his Hurricane to prepare the next turn, but even Calm Before the Storm wouldn't be enough to hold against the Empire Strikes.
Yeah, now J King just having to pass the turn.
Yeah,
And now, I mean, now Wild Eyes has it. He's got the perfect combo. He's got the full 8 credit combo that you talked about, and the Empire Strikes is going to deal 4 across everything, clearing the board, and the tempo has swung in the direction of Wild Eyes. Let's not forget, though, he did spend a lot of resources to get the tempo back. But no, it's right
Now
back at you.
White Eyes turn, playing Monty, deploying units.
Man, filling your back line up against somebody that has Monty available is it's not a great idea, but sometimes desperation calls for it. I wonder, Wild Eyes, he could have floated a credit. He could have not dropped the final
Yeah.
swordfish, left a spot open, and still cleared the board, right?
If he would have done that, he could have played the Sexton to pin the Hurricane.
Yeah.
But now J King doesn't even has to play the Wellington, but with close air support,
It's gonna be it.
it's game. J King once again abusing a little mistake of his opponents to finish that game.
Yeah, exceptionally well played there from J King. I mean, obviously he just had the tempo from the very get-go, but Wild Eyes managed to claw it back. Maybe got a little bit greedy in that extra 1 damage, blocking up the full support line. Not taking into account, the counter Monty.
Just a little mistake, or just something you could have played different. Like
Yeah, I
if
mean,
King wouldn't have Monty and the Hurricane, this would have been a different story.
exactly. It's just one of those kind of situational plays that you don't really know if it's correct or not until you see the enemy play the Monty, right?
Yeah.
I think there's definitely like we could sit here probably for the rest of today and talk about like if Wild Eyes wants to win the game, having fallen this far behind, used both his air superiorities and a lot of his kind of resources that he had available, he needed to take the more aggressive, greedy line there, right? And it's only wrong if King happens to have the Monty, which he did in that case. So, well played by both players. King had what he needed.
Indeed. Well, and that's the point. For us, it's easy to judge. We are seeing both hands. We are knowing all the cards. But the player, they don't have this information. For the player, it's just the odds. Like how likely is King having this one card preventing the complete tempo swing in Wild Eyes direction? How big are the average chances for Wild Eyes to win if he's not committing fully right now when he has the chance to do so?
Exactly. Now we see King bringing his Jagro deck, Wild Eyes sticking with Brit Air, favoring Brit Air chances versus this Jagro list over his Fast Heinz deck, uh, which I would say doesn't necessarily bode too well for Game 3 for Wild Eyes if we do go there, right? He's basically saying that his better deck against this list from King is going to be knocked out. So it's going to be an interesting one, but King already finding a little bit of what he needs from the start, the 16th Regiment there, taking the front line, pouring on the pressure from turn 1. Now Wild Eyes faced with a decision. Does he drop the Swordfish or does he use the air superiority to relieve the pressure? What do you think?
King is showing some merch. he got from cards. Well, usually I'm playing this exactly like Wild Eyes, playing air superiority, killing the front line, not receiving damage. Like King could have the type 95 to get +1 damage for his frontline cavalry regiment to kill the swordfish if he's deciding to do so. So I wouldn't recommend risking it. King maybe would have been able to kill the swordfish, and when J-Aggro is killing your bombers, you're in a very tough decision as Brit Air. King has Wirbelwind in his hand, but he's unable to get it into the front line yet, and he don't want to risk it getting killed again. Wild Eyes now needs to think about dropping Swordfish, killing this unit, prevent more card draw, or playing the Rough Buffalo to get like more stats on the field.
I mean, personally, I like the the Raph Buffalo better here as a line. I do understand the line of like I want to keep the board down.
If you're seeing the hands, obviously.
Sure.
If not seeing the hands, White Eyes sees King is only having 3 cards. Of course, he's going to kill it. He wants to prevent the card draw.
Yeah, for sure. And now, King's hand is looking mighty fine, I gotta say. He has a way to dump his hand, and he could even potentially be playing Feigned Retreat close to on curve, given what his next couple of draws are.
And yeah, he has a Sendai regiment to deal with the first close air support. The second type 9040K to pin another buffed unit. He's able to move with the Wirbelwind to kill a bomber. It's looking very good for King. But Wild Eyes found his 3rd air superiority, able to kill the Wirbelwind, trading both other units to empty the board again. This is looking good for Wild Eyes again. Of course, we know King has Sendai regiment and Frightened Retreat, but right now, I think it's looking fairly well. White Eye's not even choosing to play the air superiority. Maybe he's keeping it for the Sender regiment. I don't know. But it's another way to deal with the first signal regiment, for example. It's very hard to kill that otherwise.
Yeah, and I
And-
mean, I think for me, the big thing here is just the amount of kind of answers J-King has, right? He's able to Sendai that first buffed unit. He then has the Type 94K, and he's able to basically pin and then destroy any unit that he wants. So, still a lot of pressure here for J-King, a lot of resources and ways to deal with whatever happens on the board.
White Eye's playing the Hurricane. See, he could have played Finest Hour onto the Rough Buffalo and trading into the front line. That would have been a cool move too. But
Yeah.
getting the Hurricane, if J-King is not dealing with it right now, he can buff it with Finest Hour and deal 10 damage. That's very powerful too.
Yeah, and I mean, I think also, I mean, the Raft Buffalo, and this is one thing that I'm personally not experienced enough to be able to tell you exactly how this works, but the Raft Buffalo gets +1/+1 whenever it survives combat, right? So, getting that +2/+2 on it might be, even more worth in the long run. But J-King really popping off here, and look at how he's setting up the Feigned Retreat.
The Type 95 top deck to kill the entire board was so strong for J-King. That was so painful to watch. White Eye's finding 2 convoys. What is fine? I mean, it's not looking bad for him right now, but J-King's able to cavalry regiment and fight and retreat.
That was so perfect. Finding a 1-drop for J-King so that he could just perfectly and, completely efficiently get it out. Now
Yeah.
this is going to be a battle for Wild Eyes. He's going to need to find his AoE, and he's going to need to find it like 3 turns ago at this point. He needs to be able.
More important is to find like a lethal combo with close air support, Hurricane, Finest Hour. For now, he can play Sexton to pin the cavalry regiment and kill the Type 95 with the Wellington. I would love to see that, but looks like he's going to kill 2 units.
I really like, you need to take the Type 93 out.
Yeah.
And then, establishing the Wellington makes a ton of sense. The problem with this is that he has to go for the Arado now.
Yeah, this was a little misplay. He could have saved 1 HP on the Wellington.
I mean, that 1 HP is the difference between whether it lives or dies, right? There's 2 0 op cost units there in the front line that'll deal a combined 3 damage.
Wow.
Oh, and the Signal Regiment as well. Man, this burn is going to be coming in fast.
And another Type 93. This is not looking that great. And Sheeden popping off.
Yeah, and I mean, he's holding the Type 93, he's holding the Signal Regiment, and he's basically saying, okay, I'm fielding a fairly unassuming board right now, right? Yes, there are multiple units in the front line, but combined, they're only going to deal 7 damage. So if you're Wild Eyes, you are inclined to go like, you know what? I can take one more round of this, if you're in a tough spot. However, next turn, boom, 4 extra damage. The Signal Regiment, an extra 4 damage as well. That's +8 damage on top of the already 7. So that's, that becomes 15 over time.
Yeah, absolutely right. And J-King is not going to get like less units. And with White Eyes already played 3 air superiorities. No, it's super hard to get rid of the first signal regiment. You see there are already 6, 7 units on the field. Even if he finds an Empire Strikes and kills every unit, it's killing him.
I mean, he still has yet to attack with pretty much any of the units in the front line. So, man, what a massive turn, and really, really showcasing the power of Feigned Retreat.
Yeah, Feigned Retreat, such an It was for a long time an underestimated card, but at some point, I think 9 months ago, people started to play this in tournaments. People started to really make plays like this with this card. J Aggro, yeah, it's super powerful, super explosive, but runs out of steam a lot of the time, but not if you are able to hit in turn 6 or turn 7, frighten retreat.
Yeah, I mean,
The power of card draw is just incredible. He's having
there we go. The surrender even comes in, and that's it. Wild Eyes just knows. He knows what's coming. The feigned retreat was just too powerful to deal with. And I mean, if you look at what was left in G King's hand, he had the bombing raid. He had plenty of damage on board. It kind of didn't matter if Wild Eyes was at 20 HP. If he was at 25, this game was over.
yeah.
In the absence of what were we really looking for there from like Wild Eyes? He needed to find the Monty. He needed to find an Empire Strikes.
It was too late. It was already too late. He he needed to control the board earlier and not losing his airplanes in those trades. He could have played this different, but he couldn't know what J King had or top deck, like the second Type 95. That was unfortunate for him. And more important, J King had the card draw on time. He really relies on that, the power of the infinite card draw with First Signal Regiment to close the back. If J King would have run out of time, like trading equally till turn 5 and then J King just top decking one unit, doing nothing, top decking another unit, doing nothing, this would have been a different story. But yeah, sometimes it's just the one card, the Monty, the Frightened Retreat you need to have to be able to win.
Yeah, I mean, I think J King, like, both he got the correct cards, but he also he played perfectly to set up Feint Retreat, right? Like he utilized his options to deal with buffs at the right times. He utilized them with the kind of right credit costs to set it up. Then, of course, I mean, he did get extremely lucky drawing a 1-drop alongside the Feint Retreat, but it doesn't matter what you draw there, you're always going to just pop the Feint Retreat. You get so much power throughout the rest of the game. Talk about, like, as well, he didn't have his Signal Regiment removed by then, right? So if you're able to basically pop off Feint Retreat and you still have your Signal Regiment available, I would say, you are in an extremely powerful position.
Yeah. Unless you're playing against a KV1, then it's deadly.
That is absolutely true. Well, that's going to be it for us for this series. We'll throw it back to the desk where Bubbles and Christo are waiting for you all.
That was another great series. I know the 2-0 score doesn't necessarily make it out to seem like it was as close or as hard fought as it was. But, in game one, Wild Eyes playing the Monty thinking, okay, I got a chance to come back from this, only to be Monty'd in return. And that kind of spelled the end of that first game. And then we saw Feigned Retreat just come in huge bubbles. Those were tight games. And then there was just that moment where everything clicked. And that's how quickly those aggro lists can kind of snowball to defeat your opponent.
I think what we're seeing as well is J King's expertise in these, tempo mirror matchups, aggro mirror matchups. When it's aggro against aggro, tempo against tempo, J King just seems to be dominating. He just seems to be having no trouble really pushing his advantage game and game again. And you can say, oh, he got lucky against Droggear. He got this turn 1 Pioneers and Droggear can answer it. He got this, he got that. He's doing it consistently. Mm-hmm. And you can't blame RNG when someone is doing it consistently. He is consistently blowing everyone out in these aggro mirror matches. I think one of the few ways someone may be able to take him down this OCC is if they can beat him with control or potentially OTK in the finals. But, I'm doubtful that will happen at best. It really seems like this may be J King's tournament to take at the moment because he's just completely dominating in these games.
Well, and you mentioned, maybe an OTK list might be able to defeat him, but with the types of lists he's brought, things that are very tempo heavy, things that are very aggressive, it does give that OTK list less time to be able to find the pieces that they need to be able to pull that off. And like you said, Bubbles, just the way J King is able to handle these situations, it just goes to show the comfort within the matchups, the comfort within the list that they are bringing. We saw the win rate up around 68% or something. To your point, that's not RNG. There's no way any type of RNG gets you to that sort of win rate. That is knowing the cards, that is knowing your decks, that's knowing your matchups.
Absolutely. And I mean, he is unbelievably experienced, and not just experienced in the game. A lot of people are very experienced in cards. I've played cards for thousands of hours, but the difference between J King's thousands of hours and my thousands of hours is mine are just me playing regular ladder in a regular setting. J King's thousands of hours are him competing at the top of ladder and in tournaments. Every hour I play of cards, J King is playing an hour of competitive cards, so he's got this edge over everyone in just experiencing competitive environments. I do think he may be one of the most, experienced in competitive environments there is out of anyone here, especially when it comes to cards. We have had people come in from other games, old Magic pros or this sort of thing, sort of Blue Blast used to play Magic competitively, who have that experience for them. But when it comes to raw cards competitive experience, I think J King has to take the crown. And I mean, he's in every tournament. That gives him a big edge in practicing competitively. And I think it's sort of hit a boiling point in tournaments where if you're not able to counter him, if you're not able to control him, he will just blow you out because of that experience. He knows what he's doing.
Exactly. It's like you said, he's really getting every bit of experience he can out of every hour he plays this game. It's not a question of, I know you love your combo decks. I know you love your memes. So you're playing it, you're enjoying yourself, you're having fun. Not to say that J King's not having fun winning. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure he does, but he's making sure he gets every ounce out of every hour he plays so that he can be better in that next matchup, in that next series. And it's like you said, he's had so much experience at the top that I don't think there's anybody out there, even Drogear.
Oh, we appear to have you appear to have had some connection there issues there, Christo.
My bad. Yeah, my camera just dropped off for a second there. Is it back? Is it not?
You are doing a freeze, but you're practicing an impression of Wild Eyes' statue.
It's an amazing statue.
I will say it's a remarkably good statue, and that is a remarkably good impression. We do have the brackets here. We see J King versus Wild Eyes, which is the match we just saw, which J King did 2-0 Wild Eyes, so that puts him forward to the finals. But we now have the OTK match. The OTK match, which is the one I'm looking forward to the most. How do you feel going into this OTK match? Do you think OTK is going to be the target banned, or do you think it's not going to get bothered to get banned? Do you think it's going to be another case of, I can take this OTK, oh my god, I'm dead?
Man, I don't know. It's such a situation where after you saw the dominant performance in the first series, you have to ask yourself, do I want that player? Do I want Dan to have the opportunity to do that again? And you know what? I just think that if you know it's coming, you tell yourself you have this false sense of security that I can handle this. I'm going to be able to push. I'm going to be able to, put the pressure on and win this matchup. Now, I haven't seen Artemisia's lists yet because we have not gone through them. And I know you and Ollie are going to do that in just a moment, but I think part of it is going to be a question of, exactly what type of list they have brought. If they're a little bit more on the aggro side of things, then I think there's a possibility there that putting that pressure on the combo lists could be the way to go.
Yeah, I do think it's very dependent on the deck list. I mean, if you have things like Soviet control and Germany control, you can sort of say, well, I can beat the Brit deck list, the Brit OTK, and I can do my best against the autocannon. So I'll ban the autocannon and I'll beat the Brit one. So I think it depends on what Artemisia has as well. And we will see that in just a moment. Although I do, rather excitingly, want to say that I did sneakily have time to make a new Ollie meme during that. And I'm excited to see what the community brew up as the image gets shared around and posted. I'm excited to see what we get over the next few days.
I have to say the one you put together and shared with me was pretty good. So I am also excited to see what the community can put out there, because, you know, Big O is going to have a whole lot of big memes over the next couple of days. Bubbles, I know you've got to go get ready to cast the next series. To give you a little bit of a minute to get yourself all sorted here, we have a little bit of a video that you have put together around some of the new cards, but specifically around draft. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it's with Dynamo D, who is a draft expert by all meanings. He is one of the most experienced draft players out there that frequently streams, up there with players like Today's Gain, who is another household name. So I got Dynamo in to be my sort of draft expert, because the reality is he's just far more experienced and knowledgeable in it than I am, and I feel like I'd be a little bit out my element without him now. So I brought him in, and we sort of went through all the new cards together, and we just got a real snippet from each one. We spent like 1 to 2 minutes. We've not given them an exact rating. It's just sort of Dynamo's general feeling. I like this, I don't like this, you could do this, you could do that. So it's very short, it's very snappy, it's very easy to consume. It's sort of like a pack of chips, but for draft, you know, it's like a packet of cards chips. It's very easy, you know, and it's lovely. It's going to be great. So check that out. And it is also on the Cards War Room channel, which there's going to be a lot of content going up there. We're going to have things for newer players like beginner guides. We're going to have draft related things for draft players, but we are also going to have things for experienced players. We do have some very, very knowledgeable people who want to make content, such as Darkness, for example, who is obviously an expert on the game, and he's going to be producing more veteran player experience. So no matter how experienced you are, go and search on YouTube, Cards War Room, and leave a subscribe, and you will get notified of all our videos, and there will be a lot of good cards content to come.
Awesome. Well, I, for one, am excited to see that. Let's jump into that draft video, and then I will be back here on the host desk with Darkness.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Cards War Room channel. The latest expansion, World at War Escalation, has just released, and today I have quite the treat for you. Myself and our special guest Dynamo will be reviewing all the new cards for the draft format and helping you get to those 7 wins as soon as possible. I don't think we're going to dilly-dally for too long. We're just going to get straight into it, starting with Japan, who have the new Sakura Regiment. Now this is the 1 drop for Japan. It's a 1/3 that gets +2 attack if you have fewer cards in your hand than your enemy. How do you feel about this, considering draft?
I think this is going to be really good. Sometimes you run yourself into some draw issues. This card really gets buffed if you are low in hand. You get to play this on turn 1, or if you're going first. It's a 3/3 with 1 op, which is very strong.
Sure, and I mean, at worst, it's a 1/3 for 1, which is sort of the standard, the gold standard. That's what a Greyhound is, that's what a Red Devil is. At worst, it's not bad, right?
Exactly. And, you know, most people, when they draft their decks, they're not going to have a big early game. So this card has a great chance of popping off.
And then the next card for Japan is Southern Plan, which costs 4 credits. It's an order. It gives you 1 extra credit slot and takes away one of your opponents. You sort of steal the credit slot from your opponent. How do you feel about this as a draft card?
Ramp is something you never really go for in draft, and there's not a lot of ramp synergy in the Japan library. So I don't see this card going to see a lot of play in draft. You can get a little bit of a tempo out of it, but you're not going to play this on curve. And there's very little synergy.
Sure, makes sense. And those are the 2 Japanese cards. We've got no others in the Escalation expansion. So we're going to get straight into the Soviets with the 52K. Now this is a 2/2 artillery for 3 credits with 2 operation cost. And the deployment effect, deal 4 damage to target enemy air unit, which does take out a good chunk of the air units in the game. It will take out most of the problematic bombers. A couple, such as the B-17, may get past it, but for the most part, this is going to kill most of them. How do you feel about this, Dynamo?
Very strong deployment. It's really odd for Soviets, which lack deployment effects. So basically, this is a 3k 4 damage to any air units, and then you get a 2/2 artillery on top of that. Can be very strong. I think where this card really hurts is the 2 operations. You're spending a lot of credits just to get 2 attack. It's not that great, but everybody loves guarded arty, so this is going to see a lot of play.
Sure, and I mean, it's going to take out those bombers you have to get past the guards as well. It reminds me of their other anti-air artillery, which is the 1-1-for-1, which can be really, really frustrating to deal with. And then the next card for the Soviets is the 60th Cavalry Regiment. This is a 4-drop. It has 1 operation cost. It's got a 3/6 body of ambush, and it means players, now take in mind this is both players, can only give 1 order per turn. How do you feel about the 60th Cavalry Regiment, Dynamo?
If you're not looking at the passive here, it's a 3/6 with ambush. Very strong, great stat line. Definitely on its own, very strong. Then you add on to this passive and stuff like that. You're not going to have a lot of orders in your deck, or you try not to get a lot of orders. So there's not a lot of anti-synergy that's going to hurt this card. Then you just throw ambush on top of that. It's going to be very strong. Great with the Zitnomir. I think it's going to see a lot of play, especially in ladder 2.
Sure, a potential card to look out for. And then the final one for Soviets, possibly the sort of strangest one of them all, is Machines of War. It's a 5k order, and it adds the top Soviet infantry in your deck to your support line. Now, I have seen a bit of confusion among some users about what top means. It doesn't mean the highest cost, it means the card that is highest on top of your deck, closest to the top of your deck. So this will grab the highest infantry, and it will put it into your support line. How do you feel about Machines of War, Dynamo?
There's not a lot of high expensive Soviet infantry units that are more than 5k. So you really want to get value out of this. So you're going to want to snipe those big high cost infantry units. That's going to limit your draft choices going through if you pick this early. You're going to have to pick it late game, and even then you're probably not going to get a lot of value out of this. The only time where you're going to get a lot of tempo is if you play this on curve. And if you've got those high-cost infantries, it's a lot of ifs there. I don't see a lot of play.
So very situational at best.
Very situational.
And then moving on to the US of A, we have the first card for them, which is an elite. It's the 5th Medical Battalion. It costs 4. It has 1 operation cost, 0 attack, and 5 defense. But its active ability is your other units have +1 attack and are fully repaired at the end of each of your turns. So this gives all of them +1 attack, much like the Type 93 from Japan, and then it will repair them continuously every turn, including the turn you deploy this. You deploy this, and when you end your turn, it will repair your units. How do you feel about the 5th Medical Battalion, Dynamo?
This is a great technical card. In draft, you're always looking for the great trades. This card's going to give you those great trades. The only downside is you're not going to play this on curve, and you're not going to play it by itself, so it can be a dead card in hand. I think where this card really shines is the wording at the end of your turn. This way you can trade and then get huge tempo swings when all your units get healed up again.
Sure, and I think there is a little bit of sort of niche combo with that US unit which dupes itself when it gets repaired. You can potentially... if you find both of those in your draft, just print out a bunch of units, which could be quite funny. But no, so this card is not always going to be very useful, but when you can sort of get it off, and when you get it off into that later bit of the game, it can really swing a lot of tempo in your direction. Is that right?
That's correct. Some might call it kind of a win more. You're going to play it when you're already ahead. So this is not going to get you ahead, but it's definitely going to put you in a greater trading position.
And then finally, this is the last card for the Escalation expansion, and I think this is possibly the most exciting one for draft, or at least I thought it was. It's a 6-drop with 2 operation cost. It's the M4A2. Now this is a 4/4 tank, but when you deploy it, it adds a copy of itself to your support line. So you get 2 4/4 tanks for 6 credits, which seems to me to be a lot of value. How do you feel about this, Dynamo?
You're always looking for those 2-for-1 cards in draft to get super value. This card just kind of ticks that box. You're getting 8/8 of stats for 6k, which is great. Of course, where this card kind of whittles down is that it's split between 2 units. 4 health is kind of doesn't really have that stickiness power that you're looking for, but definitely if you've got some draw issues, this is going to give you a ton of value.
Sure, it sort of reminds me of the Soviet card where you get 2 of your T-34s added to your support line. However, this costs 6, and then they don't have Blitz, and they're obviously a bit smaller, but I was under the impression that not having blitz is less important for draft, where things are less about quickly getting things done, but more getting this value attrition war. Do you think the fact that this doesn't have blitz is going to make it suffer at all in draft, or do you think it will be able to overcome that with its pure value that it offers?
It's going to get you kind of ahead if you're behind in draw and stuff like that, and you're looking for answers and stuff like that. Yeah, it does not have blitz, so it doesn't have that wow factor where you get the value right away. But I think it's going to get you out of a tough spot, just getting some units on the board for value. Again, you're not going to be playing this until probably turn 7, maybe turn 8, and you're not going to be able to operate it until the next turn. So you could put yourself in a bad position. It can be a potential bad tempo turn, but what you get out of it at the end can be great.
And there you have it. That is our short summary of all the new cards in the World at War Escalation expansion. And be sure to subscribe to the War Room channel, leave a like to catch our next videos, and then do check the description as well. There will be a link to Dynamo's Twitch. Go and check him out, go and follow, go and subscribe, and just make sure to get involved. Leave a comment, let us know how you feel about these cards, let us know if you managed to get any cool wins with these new cards, and we will catch you guys next time.
Those Ollie memes are really taking off, and I have to say I am absolutely impressed and thrilled that these exist. While Ollie and Bubbles are getting ready to cast our next matchup, I am joined by Darkness. Darkness, how are you feeling after that last ammo versus ammo head-to-head?
I really enjoyed this matchup. I'm a little bit sad this went 2-0. It definitely wasn't that dominant. Sure, there were some minor misplays on White Eye's sides, but I think he deserved at least one win. Bringing from his decks, he was bringing from the from his mechanics and skill he was showing. Well, he bet 9-5 2-0, but sadly we didn't see that. So. And yeah, of course, it's always a little bit of mixed feeling when I see my ammo team member and I know one of them is going to lose, one of them has to lose. This is a little sad, of course, but I'm very happy for J King. Congrats for reaching the final. I will definitely root for him with my heart while being neutral on the broadcast. And I'm happy to watch some more of White Eyes. White Eyes deserves some more spotlight. He's playing a lot of cards. He's putting a lot of time and effort into it, and he deserves some time to shine, or at least to have the chance.
I absolutely agree with you. I think, and I discussed this with Bubbles before, you know, it was a closer matchup than it seemed to be just based on the score. But like you said, those little minute errors that can occur when you're playing against somebody like J King, who knows exactly how to take advantage of them, any mistake could potentially spell your undoing. So it's a little bit of what we saw, but I agree. I look forward to seeing Wild Eyes continue to get better and continue to compete in the future. Now speaking about our second semifinal, so determining who's going to go ahead and face J King in the final, we've got a heck of a matchup as well. Now, we haven't seen Artemisia's lists yet. We have not seen them compete. They ended up with a bye in the first round, but they're taking on Deanne, who we've seen with OTK combo decks, we've seen baby combo, we've seen all kinds of shenanigans go on that have allowed them to make it to the semifinals. So Bubbles asked me the question, and I want to redirect it to you, Darkness, because I think you're infinitely more educated and able to answer this. Knowing what's happened with the OTK list in the past, if you're Artemisia looking at the list, do you try and ban one of them, or do you decide you want to try and exploit those combo lists?
That's a very good question. So I know Artemisia. I played in the qualifier against him, and it was at the very end of the qualifier, and I lost against him. He played, and he's bringing Brit Air, US mid range, and German Italy control. I very underestimated the German Italy control, but I don't believe Diane will underestimate that. So Diane should ban this control list of Artemisia, leaving Zay with US mid-range and Brit Air. And we saw against Vinny that this matchup is quite favorable for Diane. So Artemisia have to react, and I'm expecting Zay to ban Britain to stop being stomped by this combo. This is what I would expect here.
And it's always tough to say because, you know, to your point, you might know what's coming from a combo perspective, but do you draw the right cards? Are you able to sequence them to correctly to take advantage of that? And I think that's where the little nuances of gameplay are going to come down to. So we have Ollie and Bubbles ready to break down Artemisia's list because we have not seen them yet, and then go through the bans. So Darkness, let's see if you are right in what you're expecting to see when it comes down to the bans.
Thank you so much for that, Christo. Myself and Bubbles are here. I've just been crying with laughter from looking at these different memes as they are populated. Fantastic job on that. And today has been just so much fun. But Bubbles, let's not waste any time here. Let's take a look at Artemisia's deck, starting with their Brit Air deck. And to me here, slight change to what we're used to seeing. There are 3 types of cards coming in from Japan instead of just the normal 2.
It's a very Japan populated deck. I mean, there's an entire 6 Japanese cards here. You may as well just make it Japan main nation.
Pretty much. But what's the takeaway here? Why are they bringing that additional Japanese cards?
They have the Type 94 TK, which when you play it, it gives you a surprise attack. And what this does is it targets a unit, pin it, if it's already pinned, destroy it. So this combos very well with the Albacore for clearing the front line or dealing with problem units. This gives you an extra piece of hard removal. And while Brit Air has very powerful cards, and it does have some very efficient removal in things like air superiority, it doesn't really have any hard removal. So this just gives it a little bit of that. It also works very well with the Sexton. And Monty, as you can Sexton a unit and then remove it forever, or you can Monty or Shalling and then use this. So it just gives you a little bit more removal. We do also see cards like the Ultra coming out, which means this is just a little bit more of a conservative way of playing this deck. And obviously the Churchill are there. Couldn't remember the name of the tank for a second then. So we do see a little bit slower pace, a little bit more conservative. So when you're doing things a bit slower, there is more need for good removal for problem targets. So I think that's why we're seeing a little bit more from Japan here.
It's going to be very interesting to see how that performs in game, especially given that Dion is bringing a couple of combo decks, right? So speed is of the essence. It might not be of an advantage here to have a slightly more slow-paced, control-oriented Brit Air deck. But next deck here from Artemisia, this one is a fairly familiar one. This one can put on the tempo, right? USA, main nation, Germany ally, really focused on taking that front line and delivering the damage as quickly as possible.
Yeah, now we do see a few different variants of this, which just change their sort of outside cards a little bit. One of them here is that we've not seen this Geberg's Pioneer ran in this one. We've seen this get taken out in Artemisia's version, which means we're not going to have any of this insane, being 1 or 2 turns ahead that we saw from J King. But this doesn't mean the deck is much slower. The deck is still very, very fast-paced and very capable of taking the front line early on. I do think this is a real threat, especially with these First Marines. You can give your HQ smoke screen, and this can save you for a number of turns against these Brit OTK decks where they want to use this big fighter. You rush up this. Okay, they deal with that, they survive that turn, but then you rush up the Whirlwind. There are quite a few problems for the Brit OTK deck in this deck here.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, and the final deck being brought here by Artemisia. It's not an aggressive deck. This time it's going to be Germany-Italy control. This is a deck that we have seen being brought here by, I believe, Drogear, and it was the one that was banned away from him in the matchup against J King.
I believe it was J King's that was banned. J King had a Germany-Italy, and that was banned.
Oh, yeah. My apologies.
However, this deck is very powerful, and once again, we see a few different variants of this, and it just sort of chucks in a few different cards with some other ones. We did also see Vinny bring this deck, I believe, but that didn't see play either, unfortunately. So we may get to see this for the first time, but this is quite a frightening deck to play against, so it's a very common deck to ban. It's very versatile, it's good against control and aggro, and it's still good against Germany USA Germany mid-range, which is very important. We see the GU88 come out, the Junkers, which is a very powerful card for the sort of long game against smaller units. You generate a lot from that. We do see the Schwabble for Bridair. We see the Skybounds, which is I think a bit of a Bridair tech, but also it's good in the mirror matchups against the enemy Schwabble. We see cards like the Flampans and the Panther G. But two cards stick out to me here, which is Wolfpack, which I think this deck is going to get targeted in the ban because of this Wolfpack. If you're playing combo, you don't want to have your key cards discarded. And then also a Semovente from Italy here. Now, this may seem very confusing to a lot of people, but there's actually a really neat combo here, which is the Semovente does double damage to tanks. So you put a Man Nostrum on a Semovente, you hit a tank, and it heals you for 8. If you do this on a Hellcat, for example, it can heal you for 10. There's the potential to do a lot of healing here. So it's very, very powerful in that sense. And when it's a 4/4 with heavy armor, it can trade quite efficiently into Shermans as well. So it gives it a little bit more healing and a little bit more trading capability. Even though that Sherman's been buffed by a weakened do it will still just get destroyed. It will take 8 damage from a Man Nostrum Semovente, and it cannot be bounced by things like the half track. So I really like this tech in here. I'm curious to see if we're going to get to see it used and how it will play out. But this has the potential to be a very smart decision.
Yeah, I went back and I confirmed that it was Drogear's German list that got banned out with the Italy backup. So I don't normally do this because I'm not normally correct, but I'm going to have to correct you on that, Bubbles.
I'm so sorry. I think I'm just going to leave, actually. Do you want to get someone else then?
You're fine. But yeah, no, I think you're correct, and I do think this one is going to get banned out, right? Because on Dion's side, right, that Wolfpack, you do not want to face it. You also don't want to face something that has a Mirror Nostrum and potential healing in it, right? Like you're looking to burn down the HQ, and a potential early Mirror Nostrum on an early unit starting to chip away. Putting you up to, let's say, 30 HP on your HQ could be the make or break on that combo hitting, right? So let's swap on over to Dion's decks. Now, these are pretty crazy. Let's be real, right? Starting with this Britain and Soviet deck, and this is the Britain OTK Spitfire deck, right? We did see this one pop off and win earlier. Yes, we did see it pop off and win earlier. I think this one is going to be the one that gets banned, personally.
I do think there's a strong possibility of it, especially when you're Artemisia here and you know your Germany-Italy one has a good chance of getting banned. That is your main way of dealing with this deck. So I do think there's a good chance of this deck being banned. However, you do have these First Marines and Whirlwinds, so maybe you feel you can take it in that. Just this deck's defensive capabilities are unmatched by almost any other deck. I think Resistance is one of the few decks that can sort of match this on defensive capabilities because you've got National Fire Service, you have the US Research to give your HQ just complete protection, and then on top of that you're constantly healing. You're playing cards like Fortification and Naval Power alongside your Crusader to draw and heal at the same time. This deck is really difficult to kill.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely true. And I think you make a great point there. With the smoke screens, with the ability to pin, aircrafts on deployment, there are probably more tools in the toolbox here for Artemisia to deal with this one than the baby combo. Even though, baby combo is more likely to kill him without him being able to deal with it at all, right?
Sure.
Let's take a look at the next deck here, and that is indeed baby combo, right? Baby combo, not a term commonly known by everybody, but what that refers to is using the 15 centimeter autocannon from the German nation. That is an elite card, and it deals 2 damage to the NVHQ every time you deploy a unit. So you combo that with a rush production that basically gives you credit back at the expense of HP for your units, allowing you to practically deploy a whole host of units, your entire deck, and dealing 20, 30, 40 damage even within a turn. The only limiting or big limiting factor really once you get that combo going is going to be the clock.
Yeah, the clock is certainly the enemy, and often more so than the HQ or of your opponent actually. By the time you've deployed, I don't know, 6 or 7 units and you've used one of your industrial mites, you can essentially go on until the deck runs out. It's actually rare for you to run out of cards to play, but it's more you run out of time on the clock, or you run out of just, deck size. It's less, I've run out of draw. That's very rare. We also can see the issue of not enough space in the support line, which we did see earlier with this deck. But a sneaky Leopold hitting him down from 7 to 1, and then the Arado lethal. The Arado swooped in and took the kill. So this deck is very scary, and I do think if you're playing against this, especially if you're USA mid-range, you do need to be careful for these guards, these 2/5 guards that Dean can play for only 2 credits. I think you do have to be very cautious of those, because they're not what you really want to be focusing on. If you're spending credits half-tracking and 99thing those, you're spending your turn bouncing something which costs Dean 2 credits to redeploy. It's not a big commitment in the same way a C4 or a Grenadier Guards is to bounce, where you get this huge credit swing. You may even be spending more credits to bounce this than Dean is just to redeploy it. And you're doing this when the entire match is a race. You don't want to be wasting your turn bouncing things.
Exactly. And then final deck here from Dion is the one we saw banned in his first match of the day. It is the ever popular USA Germany mid-range aggressive deck, right? Fights for the front line and wants to deal damage to face. I think we're going to see this one played by Dion this time around. I do not think this one is going to get banned, given how potent his combos were earlier.
It's a very popular deck, and for good reason. It is possibly the most versatile deck in cards at the moment. It's sort of up there, I think actually above the Germany-Italy deck, which is well known and loved for its versatility. That's why it's so popular in tournaments, is because it's good against everything. This deck takes that to a level higher. Against aggro, you can take the front line often earlier than they can. You've got We Can Do It, so you can really secure the front line. And against control, you have cards like the Sherman and We Can Do It to just keep you going through the long game. So it's probably the most versatile deck in the game at the moment. And it also brings strength and power with that. It's often, you've got, this deck can play against anything, but it will lose against anything. This deck can play against anything and beat anything. I think it's up there in the, best decks at the moment, and I do believe this deck is the sole reason that Resistance is so popular at the moment. Is Resistance is one of the few decks that can actually handle this with its insane amounts of healing. But even that is starting to fall to this deck as people start to run these Blitzkriegs in it, which is becoming more popular, and we see that in DNZ. He's running a single copy of Blitzkrieg, meaning even if you heal to 30, 40, I can still do you a lot of damage very quickly.
All right, let's jump on over to the bans here before we get on into the match. And lo and behold, I told you I wasn't correct very often, and indeed I was incorrect on this one. Dion has his US mid-range deck banned, which means that Artemisia is just saying, hey, bring on those combos. I feel confident. And then, as we predicted, their Germany control deck being taken out. Dion not wanting to deal with that Wolfpack, not wanting to deal with that healing, as those could throw a wrench in his combo plans.
Me if I'm wrong here, but is this not the exact same matchups as before? Germany OTK and Britain OTK against USA mid-range and Britair. Is this not what he saw in round 1?
I think so.
We'll see if it works out any better for Artemisia here, but I do think Dion has potentially a big upside on this.
If Dion comes in here, first ever tournament that he plays, just because he was playing a lot of cards in December, he had Christmas break, happened to qualify for the OCC, runs into the tournament with 2 combo decks and makes it to the finals. I don't
combo
know.
decks to the finals, may we add. It's not like he's been, oh, I've got a combo deck, but it's only there as backup. No, he is fronting the combo decks.
Oh, absolutely.
And we see here USA mid-range coming out for Artemisia here, and Dian going with the Britain OTK. Now, there are a few key cards to look out for, like the First Marines and the Whirlwind, and potentially the Blitzkrieg. If Dian is caught out of position with the Blitzkrieg, it could just end the game on the spot.
Yeah, it definitely could. And the Pioneers being drawn here, turn 1 for Dion. He can establish those and will allow him to use some orders a little bit sooner. But crucially, I would say Red Devils here in the front line and the Chocolate Boys, the 32nd Infantry Regiment. They're called the Chocolate Boys because they're eating chocolate on the picture. I've seen a lot of people confused by this, so I just thought I'd clear it up once and for all. But promotion now being played for 2 credits, and that Spitfire already in hand, already promoted, already a threat.
Can I make a prediction? Which
Yes.
is Artemisia is going to flood the board with units. They're going to flood the front line and the support line with units. Dian is going to play Monty, and then he's going to delaying tactics the front line back to Artemisia's hand. You can, if the support line is full, anything in the front line gets sent back to hand. So you can pin the front line, cause Artemisia to go, well, I may as well fill up my support line while the board is pinned. I hope we see this.
I mean, I feel like Dion right now is getting everything that he wants to get and more, right? The Observer Core in hand is able, it's just ready and waiting to reduce the cost of something once he gets the combo pieces in. Oh, this is going to be interesting. I mean, he does have, like you said, delaying tactics. He has the Monty. He's got the National Fire Service. He's got plenty of ways to mitigate damage if he thinks he's ever under threat. But then, who knows? Maybe a well-timed Blitzkrieg, bites him in the ass.
Yeah, it can close out these games very suddenly. Some people may be wondering, why is Dian holding back this Observer Core? Why not just play it now? And I believe the reason for this is what Dian wants to do is find an aerial reconnaissance, make this cost 0, and then use it in combo with the Crusader for some free draw. You hold back this order, which costs 1 credit, right? You don't bother. Why do I talk? Everything I said just got removed. They found the aerial recon, and then they played it.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, he was. I think there's a few reasons why you play it there. I mean, maybe you play it to, you don't want to risk the overdraw. Thankfully, aerial reconnaissance did get procced, so I mean, he could have held it. But doesn't this also signal that you don't have aerial reconnaissance active, potentially?
Potentially, if Artemisia is reading into it, yes. I can say though, if I was
delaying tactics into a blocked support line.
And not just that, into a
scorched earth. Oh, and now it's going to cost 12 credits to move them all into the front line again.
No, and you can't deal with the Crusader. What can you do about the Crusader? You don't have a strap book on hand. And you know the funny thing is you're going to spend 4 credits moving up this Whirlwind. Oh, at least he can't blitz me now. And then it's just going to get delaying tactic again. The Whirlwind is countered by the delaying tactics. I hadn't even thought of this.
Wait, and it's even more so. Now that the We Can Do It has been popped, all of these guys will survive the shelling, right?
Oh,
so
no!
You can refill and block him out again. That is insane. I haven't seen delaying tactics used in this way.
Back to back, full pin. This is time right here. You are buying time for free. They've got a pass with 6 credits and a full hand.
Yes, and look at Dion's hand, right? He can.
He's getting close.
Doesn't he just have it?
No, I don't think he does. It's a 4/4. Right, it costs 2 credits to deploy. It gets buffed up by the finest hour, and it gets buffed up. So you have enough damage, but you don't have enough credits. The credits are the limiter. He does have the damage. He doesn't have the credits. It's 6 to deploy and attack twice. 1 to buff it with the finest hour, but you need to buff it twice. Beyond the finest hour. Finest hour makes it have 6 attack. Then you've got to do some other fancy stuff. And long story short, no.
Wait. With promotion is what, +2/+1 on deploy?
+2/+2.
+2/+2. So that makes it 6.
Artemisia's on 23.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's 6, and then it gets buffed for 2, so it's 8 and then it gets buffed for 3, so it's 11. You do 22 damage.
Oh, he doubles up on answers there to take out the whirlwind because he knows that's the big threat, right?
What?
Oh my god, that's so
What
painful.
do you
Spending
do here? What do you do? How can you play? What? You're no longer playing cards. You're watching someone else play cards against you. There's no options anymore.
Man, and whatever he moves up is just gonna get thrown right back into the support line. I'm gonna tax more credits.
And is that aerial reconnaissance may have given lethal?
Yes, it may have. Now it's gonna be 2.
It's lethal. It is.
Oh my god, that man, this deck did Viabator have delaying tactics? in
No,
his? No, he did not. Right?
Ian has taken it a notch higher and committed to the Spitfire side of things.
I mean, this feels like a tech against US aggro, right? It feels 100% tech
to 8
against
to 10
to 13, and with 4
That's
credits
twice,
left, that's twice. That's 26. Dion.
Artemisia doesn't even get to hit face once. They barely left their support line. Diane just destroys them.
No,
That was-
wait. They did leave the support line. Dion just
Barely.
pushed them right back there and kept them there for 2 turns. Wow.
And then not only on top of that, they all had 4 operation cost. The scorched earth on top of them. Oh my lord.
You know what I want to see? I want to see Dion versus Viabator. Combo deck face off.
Dude. The mind games in that. Games in that combo
they're just-
deck.
Both playing National Fire Service until like one of them dies from fatigue. It's just I mean, man.
Whoever goes first loses. Who's got better patience?
But I think this is a perfect example, right? Like in a tournament setting like this, even though you have an open deck list, those delaying tactics, they just caught Artemisia off guard, right? They did not expect, oh, I'm gonna pour on the pressure. Oh, I'm gonna be locked out of playing the game for the next 2 turns. It's crazy.
What could you have done? Are we gonna start bringing bolster now just for this? Just bolster the ranks just to move your guys out the support line?
Yes, I guess.
What do you do? How do you counter that? You can bring air defense. That's like the only counter I can think of. And Vinny did bring air defense, but it didn't work out. Are we gonna all have to start putting air defense in our USA mid range? And here we have it: Brit Air against Autocannon OTK. Once again, the same matchups again.
Oh, I'm looking at the mulligan there from Artemisia, opting to keep the HMS Illustrious and Calm Before the Storm. So they are clearly understanding that they need to go hard, right? And look at that. The unit that you were talking about.
Ian goes for the turn 1 play, decides I'm gonna play this like an aggro deck for now.
I like this. I really like playing the Red Devils here over playing the Panzer 35T. I think the Panzer 35T is like a bait there, right? You feel like, oh, I can push that up. I can deal
100%.
2 damage, right? But
You
like,
have a
no,
Flam Panzer, you don't need to kill it.
exactly. It's going to get dealt with. And the Red Devils are going to be more of a tempo blocker against your opponent than the 35T.
It's also just annoying to have a unit in the front line against you. I mean, we saw last time in this matchup, Vinny was pushing a lot of air units into the front line to create space for more, because there wasn't any way of him properly killing his own air units to create space. You can't do that against this. And there is the real potential here of Dion just aggroing Artemisia here down to, I don't know, 16, 12 HP, and then the autocannon combo, instead of requiring like 10 units, it only requires a very small number of units. You can get it where the chocolate infantry plus one other unit is enough to do lethal on its own. Industrial might in hand. Gonna go for the 35T, save the flam for when a unit is buffed. Very by the book.
And this is like a much better utilization of your resources. He now even has he was able to fully trade that away without sacrificing, that 35T, which would have died if he played it before the Red Devils.
He does have the 32nd Infantry as well as the Industrial Might, so that's half the combo there. Or I guess 2/5 of the combo, however you want to look at it. Pushes up the ambush because there's no bombers, but unfortunately for Dion, Artemisia does have the solution to that. Panzer 3H in hand, little bit of a scary support line. We could see this get buffed to Armageddon next turn.
Yeah, and I mean, if you are Artemisia, you know that he is rocking Flampanzers. Do you just pour on the buffs on the Kitty Hawk? Do you just close air support?
I think you go for the mass buff here with the
Calm Before the Storm.
Calm Before the Storm.
Yeah.
You hit base for 2, and then you play Calm Before the Storm. And even if both flams come out, you can hit base for a ridiculous amount. I think the other option here is to put close air support on one of your units, hit face, and then play the Calm Before the Storm. If you're going to do that, you need to buff the Gladiator. Buffing the Gladiator is 100% the right way to do it, because then you do return damage. This maximizes damage for this turn, and it's sort of gambling a little bit, but I think it's an okay play. It also forces Dion to take out the fighter, which means... Yeah, takes out the fighter. Go on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, also, if you buff the Swordfish there, you get blocked by an Arado.
The Arado after the flam! Misses an order draw. That could have been a rush production. In which case, all you need is another rush production and the autocannon. That could be game losing. And the Empire strikes off the top of the deck, can do huge amounts of damage, doesn't even bother with it, goes for the air superiority, hits face for 13.
I mean, this is done. The Empire Strikes is just going to end this next turn, right? Dion needs to find a full combo with 7 credits and no autocannon in hand.
Without a rush production ready to go, it is not possible. You needed a rush production from that Arado.
Oh, spoils of war. That's not what he needs. That mistake could have cost him. Flampanzer coming out. There's nothing that allows him to deal with that final air unit with that Kitty Hawk.
There's the Empire Strikes for the last 1 damage.
Yeah, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be game.
That's game. Artemisia taking down the OTK. The boss is destroyed, but has another shot. Beating this autocannon deck once is an achievement in itself, but you have to beat it twice.
Yeah, and I mean, he did beat it, but potentially, like, the crucial mistake there for Dion might have been something that could have swung this, right?
The Arado blunder 100% could have lost the game.
And I also want to highlight, Artemisia played that very clearly, knowing that nothing was coming back at them, right? He knew that there was nothing coming back. The line that he chose when he decided on what to buff, how to deliver damage to face, completely ignore other options that were in hand, that is truly what won him this game, right? I mean, this was not just the combo deck failing. Artemisia recognized that he was up against this combo deck. He got the right cards to push the tempo. He pushed the tempo. He won the game.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they played it very aggressively. We even saw them buffing the Gladiator when they knew there was a really strong chance their Gladiator being destroyed. Artemisia just went for the buff anyway because, they said, I need damage time to take down Dion. I need damage now. If they have Flam, they have Flam. I don't care. I just need damage.
Yeah, and also not putting it on the Swordfish, like we talked about, that removes the option for Dion to play an Arado or play 2 and all of a sudden block and soak up a ton of damage, right? I do want to touch upon something now that we have a quick break here in between matches. Today has been, the highest number of viewers that we've gotten for an OCC, and it just feels so good to come back from a break into 2022 and have that happen. So thank you to everybody that has tuned in here today. If you've enjoyed the show, please let your friends and even family know. We don't discriminate who watches us. We're happy to entertain whomever. So just appreciate everybody for tuning in, and I hope to see you in all future OCCs for the rest of this year.
Well said, and just thank you everyone for watching. It is a pleasure to mess around with you guys and have some fun. And I remind myself constantly, competing in esports and working in esports, we are here to serve them, not the other way around. We are here
Exactly.
because of them. They're not here because of me. I'm here because they have an interest in it. And frankly, I could not show more appreciation.
Nail on the head, Bubbles. All right, we see the mulligans now happening. Dion finding 2 of his combo pieces off
Goes
the
for
mulligan.
the infantry straight away again. I like this. Dion is very aggressive with this autocannon deck. And this will prevent the Red Devils front line.
Yeah.
Will Dion
will.
go for the 35T and hit face for 2? I think you do.
I really like that, and the reason why I like that is because it blocks the Red Devil for 2 turns, right?
It certainly does. And this Red Devils, it's not played because of its 1 attack. It's played because it's got 3 defense, and it costs extra credits to deal with. If it's in the enemy support line, this is just like a Greyhound. You couldn't really care less about it. The only reason it's an issue is when it takes the front line. We see Dion putting out the Heinkel.
He has 3 Spoils of War. He can search through the next 9 cards in his deck for a relevant combo piece.
Or for 3 relevant combo pieces, potentially.
Yeah. And I mean, he's still going to get 2 attacks off with his Heinkel if he wants.
He can clear the front line, Attack both of them into that Red Devils. You could potentially clear the front line. Goes for the attack.
Yeah, I like that.
Just takes out the guy in the support line. Finds the autocannon. Has 2 rush productions. And has 3 more 30 seconds left in the deck. They've only played 1 30 second. These chocolate infantry.
All Dion needs at this point is an Industrial Might, right?
Industrial Might, and I'd give yourself 1 more unit just to be safe. Go Industrial Might, go maybe an Arado or something just to play it safe. Because what you don't want to do is start trying to combo off, and then, oh my lord, another one.
I mean, I think you just spent this turn drawing, and then you'll have everything you need next turn.
Oh, absolutely.
And my god, I wish we had the pick 3 stuff ready. I'll just open...
Goes for the guard. Just says, I'm in no hurry. I am in no hurry whatsoever. You got to do something about this, because I'm giving you issues. There will be 1 overdraw for Dion, but already has the autocannon. The only overdraw which could be really, really, really bad is this Industrial Might. It's a right bank.
Yeah.
Annoying, but not game losing. Goes for the guard again.
All right, I'm going to tell you the options. The options here are the Jaeger Regiment, another infantry regiment, or a half track. Not great options, but I think you just take the half track here.
I think you just half track. Or goes
or
for
the Jaeger.
Jaeger or half. Goes for the half. What about this one?
Red Devils, Arado, and Volskrandir. You just pick the Arado.
You got to Arado, and then you could try and combo off next turn. You've got 2 chances of drawing with the Spoils of War. You have the Arado.
Oh, there's going to be an overdraw. Dion left himself at 8. I mean, he does have the autocannon, so he's not going to lose that, but okay.
Leopold,
well, that doesn't really matter.
Not as big as it usually would be. Usually that would be, oh my lord, it's the Leopold. There's the Industrial Might.
Yeah.
I think next turn is happening.
All right, Industrial Might, Panzer 38T, Spoils of War, picking up the 2nd Industrial Might. Yep.
Dang, it's safe. I think this is it.
Next turn, he knows. He knows.
Sends out the well played.
And there is no Blitzkrieg being drawn here from Artemisia. Artemisia, that's not going to be enough. We can do it is not going to be enough. You need to find something to end the game right now, and you do not have it. The Whirlwind will not block any Spitfire OTK with this one. This is all going to go directly past your entire board and to your HQ.
There's no way. I'm so ready.
And here we go. Rush production. Dion knows he's not wasting any time. Rush production. And then
you say you're against the clock here. You still have to beat the clock. However, chances are Dion has done this.
Yeah, 4, 6, 8. That's gonna be it.
That's it. And Dion OTKs their way to the finals of their first ever OCC. Full OTK. There have been no kills this game other than in one turn, or this series, or any of the series for DN. DN just OTKs their way to the finals, just waltzes in, only drops one match.
Absolutely insane. And there are some crazy strategies being brought into 2022 right here in January. I mean, Dion, like, and I don't mean this with any disrespect, I have never heard that name before. I have not seen him on ladder. I have not seen him anywhere around cards opens or tournaments or anything, but he's been playing the game like fairly casually for what, 9 months or something, and but he shows you can bring the pain with these combo decks. My god. Absolutely crazy from Dion. But that means we know our matchups. We know it's going to be Wild Eyes versus Artemisia for 3rd place, and it's going to be J King versus Dion. Literally the guy that came out of nowhere versus the reigning world champion who won 11 out of 12 seasons and 5 OCCs and 2 cards opens.
We have, you know, new guy versus veteran, but we also have combo decks versus meta stable deck. This is like the ultimate meeting of minds. You know, this is... It's like the meeting of Smith & Wesson. This is insane. I'm so excited for the finals. I imagine what would happen if we could combine their power. Imagine the player that would come out of this.
Well, I don't think we want to imagine, right? That's like if that player ever existed, they would immediately form a black hole and destroy the universe, right? You just can't have a crossover of these two worlds. It would be too powerful to handle. You know, that's pretty much how it is. You know, that's why they are two different entities.
I don't think I've ever been more excited to see a finals. This is going to be so much fun. I'm so ready for this. Let's just skip everything. Let's just skip all the segments and just roll through it.
Yeah, let's throw it over to Christo and Darkness, who are going to do a quick segment before we take a short break.
It happened. No respect for the OTK combo decks, and sure enough, Deanne pulls it off, going through to the finals. Did you think that these kind of combo lists would make it through an open decklist tournament like this to get to the finals?
Well, we saw in the first matchup of Diane the power of these combo decks, and just looking at the Brit list, it was very clear that it's strong and designed against aggro. I really wonder why neither Winnie nor Artemisia banned out the Brit list. Both were banning out the US midrange list. Maybe because it's more meta. But why do you ban the mirror matchup when the Brit deck has the advantage? But I just checked his deck lists, and Diane is playing total 13 elite cards. This is 4.3 per deck. It feels like he's playing low budget, speaking of OCC, of course, but he's playing low budget and destroying his opponents. So I'm looking forward for J King. I guess he's losing against the Spirit deck as well. He can't ban it. But yeah, someone did his homework. Someone used his resources. And this one is Diane. I'm very happy to see him in the OCC, proving that a new player with like not a lot of elites and specials can do it and can win some money by simply playing cards. Maybe Oli can check this or confirm this, but I don't believe he spent a lot of money into cards. He's just very passionate about cards, not afraid of bringing combo decks, and I think his playstyle proved that he's very good at mass.
I would have to absolutely agree with that. You know, there's that aspect of being a new player, and, you know, he's been playing for a little bit less than a year, Ollie was saying, so probably still has a pretty good collection, but the ability to take, like you said, almost budget lists, or I mean, definitely budget when compared to the OCC competition that they're going up against, and turn out something that not only is a winning list, but something that is so clever at the same time. That takes guts and that takes math, that's for sure. Before we get into the finals, let's take a quick look at the bracket because we do have a third place game going on. You mentioned Wild Eyes going to be going head to head against Artemisia for that third place spot. Wild Eyes getting an opportunity once again to, you know, showcase their talents, as you mentioned earlier, Darkness.
Yeah, indeed. I really hope Wild Eyes can revenge me. I lost against Artemisia, and now it's best of 5, so nobody can ban something. We are going to see Artemisia's German-Italy control list. Very powerful. We will, after the break, have a look at the deck list again and check that out. And yeah, in the final, there's J King, the world champion, and the player who won most of the tournaments and most of the prize money in cards, against Diane, who's the completely newbie. He's a newcomer with no previous tournament appearance and some combo budget lists. Man, I'm excited.
I cannot wait to see how this plays out. Again, no bans. These final 2 matchups are going to be best of 5. That means we're going to see all those combo decks once again try and push through to unseat the reigning world champion. We're going to take a quick break, line everybody up so the casters are ready to go, and we'll be back with the third place matchup in just a moment. So Ollie, let me get this straight. This is the first OCC of 2022. We've had the largest number of viewers ever for an OCC. We have seen the, another stellar performance by our reigning world champion, Jaking. We have seen an absolute brand new star rise with a whole litany of combo decks. We've seen aggro, we've seen control, we've seen sweeps, we've seen 2-1s, we've seen it all, and we're not even done yet.
And we're not even done yet. And what we have yet to come are 2 best out of 5 series, right? So now we're dropping the ban. No more bans. You have to win with all of your decks if you want to claim, a spot in the top 3, right? So J-King is going to have all of his decks. Dion is going to have all of his decks. So for some, weird reason, we might finally see Dion's US mid-range deck instead of one of the combo decks. So, but I think Dion has his work cut out for him, right? Combo decks are great. J-King has shown that he is able to deal with those, right? Just rewind a couple months ago, and J-King was the one that took Viabator out of the World Championship, for instance, right? And there, Viabator had access to the German OTK deck, and he had access to the Britain OTK deck, right? But Dion seems to have slightly changed those decks and made them even more potent than they were before. And now it's going to be another challenge. Is J-King able to deal with that? Then for the 3rd place, of course, Wild Eyes versus Artemisia, a little bit more of a kind of classic matchup, so to speak. But that's an all-out war as well. Both players are bringing extremely aggressive decks, apart from that German-Italy deck from Artemisia. So that's going to be a slugfest that should be very, very interesting to watch.
Absolutely. I think both of these matchups are going to be phenomenal. Like you mentioned, Ollie, you're dropping the ban. So, the previous discussions we've had about, do you ban one of the OTK decks? Do you not? Well, out the window, because you're going to have to deal with everything your opponent is bringing. We are going to be jumping into that Artemisia Wild Eyes matchup in just a moment. We're going to have Bubbles and Darkness walk us through that and prep us before we head to the 3rd place match.
Hello, how you doing, Darkness?
I'm doing great, but you're looking a little yellow.
Yeah, I had to turn a light on because the sun disappeared, unfortunately, and the lights in Britain are all yellow. We only do yellow lights here. It's true. Anyway, how have you found the matches so far?
I was thrilled. These were some amazing matches and some great stories. We are going to see 2 times Team Ammo, and I love that, against 2-time China. Maybe this is becoming a thing, Team Ammo fighting against China. Started with the World Championship 2020, where everyone was supporting me to to withstand the Chinese power from 7 out of 8 remaining players in the World Championship. But yeah, the Chinese community is a very, very strong community, and they are very active in cards and very successful in the cards esports scene. Just looking at CCMS and the other 2 Chinese players who made it originally to the last World Championship.
Go
yeah.
on. I was going to say, so obviously I'm not Chinese and I can't speak Chinese, so I don't have that much of an insight into the Chinese community, but I have spoken to multiple people to try and gain a little bit more insight and educate myself on this eastern side of our game, because I do think it's an important side of it. And from my understanding and the information I've been able to gather, and I could be completely wrong, this is just from my sources, from translators and people who are involved in the Chinese community heavily, the difference between the Western and the Chinese community is that we're far more segmented, and we sort of don't share our information with each other quite as well as I've supposedly heard the Chinese player base do, where, there's a lot of high-level players openly giving each other information and practicing with each other and sort of sharing this knowledge and skill with each other, which I think helps the entire community improve at a quicker rate than our sort of segmented version of this, where we have a few different practice groups and a few different teams, but it's very much still split up into different clans over here. Whereas from what I've heard over In their community, it's far more open community.
Yeah, definitely. White Eyes has some context to some Chinese players. He just likes to talk to other player, and so am I. Early on in the very first OCCs, we had to track down our opponents to qualify. When this was the top 12 going to top 8, and for some reason I always had to play against Chinese player. So I am actually in the Chinese top player group. They have a group of 450 to 500 people collecting all of the Chinese player and myself. And they are very active and sharing a lot. Like, they are not acting like team. They are acting like one group. It's like the Chinese against the rest. It's like a big team, not Team Ammo, not Team Eastern Front. It's like the Chinese people playing against playing with each other, preparing with each other against everyone else. What is definitely successful, looking at the Chinese participation in the tournaments and in the prize pools, of course. Only exception, I believe, is for like the World Championship. They were forming like smaller groups with some tutors, some player, but there too, some people were mentors for the player in the World Championship to make them stronger. So the Chinese will eventually win the World Championship, speaking about 2020.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's proved itself as a stronger way of improving as a community. And when you have a stronger community, it bolsters you all as individuals. So it's very easy to think, I'm going to split off and do my own thing. I'm not going to be a part of the community, and I'm just going to focus on myself, which is perfectly reasonable. But I think you do end up shooting yourself in the foot, because while you may not be giving out your trade secrets and your information, you end up losing far more than you would have lost if you were just to give that out and receive and return. You can give and take, or you can sort of be trapped in your own little thing. But I think we're just going to go straight into the game now. We've had a nice chat. We're not going to look at the decks. We're just going to jump straight in. We've seen the decks. We can cover the decks as we have them. But I think we're just going to go straight in. No bans, of course, because this is a best of 5, so you have to win with all 3 of your decks, which means there is a bit of a strategy here to focusing a weak point. I think this may be something we see in the finals, where J King really has to focus on beating this USA mid-range deck over and over again. I'm curious, do you think, Darkness, we're going to see any sort of deck either player is going to have a really hard time winning with?
Winning with?
Yes, you have to win with all 3 decks. Is there either player is going to be like, I can win with 2 of my decks, but I don't know how I'm going to win with this third?
No, not really.
No, you think it's going to be a fairly equal cruise for both of them? Do you think one player is going to come out on top a little bit more? Just give us a little bit more details about what you expect the matchup to be as we start this.
It should be relatively even, since both players are bringing US-German mid-range, both players are bringing air, is bringing Heinz, but Artemisia, they are bringing Germany Italy control, so I expect him to bring this first. He did, and I am expecting him to win, because this deck looks great against aggro, and Riders is bringing 3 times aggro, and I know that Wild Eyes knows that, so he calculated his US list can be most successful here. Let's see if he's able to get a win. If not, he has to beat Artemisia 3 times while he's having the edge and won the first match.
We do see the 30-second come down. for Wild Eyes here. This is sort of the standard start, but look how many of these are in his hand already. This is really not what you want. However, you do have the Shermans here to make up for it. Southern Strike gonna come out, take out the PIR. Do you go for the trade here? Do you push up the front line? How do you feel this is best to take? Goes for the front line push. Now this does open risk to something like a 35T.
Yes, and the Wirbelwind trading is definitely the best play here. Artemisia can either play Root Out to clear the board or play Bologna Regiment, but this allows Wild Eyes to get into the front line. Maybe no, he didn't. He did not find and retreat like the 99th Infantry Regiment. He needs to be careful now. He needs to play around Root Out till he's able to get the German value. He shouldn't drop all of those little units. Maybe just one.
You could also alternatively just drop the Whirlwind and move this to the front line, because this means post root out you still have a unit in the front line, just to make sure Artemisia doesn't take it.
I wouldn't go into the front line with the Whirlwind with
The one from hand, though, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that because Artemisia could easily trade this.
However, if Artemisia goes for the trade, this means the root out won't come out, and then that means you can go for the M4 Sherman and secure the M4 Sherman draw.
That's true. So this rebel could be a bait, and very effective bait.
However, we're going to see Wild Eyes go fairly wide. Artemisia, considering the root out, just going to completely clear the board. And Wild Eyes nodding in agreement and understanding. Now Wild Eye is going to have to figure out how he wants to play this. I would like to see him try and secure the front line as much as possible. However, there is this Panzer Au in Artemisia's hand, and this can pretty much trade into anything in the front line fairly effectively.
I like this play. I really like this play. Getting the Wirbelwind into the front line, blocking the front line, and deploying another unit, of course. Artemisia is now not able to block the front line, and this allows Wild Eyes to even play another Engineers Battalion, buffing this little chocolate boy to 4-1 and dropping the Sherman to get more card war. Very important against the discard effects of Artemisia.
And also finds the We Can Do It, which prevents the possibility of a second root out the enemy clearing a second board. And also gives you these value trades. I mean, this is a 4-1 infantry at the moment. This would become a 4-4. The difference between those two is unbelievably high. Gonna move up, take out the Sherman.
Well, but this looks still fine for Wild Eyes.
Absolutely.
He can move one engineering battalion into the front and drawing even more with another Sherman. I would really like this play. Just to
finds the 35T. He can go for the trade if he wants to keep his engineers alive, or can just say, you know what, you can have them.
I would go for the trade too.
Saves it. It is a 4-2. Oh no, it doesn't. I thought he ended turn. Goes for the trade. Lion for a day.
Lion for a day looks powerful though.
It certainly does.
Looking at Wild Eyes' hands, having this third and fourth Sherman, Artemisia should go for the discard to hit a Sherman. But
Nashub, Leo, and Panzerzug. I kind of wanted to see the Nashub come out.
No, he doesn't have a lot of units.
But the Tiger IE will never stick.
Well, the Tiger IE can only get bounced back with the 99th Infantry Regiment.
It can also get one shot by a Hellcat.
Yeah, that's true. But this requires a Hellcat.
Which there is in Wild Eyes' hand, just waiting.
Wild Eyes played the Sherman into from the deep instead, but the Sherman did the job. Just drawed a nice amount of cards. Artemisia is playing 2 times Penta G, I believe. Let me check that.
I believe so. This is a very difficult turn for Artemisia. Sort of anything you do here isn't going to be sticking on the board or having any real impact on the
So
game.
he's playing 2 times Penta G and Tiger IE on their own. So 2 Tiger IEs with African corps. And
But
now
look
it's
at
coming.
this. Wild Eyes he can just bounce the Tiger IE. Artemisia has spent an entire turn deploying that for very little in return. The only concern going through Wild Eyes' mind right now is this potential Leopold. Other than that, it is a free reign for them.
Yeah,
Bounces it.
needs to keep 1 Hellcat against Leopold.
Absolutely.
But now he just should go aggressive. He can even use another Hellcat, like he has 2 of them. He can play Hellcat for 5, going face with the other 2 units in the front line, delivering 13 damage. Looks kinda powerful.
It's a lot of damage. And even if the Leopold comes out, I don't think that saves you. You can also just ignore the Leopold and just hit base.
Even
Hemorrhage
Leopold
coming
would
down.
give him like two Hellcats back or the
And
infantry
it's game.
battalion.
GG, Artemisia. Wild Eyes takes game 1. I think should be very happy with that because it can be a difficult matchup.
That was very well played by Wild Eyes. He didn't make mistakes and he had all of the draw and option he needed to win against the deck. I didn't believe he was able to beat against the German-Italy control deck. Well, at the
Wild
end,
Eyes shrug off a root out as well. Early root out can really be a crux for this USA frontline deck. Because you
Yeah.
put all your guys down, the root out comes out, and you're not able to retake the front line, and you're not able to re-secure yourself the game. But Wild Eyes had enough resources just to retake the front line and then start this Sherman train where you go Sherman, you draw some cards, you fight a Sherman, you play that, you draw some cards, and before you know it, you have the situation we just saw there. Now, game 2. Do you think Artemisia should bring the Germany control deck again? I do believe it to be one of the most versatile decks in the game at the moment. It can beat off against control and aggro. We saw it fall to the sidelines there, but I think the deck is worth giving another try.
I definitely think so. If he's finding a little bit more anti-aggro in the beginning, on top with maybe a Penta G and a Mare Nostrum, there's nothing Wild Eyes can do against that.
And we see Artemisia bringing Germany control again, and Wild Eyes bringing a Fast Heinz. Now, we've not actually covered this deck yet, I don't believe, or not properly in too much detail. Fast Heinz is a very, very powerful and popular deck from the past, wouldn't you say?
Yes, there was a time like 3 months in a row where Fast Heinz was all over the meta and completely dominated the ladder and all of the tournaments. This was the Fast Heinz meta. I think this started with Ari Big
It
Bam.
was Ari. And you know the funny thing, Ari didn't bring it to a competitive tournament. He brought it to an invitational.
Wild Eyes starting with the Gebirgspioneer, but he's going second. So Artemisia already found the answer, the sudden strike to kill it.
A lot of removal in Artemisia's hand, but without some way of refilling this hand, it is possible Wild Eyes will just slowly win through a war of attrition.
Well, Wild Eyes doesn't have the tempo advantage, but he's going to start second, so he's having a small card advantage. However, Artemisia is going to play this nasty little research, but not activating the bomb.
I think it's
right
smart.
now.
You have this route out. You don't need to activate it at the moment. I think Wild Eyes needs to be very careful with this route out. You should better read the situation very well. They've researched, they've not cast it. That's because they have a solution to my board. What is that solution? It's most likely route out.
Yeah, Wild Eyes needs to play the We Can Do It, so his units won't get killed by Rootout, but even the Gebirgspioneer is not giving him enough. So this Rootout is going to kill 2 units, and on top of that, the Panzer 3H is only 1-2 anymore.
But
Well,
Wild
White
Eyes, he still has the card advantage, and quite significantly. All his tanks are replacing themselves, and he does have this we can do it as well. He could get very explosive very quickly here. Finds the fast Heinz. Oh, but there could be the Wolf Pack. Was it hit?
Wolfpack.
It's the fast Heinz. Takes out the aggressive rush from Wild Eyes.
Oh, did you saw the angry face, the angry look of Wild Eyes? Man, this was really unfortunate for Wild Eyes. It really was.
I think you just have to push up the front line and start just chipping away for small amounts of damage. I don't think you have too much choice. The only issue is when you push up the front line, you spawn in this Behefswagen, and this can get taken out by the V1 flying bomb.
White Eyes needs to consider the possibility of second route out. So he could go for the chip damage, or he could play the Greif, the Panzer 35T, and going with as much
all
damage
in.
as possible.
Going all in, yeah.
He's not even playing the Panzer 35.
I think that's sensible. You know, you don't need the 2 extra damage this go. Buy yourself, a better next turn by putting this down. Although I am concerned about the lack of draw that Wild Eyes has at the moment. This hand advantage seems to have flipped because we can see the V1 come out, and then we can also see the send back the hand from the Admiral Hipper. Going to send back the Beef Wagon. That doesn't have Blitz, so it'll have to work its way back up. Wild Eyes obviously can play We Can Do It this go to buff up his board, but then there will be the response with the Annihilation from Amisha here.
I really think he should play We Can Do It to draw another card to buff everything.
I think you have to. Wild Eyes, do you know if he runs 1 or 2 Enigmas?
I check that. Just give me a second.
Goes with the Annihilation, but has the second one. Wild Eyes finds the 22nd Infantry.
Only 1 Enigma. But
Only
2
1 Enigma.
22nd Infantry.
Well, 1 comes out now. However, Amisha's hand is getting smaller, finds the second We Can Do It. However, there is the potential for the We Can Do It getting it discarded. Now, if you're Amisha here, do you go for the Ju-88 alongside the Tactical Strike? Do you go for the Deshima to guard up, or do you just go for the Annihilation on the 22nd Infantry? The issue is Wild Eyes may be able to find a lot of damage off the top of his deck.
Yeah, I think I would go for the Annihilation on the 22nd Infantry. Artemisia knows how much card draw White Eyes has, and if White Eyes is not top decking like a god, discarding cards is very, very valuable for Artemisia here. However, La Decima is more like a safe play, putting up another guard with ambush is like adding 4 HP and fighting back to these tanks. I would play the Annihilation.
Gonna go for the TAC Ju-88 by the looks of things. Gets a unit down. This does mean if they're able to find a Man Nostrum, they are able to start healing themselves, which is potentially very important. 38T and We Can Do It in hand. I feel like you sort of need to go for the We Can Do It, because otherwise this Flampanzer gets stolen and then deployed and takes out your own Greif.
Yeah, this doesn't look healthy. So White Eyes is just playing We Can Do It, using the remaining credits to deal 4 damage.
It's HP, it's getting low, it's down to 9.
Getting very low.
Annihilation comes out, discards the Panzer 3F.
And 3F, again, I believe the strongest cards of White Eyes.
Absolutely, it's a unit and a buff. Does find the Leopold.
Well, however, White Eyes is able to draw another card, what is important.
38T into 35T. However, I don't see this ending too well for Wild Eyes unless they can find a little bit more damage. There is a Decima and a Lion for a day, so this Leopold will not stick on the board.
Well, Artemisia, they don't have a lot of answers.
They can drop the Decima, take out the Beef Wagon in the support line, go for a trade into the 35T. I think you trade into the T to prevent the buff on one of the units, but you may want to start bringing down one of these bigger units as well.
Yeah. So he...
Wild Eyes finds the 99th, is able to put Amisha down to 4 health if they so wish.
What do you do as Wild Eyes here?
Bounces the JU-88.
He's going... Looks like he's going to trade through the...
I think you just pass and buy time. Hope to get a buff. Maybe an Enigma. You Leopold, send everything back to hand. Leopold dies, then you play the Enigma. Goes for the trade.
Yeah, he needs to break through this guard.
Panzer
Definitely.
3H, gonna come out. Finds the Man Nostrum and the Root out, as well as the Flampanzer. 3 excellent
this is
choices.
horrible.
I think you have to Man Nostrum your guard here, so when it gets traded into, it heals you in the process.
Yeah, Mare Nostrum onto the guard, attacking the Greif and playing Panzer 35T. Operation cost is getting reduced, able
Yep.
to finish off the Greif. This is
You
what
know,
Artemisia is.
your German pronunciation of German cards makes me jealous. It'll be like a completely normal sentence, and it's just this beautiful German word, and I'm like, Greif.
It was
Considers going for the JU-88.
But what? How? Why?
I can't tell you why. Just considers it. Goes for the Man Nostrum and the 35T, saying, you know, this card is less likely to be killed. I guess I'll keep that around. Goes for the Panzer 3L.
A little bit too late that the alliance.
Unfortunately, so for Wild Dice, this does look like it's going to go to Amnesia so far.
I think Riders has to play it. So the Panzer 35T is dying. Definitely.
Panzer L comes out.
Artemisia is able to trade everything, but only if if they are playing the Ju-88 to add more damage to the Panzer 3L.
Absolutely. Allows them to trade into that Panzer from Wild Eyes. Can trade the 35T as well.
And taking the front line.
I imagine we'll see the Leopold come out now. However, it will be instantly answered. And that Blitzkrieg, far too late. Blitzkrieg has not been pulling its weight this OCC. Just showing up to the party a little bit too late. The opposite of Darkness with his time zones.
Well, Leopold is not doing a lot here. Maybe he should just wait a little bit and wait for some top decks. But Bubbles, you know what? A lot of the German cards I'm pronouncing like with an English accent to make it easier understandable, like the Panzer.
So
Panzer.
what's Panzer in true German?
Panzer.
Panzer.
Panzer 3L.
Panzer.
So, well, I'm being a little loud and a little bit angry, but usually you're pronouncing this a little harder. Yeah, like that. For example, White Eyes just drew the Panzer 2A.
The Panzer 2A. How was that? I think that was pretty good. I think I could trick a lot of Germans there into.
Pretty good.
I'd make a good British spy because my German accent is on point. They wouldn't better tell. Wild Eyes goes for the blitzkrieg just to sort of tap a little bit of damage. But at this point, it's just a matter of time until Wild Eyes is taken out. Risha has 3 choices. Goes for the same event tech.
This is not looking great for Wild Eyes. Drawing the Panzer 3F, but not doing anything. Artemisia moving the Panzer 2A into the front line, deploying the Panzer 3H, and buffing the Panzer 3L with Marinostrum, going into the front line again and just attacking face. Wild Eyes finding the Panzer 3.
I like this enthusiasm from you here. It's more energy than the usual darkness is when the German tank names come out. And that seems to be game there. Wild Eyes saying another day, and
well, sometimes I'm a little bit insecure with the English pronunciation, but I do know the German pronunciation. So.
I think your English is relatively good. I think most of the chat here would agree with me. Your English is certainly 1,000 times better than my German. I think that much is clear, and I'd go as far to say as on quite a few days of the week, your English may be better than my English. My
really?
English, yeah.
I don't feel that way.
Don't worry. Commentating Bubbles and regular talking Bubbles sound like 2 different people.
Okay. Can you give me an example of the regular speaking Bubbles?
It don't work good.
Okay.
The car's broken, it don't work good. That sort of thing. Need fuel to go. The sort of caveman Bubbles walking about Bristol. Hitting rocks against things. This is the regular Bubbles.
I see.
Game 2. Germany control... Oh no, sorry. Germany fast times from Wild Eyes again. Britair now from Amisha.
I think this is an interesting matchup. It's... Well, it really depends on who is having the board control. If Artemisia is able to buff some bombers and Wild Eyes is unable to deal with them, he's going to have a really hard time. On the other hand, Wild Eyes is having Flam Panzers, even having 1 half track. It's not that bad for him. Well, Artemisia dropping turn 1 is blocking the Pioneer, the Gebirgs Pioneer for Wild Eyes, dropping even a second airplane, playing air superiority and killing the poor little tank. This start is not great for Wild Eyes here.
We do see the whirlwind in the pursuit. If Wild Eyes can find like a Flampanzer or something like this, or maybe a 99th Infantry to bounce something which has been buffed, Wild Eyes may be able to take this mid game in their lead. I know this isn't the greatest start ever for Wild Eyes, but I can certainly see the mid game swinging in their direction, especially if some sort of blitz up. Calm before the storm.
I like that.
I think you go for the P40 here just to get the extra unit down, so that when you calm before the storm next turn, you have an extra unit to buff.
Well, Wild Eyes is playing.
That's just the front line with the Gladiator. Says, you're not taking this, mister. This is mine. Gives Wild Eyes a couple choices. Can go for the Whirlwind. Can go for the Panzer III.
Usually you want to get a little bit more from the Panzer IIIF. So Whirlwind and attack into the front line, maybe.
If you do attack with your Whirlwind, though, you do open it to being killed. Obviously, it will be killed anyway by this bomber combined with the P40 Kitty Hawk, but Wild Eyes does not have that info.
Yeah, it's a really hard decision here to make. Wild Eyes is not having great options available.
taking his time. Goes for the aggressive hit with the whirlwind.
Well, not knowing Artemisia's cards, I believe this was a good choice.
It was dead either way. Due to this kitty, even if you don't attack, I mean, the bomber takes it out combined with the kitty. So
Yeah,
there's
definitely.
no move Wild Eyes could have done to keep this alive.
Indeed. And like that, he can kill at least one fighter next turn. Simply by trading the Panzer. I'm doing it again.
You're allowed to pronounce him in a German accent. We'll allow it. Finds the half track, potentially a very important card this matchup. Do you think you go for the buff and trade here? Or do you go for the pursuit on the bomber, trade and move to the front line? There's a few different avenues.
Definitely like that. Panzer 3F and trading. This looks way better. Well, Artemisia is able to deal with that by playing the finest hour and killing the Panzer 3F while taking the front line probably. But Wild Eyes having the half track available, able to retreat the buffed bomber.
There is a Wellington though, just sitting on the back line waiting. I feel like this is a bit of a card which is, I don't know, it's kept back. It's sort of kept in the hand for a while, but then it's very, very explosive when it comes out. Goes for the half track. Goes for the hits. I believe it's going to be shelling and swordfish.
Shelling and swordfish. It's so crucial, that play. Destroying one credit slot, playing the bomber to finish the half track the turn after, not allowing Wild Eyes to do anything the next turn.
Amisha here has shown a really, really good control of the game so far. Wild Eyes is yet to take the front line and hold it against what is essentially a support line deck while playing as a frontline deck himself. I think it's very unfortunate of a situation here for Wild Eyes not being able to take this front line so far. Yeah. Reduces the Wellington cost as well, puts down the swordfish.
To Artemisia playing Brit Air as frontline deck to prevent Wild Eyes playing it.
Yeah.
Like in any regard.
Does find the 35T, so is able to trade out.
Able to trade out, but not able to get into the front line to get more card draw with the 22nd Infantry Regiment.
Unfortunately for Wild Eyes, he is not able to. Now, I feel like we're at a very crucial turning point of the game here, where if Wild Eyes can break out of this, can then sort of run free with the game. However, I think if Amisha is able to shut down this aggression from Wild Eyes starting now, then I think Wild Eyes is completely screwed for the rest of the game. I'm curious to see how we're going to see this play out. I'd like to see the swordfish just take out the 22nd, and then you can go for the Wellington as well.
I'm not happy with the Greif and 22nd Infantry Regiment.
You think save it?
Why is this playing like he has Enigma in his hand, but he's not. He's not having card draw.
I mean, at this point, it may be just maybe I can top deck the Enigma. I don't see Wild Eyes winning the game in these circumstances anyway. So at some point, you just have to go for a dream. Finds the we can do it. A turn too late. Every step Wild Eyes is trying to do, and he's just already there waiting.
Wild Eyes needs to top dig and Panzer 2A. To be able to drop the Panzer 2A pursuit, the Mosquito, and getting card draw with 22nd Infantry Regiment. Well, it is a 1k drop, but That is not enough.
Artemisia, really, really in quite a strong position here. Gonna have the swordfish bounced again, removes the buff. But it feels like only a matter of time to me until Wild Eyes is finished this game. We can see the Spitfire plus buff come out, and that sets up. Not going to go for the Spitfire, just going to pressure face with the units on board, go for the buff. Pressure lethal.
There's a pen.
And that
Panzer
looks like
player.
game. That's game. Wild Eyes losing the second game.
17
2-1 to
damage.
Amicia. Now, Amicia only needs to win one more game, and they take this from Artemisia here. Which is a lot of pressure on Wild Eyes. It sort of puts Wild Eyes into a fairly difficult position where you can no longer make mistakes. You can no longer give any space. There is no room for it. And it's not like Wild Eyes has been doing that. He's already been playing really, really well. But I think that just puts even more pressure on Wild Eyes here. I cannot make any mistake or I am finished.
Yeah, indeed. So it was a really tough match for him. And now losing 2 matches in a row. This is a position you don't like to be in. You know, well, the first match went well, then you're losing 2 matches, and you know you have to win the next 2 matches. That's a really tough position right now for Wild Eyes. However, if he's able to win, it's even, and this puts a lot of pressure on Artemisia. And
I certainly think this game here is going to have a real impact on the outcome of the series. Obviously, if Artemisia takes this, the series is over. But I think if Wild Eyes can take this, I think Wild Eyes then takes the full series.
well, it's getting close, definitely. If Wild Eyes is able to win here.
Fast Heinz, third time lucky, versus USA mid-range. Now,
Old
Wild
pick.
Eyes, he knows exactly the deck he's playing against, so he should know how to mulligan here.
I like his thinking. I don't like keeping the Flampanzer going second. He's
Find
finding
double
both.
pioneers.
Double Gebirgspionier 95.
Say that again?
Gebirgspionier 95.
Gebirgspionier für den Munch. I lost it. I had it, and then I lost it. Whatever it is, he finds 2 of them, which is a lot of credits for Wild Eyes. Able to drop the second one, or able to drop the Whirlwind and push up to keep that one alive. A lot of choices for Wild Eyes, and finally breaking out with this Fast Science deck, finally securing the front line, and just finding that space Wild Eyes needs to make this work.
Dropping the second one would be too greedy, allowing the Panzer 35 to trade into 1 by blocking the front line. It's looking ridiculously good right now. Wild Eyes can deploy the second Wirbelwind going into the front line and deploying the second Gebirgspionier 95. It's looking so strong right now.
Has to
Artemisia
drop the raw Sherman from Artemisia here.
Sherman.
Next turn, there can be the we can do it. You can pursuit. You can just pursue if you want and just ignore this. There are so many choices here for Wild Eyes.
What about Panzer 3?
Gotta be careful for the stars and stripes, though.
Oh, yeah.
Push up a pioneer.
Push
Gotta
up a pioneer.
push up a pioneer, Wild Eyes. He's thinking about it. He's thinking it could be a stars. There could be a stars.
Maybe the alliance would have been better.
Push up the pioneer.
He did it.
I'm proud of you, Wild Eyes. And instantly gets the gratification that it was the right move with the stars and stripes coming out.
That would have changed a lot.
Oh, it certainly would have. That's a whole extra unit and extra credits each turn. Goes for the Panzer II. Goes for the Alliance.
This is looking very powerful. Is Artemisia even able to kill anything here? No.
I don't think so. And it looks like Wild Eye very quickly approaching taking the next game, taking game 4. Has the pursuit to bounce back the Sherman, completely overruns the board. 5 units, all in the front line, down to
It's just
2 health.
18 damage, 1 turn. Turn 6.
Absolutely ridiculous. And Wild Eye's just finding what he needs in this match and what he wasn't able to find in those other matches. And that is game 4 to Wild Eyes, which means we're going to a game 5. Now, we know the matchups. It's going to be USA mid-range versus Wild Eyes, I believe, Britair.
Yeah, against Brit Air. Let me check Artemisia's mid-range. How much anti-air they are bringing. Well, 2 times Rebel Wind, definitely in Artemisia's favor. 3 Panzer, 35T with combat
generally, this is a US mid-range favored matchup. I think USA mid-range has the advantage against Brit Air. However, Brit Air can be very explosive and very, very powerful. And it could very easily break out and just completely overrun the game. We did see the Brit Air earlier taking the front line against Wild Eyes' Germany USA deck, which does play mildly similar to USA Germany. So we could see a similar thing happen here. While the advantage is in Artemisia's court with this matchup, Wild Eyes has the momentum and he also has strong chance of taking it with the matchup still. It's not a terrible matchup, it's very winnable.
Indeed.
Very nice hand here for Artemisia. Can go for the Red Devils, can go for the half track, and even have the First Marines if they so desire to secure that front line. Wild Eyes keeps the air superiority. Not the worst hand ever from Wild Eyes. This is a sort of mid-tier hand. However, it is not the same insanity that we see in Artemisia's starting hand, which is just a terrifying hand. And there's the Chocolate Infantry.
Yes, this is everything Artemisia was missing last match. They have no right after mulligan in hand. So Wild Eyes is able to kill the Red Devils, but the pill coming up turn 2.
Is that your German pronunciation of the pill?
Yeah, that's
quite
German
impressive.
How do I pronounce this right?
I just call it the PIR because it's American, and whenever I call American regiments things, I get a message from like Blue Blast and a couple other Americans. Actually, it's not that; it's USAC, not USACE. I have to apologize to America, and it's a whole ordeal. Formal apology to America, so we'll just call it the PIR.
PIR. I will continue calling it the pill.
It sounds like a cat.
So what would you do here? Wild Eyes is able to attack twice into the HQ. Sadly, he can't trade twice, like into the Chocolate Boys and into the...
I don't think you have any choice but to hit face for 6, because all the other trades are just so ill-favored. I think you just have to hit face for 6, hope you can get some nice cards off the top of your deck. Because, I mean, there's no real other option. You could take out the PIR in the front line, you could go for that trade, but you sort of don't really want to. You've hit face for 6, you can take 5, that's still a favourable trade. And really, you want Artemisia to make that trade for you. I mean, it costs you 2 credits to make that trade.
The only other option for Wild Eyes is to play the 3rd airplane, the Gladiator, and attacking for 2 less damage. Oh, Artemisia, having so many options here.
In 35T, go for the trade. Can push up the Chocolate Infantry. They have a 5-1 and a 5-3. We'll see where the buff goes. 7-3 now. That's a beefy boy. And we are very quickly approaching lethal here for Artemisia. A Blitzkrieg off the top of their deck, I believe, is game. So Wild Eyes has to do something about this board state.
I really want to see shelling here. Wild Eyes started, so this has right now the maximum effect. only killing one unit, sure, but keeping his airplane alive.
Finds the albacore.
Finds the albacore. That's a nice catch here. Able to kill a unit or to pin the 7-3 pill in the front line. No, he's trading.
Break it to you, darkness. That's the worst pronunciation of that card I've ever heard. I wasn't going to mention it, but oh lord, that is most definitely not how it's pronounced.
I'm very sure it's not.
A star for effort. A star for effort. Now we see Wild Eyes having a couple choices to try and survive. However, with the Hellcat in hand, there's a lot of blitz damage here from Artemisia.
It's just 5 blitz damage from hand. Well, Albacore and the Spitfire is a lot of potential too. So forcing Artemisia probably to trade into the Spitfire or allowing White Eyes next turn to buff it with close air support. And attack for quite some damage. I don't think White Eyes can afford to draw more with Convoy. Well, this close air support is an amazing catch. Able to pin the Sherman and kill the frontline unit. I'm too afraid to pronounce it.
It's fine.
But this first Marines looks terrifying.
It really does. It protects from any sort of blitz out lethal. Especially something like the Wellington getting buffed up. It can really do a lot of damage very quickly. However, I think Artemisia may be thinking about the Hellcat play and just trying to pressure as much as possible. There is also the potential for doing your M16 and just bouncing one of those units. There are a few different lines. I think moving up the Marines and going for the 22nd Infantry draw is the most stable option. I do like this. Finds the first airborne, which is potentially a way of taking out an air unit or finishing the game with that lethal. First airborne does 2 damage to any target in the support line, including the HQ, so it can be used in that method.
White Eyes really needs to do something against the damage potential here. I want to see the shelling. And he's thinking about it, he's playing it. Finally. He can drop 2 more airplanes. Maybe this is the way. Just dropping another Swordfish and the Wellington and let Artemisia come. No, he's buffing the close air. He's using the close air support and clearing the front line. Definitely not a bad choice, but allowing Artemisia to kill that buffed unit.
Artemisia is so close to closing out the game, but just doesn't quite have the tools to do it instantly. And you want to give Wild Eyes as little space to, move as possible.
It's looking so intense right now.
Goes face.
Just going face. Sitting
Just
the
need
deck.
the strap bomb. Strap bomb or 35T will end the game on the spot. Wild Eyes gonna have to find a way of holding back. Doesn't quite have the ability to blitz out lethal. Lacks the credits. Is gonna have to go for the convoy, I believe. Could also trade into the front line with the Albacore, drop the Swordfish, buff it, take out the Sherman, and move up the Gladiator to the front line.
Well, he can kill a unit with the Wellington.
And go with the Wellington as well. So not dead yet, able to buy a little bit of time.
Even blocking the front line, yeah, that's a smart move. So
Just a single strap bomb coming out here will end the game on the spot. It's getting dangerously close. What do you do here with your Artemisia to help yourself close out this game? Do you go for the half tracks and try and reset the board tempo as much as you can? You can push back this Albacore. You can maybe take the front line. How do you feel like this is how do you feel is the best way of giving yourself the highest chances of survival?
I believe double half track looks nice, but we can do it. Trading into the front line is adding HP and going for another card draw. However, it doesn't feel safe, so the safest way to play this is a double half track to just at least remove this buff, the albacore. Better another unit, so Wild Eyes has to spend the maximum amount of
Oh, goes for the double trade.
the double trade. Well, at least removed 2 units from the battlefield.
Doesn't fill up Artemisia support line, which means there's no chance of being locked back there. Keeps with
Right,
a half track. I have a theory that half track keep is so that you can clear the front line if you're Artemisia here and push up suddenly out of nowhere.
Yeah. This is not looking great for Wild Eyes here.
However, not
Empire
going
Strikes-
down without a fight.
Well, Finest Hour onto Hurricane would deal 10 damage, but White Eyes needs to trade, eventually even drop something into the front line to
You
prevent
can
another health
clear
death.
board and take the front line now. You go for the trade with the Wellington, you play the HMS, you take out both of those 32nd, and you push up the non-blitz swordfish so that if one of your swordfish gets bounced, you have a blitz swordfish. This blitz is retained after being sent to hand.
Yeah.
Running out of time. The clock goes for the albacore, gets the swordfish up in time, goes for the Spitfire Fury, and the strap bomb off the
This is
top of the
direct
deck.
bombing top deck.
Oh, that's
Unbelievable.
gotta feel bad. Wilder's put in so much effort. He fought for every single inch of ground, but at the end of the day, he'd lost too much health in the early game, and the strap bomb top deck takes Wild Eyes out, gives us a thumbs up. I gotta give some credit here to Wild Eyes. Artemisia played great, and I don't want to retract from Artemisia's win whatsoever. Artemisia completely deserves their placement. They've played excellent, but I've got to give some credit to Wild Eyes. They've put in so much work this event. They've, every single inch someone's taken against Wild Eyes, he has fought for. And I think that deserves a bit of credit. And I really, really hope we get to see Wild Eyes again in a future tournament, because I frankly have enjoyed watching their plays.
Yeah, this was very enjoyable and very nice 3-2 close series. Yeah, congrats to Artemisia. Well done, well fought, Wild Eyes. This was a good show.
It was an unbelievable game, and that strap bomb, I think we were getting 1 or 2 turns from Wild Eyes taking that game. It was starting to look like I would bet on Wild Eyes to take that. However, we do have a show to keep moving here. There is another best of 5 yet to happen, so don't go anywhere. But for now, we're going to throw it back over to Ollie and Christo. Take it away.
What a series that was. I said it before the third place game that, I think we've seen it all, but we just saw a top deck finisher in a best of 5 that went the distance. That was an absolute hard fought series. I think to Bubbles' point, not to take anything away from Artemisia, who finishes 3rd in our first OCC of the year, but Wild Eyes definitely pushed them to their limits.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Wild Eyes kind of has made the call, right? He said, this year I'm gonna be in a bunch of OCCs, right? I don't think this is gonna be the only time we see him this year. I think we'll probably see him in some opens as well, probably making the top 16 at least, if not making the top 4. So I think there's plenty more Wild Eyes to come, and hopefully he brings his Chinese terracotta warrior with him in the future as well. But nothing taken away from Artemisia. They played absolutely fantastic here, and it just shows. I mean, a best out of 5 series, it's a grueling series. You need to be absolutely spot on with all your deck submissions. You need to plan ahead of time for the third place match, right? And we've seen people make that mistake in the past where they brought maybe one kind of throwaway deck that would be good in some situations, and then when they were up against the wall in the finals or in the best out of 5 matches, they just couldn't find the win with that deck, and that ended up losing them the whole tournament. So overall, exceptionally well played. And I'm gonna say this was probably the most traditional series of the tournament, right? Like it was great, but like there was no Germany OTK in there, right? Like it played like actual cards. Now we're about to head on into the finals, and I'm really excited to cast them because we have 2 combo decks in the finals, and we have those combo decks going up against what is, arguably just flat out the best player in cards. We talked about the track record earlier, right? 5 Officer Club championships, 11 season wins in 2021, 2 open wins, and a world championship, right? Now, if somebody is going to knock back those combo decks, it's going to be J King. Let's take a look at the bracket just so that you guys, have a visual of all the stuff that I just said.
I feel like we, to your point, Ollie, have talked about the traditional side of things with that Wild Eyes Artemisia matchup, and now we're going to go the opposite direction. We're going to see, some potential wacky business go down with Dian bringing those combo lists. But let's talk about the path that these players have taken to get there. Ollie, I know you're going to head off because you're going to prepare to cast the finals with Darkness. I believe Bubbles is going to join me just to review this bracket. We've got J King on the top half, where taking out Drogear, who, potentially a stalwart, one of the longest participants in cards. But J King, hard fought series there 2-1, taking out their teammate Wild Eyes 2-0 and making it to the finals. And I know, Bubbles, you are excited, just as excited as I am, to see how J King's going to be able to deal with those combo decks that Dian is bringing.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited to see it. I think if anyone can handle themselves against it, it'll be J King. I think he's, like I said, got the most competitive experience out of everyone. However, I don't know how much competitive experience is against these OTK decks. They're not such competitive decks where they're commonly played, and there could be a slight edge for Dian. On the other hand, saying that, J King did play in the World Championship top 4, where there was Viapator with his OTK decks. So I do think out of all the players here who would have prepped for them, J King is the most likely to have experience practicing against these. It wouldn't surprise me if Team Ammo helped J King prepare for OTK, and especially Darkness, because he was also in that top 4 against the same OTK decks. And that was Autocannon OTK, and a very, very similar, probably inspiration for Dian's Brit OTK deck, where it ran very similar cards, and it tried to end the game the same way. So I think if anyone's prepped for it, it's J King. But there's only so much prep you can do for these kind of decks. They're very off-meta and off-brand.
Exactly, and I think that every time you kind of go up against them, when you're bringing a slightly different lineup, it's a whole new world that you have to think about, and you have to figure out, how does my deck kind of counteract? You're forced to put yourself on the offensive, to not let those combo decks delay you too long so they draw all your pieces and finish you off. Do you think this is a situation where either J King's going to be able to handle them and handle them well, and this might be a quick series, or the opposite happens and Dian, again, hits all their combo pieces and it's a quick series going the other way? Because if you can't handle the combo decks, they will finish you off in one turn.
Yeah, I frankly have no idea what's going to happen. I have given up trying to predict what's going to happen because, I think I'm just going to be wrong. I'm ready to sit back and watch the show as soon as these players are ready to show us what's going on. I do think J King would have had time to work out his strategies for dealing with this Brit deck specifically. This is a very difficult deck to deal with, not because of its OTK. Its OTK is fairly straightforward and does have solutions. Guards, Whirlwinds, these sort of things. We did see the Whirlwind countered with that pushback from delaying tactics, but the real place where this Brit deck sets itself aside from other OTK decks is its durability. It is simply one of the most durable, if not the most durable deck that's been played in an OCC. You could argue for resistance, but it's certainly up there. And I think for that reason alone, it's difficult to deal with because you give them so much more time to find their combo pieces and so much more time to find solutions to your problems.
Yes.
So I do think that's going to be an issue for J King, is getting past that durability.
And I think that, to your point, And that's something we haven't really talked about in the tournament scene, but they've both had the opportunity now to take a second and look at each other's lists and prepare for these finals while waiting for that third place game to take place. So like you mentioned, J King might have his strategy aligned and ready to go, knowing exactly how he's going to push into these combo decks to try and disrupt exactly what Deanne is trying to do here. But you mentioned it before. I am totally in agreement with you, Bubbles. I am ready to sit back, put my feet up, and see what happens, because I, like you, have no idea what's about to happen, and I'm going to let Ollie and Darkness do their job of breaking it down.
Thank you so much for that, Christo, and thank you, Bubbles, for seamlessly replacing me on the analysis side, just kind of morphing into me there in the bracket review. Darkness, we have the finals coming up, and this is, you know, I'm almost amazed that I would say this is like, oh, this seems kind of familiar. J King in a tournament going up against two combo decks. A line I never thought I would say, but you know, here we are. This is KARDS 2022. J King is up against Dion in the finals here, and he's bringing a mid-range US Germany deck and two combo decks. And you're muted before you start talking, so you remember to unmute. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you a lot, Ollie.
See, Big O got you, man.
I completely missed that.
So, we're looking at this series. Just give me your take on the overall series. How do you think this is going to go? Do you think J King will be able to deal with the combo decks? Do you think this is going to go like 3-0, be a quick stomp? Is this going to be Dion winning with both, you know, combo decks and then J King crushing the more traditional matchups? That could happen as well, by the way.
The critical deck I'm looking on is a Brit OTK deck from Dion. I think for J King it's nearly impossible to win against this deck list. So J King has to win 3 times and Dion has to win 2 times in those matchups like baby combo and mid-range against mid-range air and J aggro. It's coming down to the matchups and to the draws and the possibilities those players are having. But I think the newcomer is having the advantage against J King here. I don't think from Dion is like he's like a puppy, he's like a greenhorn, because he proved he's able to play those combo decks and he's able to not make mistakes and playing lethal. And yeah, not missing lethal is already a good point in KARDS esports, but not missing lethal with those combo decks is even more impressive. A lot of top players are unable to calculate that good, or at least that fast. He proved us. So I think deck-wise, Dion has an advantage. Experience-wise, J King has an advantage. And I'm just happy to see this series, and I hope this will be a good fight.
Yeah, I mean, well, we've seen J King kind of battle himself against, what can we say, a deck disadvantage earlier in the tournament, where he was facing off against 2 control decks with Drogear, banning out 1 and then managing to take the series 2-1. Now, you know, he has, like you talk about, one probably forfeit matchup because he doesn't have the tempo or pace to really take on that Brit OTK deck. Can probably cause some issues when it comes to the autocannon OTK deck. What I would be looking for, however, with the Brit OTK is if that goes into US midrange, things like, you know, the Whirlwind, yes, but also like the First Marines. We talked about that didn't come into play when we saw that matchup in the semifinals. The First Marines smoke screening the HQ potentially multiple times. If you are lucky and you get it in the right order, that might save you against that deck.
Yeah, definitely. There are some ways to deal with this, especially when you know what exact combo you are facing. But J King doesn't have guards, J King doesn't have a lot of HP gain. So only the mid-range deck has like smoke screen with the First Marines. And of course, the Whirlwind, this saved him against Vibertor in the World Championship, who just missed the Whirlwind in the front line and played it, and it was pinned. But I don't believe Dian is going to fall for that, because yeah, he saw the mistake and he added tactical retreat to that deck to prevent that.
Delaying tactics.
Thank you, delaying tactics.
That shows you. It shows you how much that card is used.
Yeah.
when you don't know its name, that means it's not used a lot in competitive play. I think we can be pretty sure about that.
That's true. So we are not playing against Viabeto's decks. J King is facing a newcomer from China with improved decks of Viabeto, who made it into the top 4 World Championship, who reached 3rd place. And Dian improved those deck lists and is now fighting against J King.
Yeah, I mean, and this is like from like a development standpoint as well. You know, this is just with a card game. You guys in the community, I mean, sometimes you massively surprise everyone in terms of what types of decks you're able to create. You know, what types of combos and strategies that can completely sneak up on behind everyone else, right? Maybe this delaying tactics, Brit OTK Spitfire, you know, full on Spitfire, no backup RDs, no nothing. Combo deck is one of those decks that just, you know, was lurking somewhere in the shadows and is almost unbeatable until somebody found it, right?
No, I believe it's a pure tech deck against the Brit Air and US mid-range meta right now. But this would prove Dian to be able to analyze the meta, create a deck with deck building skills and abilities, and abuse like this fact no one else saw. So this is the reason why I didn't think of him like a greenhorn, like a puppy. It felt just insane to beat. What he showed us today is like top level play. So
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to J King versus Dian.
You know what I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to, you know, in 2022, we're now in a spot where we kind of have this established competitive scene, right? We have a cadence of monthly OCCs. We're going to be adding stuff into the client that makes it clear, you know, when you're qualified and what the rules are and so on. That means that that's going to be, let's say, known wider in the top level community. You know, how do I get into the OCC? We're also going to be, you know, upping a lot on promotion. We have the KARDS Opens. We have the World Championship. I think Dian is not the only person we're going to be seeing coming up like a rocket in the KARDS competitive scene this year. I think we're going to see top level, absolutely mind-blowing talent coming in from different games and different backgrounds that are going to bite into this, and they're going to do something similar. So that's what I'm excited about, and that's kind of the part of the Dian story that gets me all hyped, because he may be like one of the first ones to do this, but he is not the last one.
Especially when mobile comes out and a lot more players are able to play cards or to play more cards. This will shake up a lot. Like the last 2 years were kind of stable. Of course, well, teams were created, teams were disbanded. Some people were getting brighter on the sky of the KARDS esports team. Some people dropped off like a falling star. But overall it was very stable. Like 70% it was the usual names competing and fighting against each other, but 2022 really has the potential to change everything.
Absolutely. And I mean, we are also as prepared or more prepared than ever. So, I mean, now that we're killing a couple of minutes here, I can tell you all that are watching, reserve the date, February 19th. That's when we're going to be back with another Officer Club Championship Top 8, February 19th. It's only 5 days away from Valentine's Day, so if you're feeling especially romantic, you can pitch to your girlfriend, let's just wait for the next OCC and have a nice night in. That works. And then right after that, the following weekend on the 26th, we're going to be coming in with the Cards Open 10 finals. Cards Open 10 signups are open right now. So for anybody watching thinking, hey, I'd love to give this tournament thing a shot, go to smash.gg, find the Cards Open, sign up there. It is absolutely free. It is open to all. It is comprised of 2 Swiss qualifier weekends, basically allowing you a lot of tournament play and experience during that tournament, and 2 shots at making it into the top 16. It comes with a $1,500 prize pool, and I can't wait for that first Cards Open of the year.
Neither can I. I just realized I'm moving the day before. So I really hope I will have some internet available at my new space. I hope I can make that work, but I called my provider today. This should be possible. Like they told me this twice now.
Yeah.
So, Ollie, you mentioned earlier the amount of prize money in this year, and if I didn't hear and if I didn't mess something up, it was like 40,000.
Yes. I mean, we do have we have $1,000 every month for the OCC. We have $1,500 for 5 Cards Opens. Then we do have the $10,000 prize pool for World Championship, and then we are, of course, looking at a potential, second championship during the year. We had talked about that as some sort of kind of mid-season championship. Whether or not that's going to make it in this year as kind of a mid-season thing, we don't know. But we really want to do some sort of kind of bigger type event around the mobile launch or shortly thereafter. So we're looking to see how that shapes up. But in current plans, it is around $40,000 the prize pool for this year of Cards Competitive, and that is kind of not taking into account things like gold and packs and other support. So another thing that I'm kind of working on this year is we're going to be working on a community tournament support program that would kind of supply in-game prizes on a tiered basis towards community tournaments.
That sounds amazing too. Is there like an in-game feature, at least the spectator mode for the like the streamer or the ones who creating this tournament?
I mean, that's going to have to come in with kind of the different tiers of support. I mean, our hope is definitely that we see, tens of community tournaments, possibly even hundreds over the course of the year. And if that's the case, we're not able to kind of properly manually manage all the different spectator roles and so on. But in some way, we would want to support that, especially for kind of larger community tournament initiatives. I think in general, having watched the Nations Cup, having watched the heavyweight tag team invitational and other stuff that's come out of the community, I really would love to see more of that in the coming year.
Yeah, this definitely sounds amazing. I really enjoyed the heavyweight championship, tag team championship as well, and of course the Nation Cup, although I didn't perform very well in those. But there were some new people shining in there, and the community really liked them. End a point talking about this. I hear from quite some players and some new player. They are looking for like tournaments for beginner, and cool idea would be having like an tournament but with caps based on the national progress system. So if your national progress system is below 50, you are able to compete in a tournament for beginner and able to win some nice packs and prizes. Something like that would be really cool. And I remember, I think 1.5 years ago, you told us in 2 years you want to have an in-client tournament feature. Can you say something about that?
Now I'm basically, just being grilled alive in front of everybody. No, so that is definitely something that has been an aspiration for us for a long time. Finding the resources has always been kind of the difficult thing. We're still looking at that, but we're looking at kind of different routes to get there. I don't think 2022 is going to be the year that we see fully supported in-game tournaments, but we will see a step in that direction if I have any say in the matter in 2022. But with that said, we are finally live with the grand finals of the Officer Club Championship for January 2022, the first OCC of the year. And who would have guessed it? In the finals, much like 2021, we have J King 7, but a complete newcomer, Dion, facing off against him, and Dion rocking the full combo suite of decks and starting with his Brit OTK.
Yes, this OTK is very strong against any kind of aggro. And sadly for J King, he's only bringing aggro. But let's see how J King's able to manage that. I believe like you mentioned, the US-German mid-range matchup could be a little bit better because of the first Marines.
This is going to be a turn 2 Scorched Earth, and all those 0 up costs are going to cost 4 to move.
Yeah, this is very, very crucial to J King. He can't even move a single unit currently on the field.
I mean, good news for him is he's able to at least deploy the Akita and push it up, which does threaten more. Okay.
J King J Aggro really hates to not use the 0 credit units.
Yes.
It's a complete disaster for J King right now.
And he almost wants to, just get rid of these units. He wants those units to die, but they are not going to die. They are going to sit there, they're going to clog up the board, and they're going to do that for the rest of the game.
Indeed. Diane is probably not going to play a shelling soon. So this really, really hurts J King. He's looking to kill the Pioneer Company, and I guess it's the right play to stop some of the tempo from Diane.
I would phrase it like this, right? You as J King, what actions can you take to deny value from Dion? Killing the Pioneer Company is probably one of the few things that you can do that will deny him value. You could even make the case that he should have done that instead of playing the Akita. But I still think Akita was the right play because it puts 2 damage in the front line. But like at the same time, this is the biggest kind of hit to the tempo that Dion is offering you to make against him, right? He's not offering you any other targets because he has nothing on the field.
That's true. I wonder what Diane is thinking right now. He's not playing anything, not even fortification. That's
He's probably thinking how fun it will be when he OTKs J King in about 3 turns. The aerial reconnaissance coming in. Now, here is something that I could see J King do. I could see J King just not play any units into the aerial reconnaissance and just hit face with these units over and over again.
Well, this is sadly impossible against depth charges. So,
but
smokescreen on the HQ.
So, if J King passes here now and reads that there's an aerial reconnaissance, I'm just gonna leave because that's the biggest 400 IQ thing that I've ever seen in my life, right? If he plays around aerial reconnaissance here, like that guy is not human. That would be that's so sick. That is so sick. That is so sick. That is like honestly, to everybody that's watching, that pass right here was the sickest play we've seen this tournament.
That was amazing. Not even dropping the Shiden to get like more potential damage on the field.
That was crazy. If he passes again and if he just says, I'm just gonna hit you with these units all the way through, like might be his primary way to win. Because like what have we seen from Dion? He procs a couple of aerial reconnaissance, and then he churns through half his deck until he has the combo pieces, and then he kills you.
Yeah.
If you don't allow him that cost reduction, will that slow him down enough so that you can deliver the damage? And testing that case out here in the finals of the OCC is, in my mind, one of the bravest things I've seen.
I agree here. Well, it's definitely a tough decision. You see, Jaking could play 2 times Panzer 35T and the Type 95 to deliver 6 damage.
Holy
Who's not
smokes.
doing it?
Dion must be like, remember, Dion only has 3,000 games.
Yeah.
He only has 3,000 games. Dion must be like, what? What is going on? His curve, he has like 4 units in his deck that cost more than 3 credits or 2 credits, and he's floating 13 credits back to back. Dion must be sitting at home right now going like, what is going on? Who is this guy I'm playing against?
Well, I'm sure he knows Jaking. And this really proves why Jaking is able to win so many tournaments, to be at the top so many times.
He's making him think. Like, Dion doesn't know what to do. He's like, do I fortification here and naval support? Do I fog of war something? Like, what do I do here?
He's playing his second Scourge of Earth.
On
as-
one unit.
On 1 unit. I believe he only has like 2 Scorched Earths. Let me check that.
And now he's not floating any credits. Bam! Jaking deploy stuff. And the Whirlwind.
That was
Wow!
a brilliant play around that countermeasure.
Everybody at home, bring out your notepads and start taking notes, because this is a masterclass right here, right now.
So even if he's playing delaying tactics, units are sending back to hand, probably reducing the operation cost.
I mean, National Fire Service, sure, that's going to help you out. You still have to deal with that Whirlwind in the front line. He has no cost reduction on any of his orders, so pulling off the combo is gonna take longer and be harder. Already, we're seeing Jaking go further into the game than most times we've seen Dion play this deck.
He again going for the 1 credit countermeasure, allowing Jaking to deal quite some damage here. No,
Jaking
he's
can
going
deal
to the
12.
National Fire Service.
Okay, Jaking can deal 4. Not 12,
No,
4.
he's going to kill the Crusader.
Yes. Oh, nice.
He's going to check that first, seeing there's no credit left, so he can deploy the first signal regiment safely.
Does he deploy the Shiden? No, he uses the credits to attack. That makes perfect sense, of course.
Yeah.
And he trades out the Akita. I think there's a case to be made to play for playing the signal before, but I think he doesn't want to fully fill his support line.
I think Monty was already being played, and shelling the other pin is going to kill a lot of
Yeah.
units. So first signal regiment is the play here, I believe.
Then you would have wanted to play first signal before, like, you traded out the Akita, right? If you were going to play it.
Yeah.
Now, what is he going to find with the Spiring? It's the Reichs research. It's not what he was looking for necessarily. He could opt to just develop it and go for something like the plus 10 credits next turn. Oh, filling up. But if you're Jaking, you love this. You do not mind this. What is
that is now 0 operation cost again. That's not bad at all.
I mean, the Whirlwind is back to 1. The Panzer 35T is going to be 0. You can blitz out all of that stuff. He does not mind the delaying tactics.
Ollie, you
Flying
know
bomb.
what? We questioned the play of not playing the Signal Regiment, but now Dian has the V1 flying bomb, definitely targeting the first Signal Regiment. So
Yeah.
even that was a smart play.
Yeah. And there's no National Fire Service. For so he can deal 8 damage for 4 credits and deal. Ooh, he needs to drop. Deal an additional 2. He can deal 11 damage to face pretty comfortably this turn.
Still believe he should kill the Crusader to
Yes.
prevent war.
And this is the second Crusader as well, right? If he kills this one, the cycle, like the ability to cycle through the deck is gone for Dion. Wow. I mean, we've just watched Dion absolutely destroy 2 veterans with these decks. Nobody played against him like this.
King is just going face. Well, definitely acceptable with dropping the first Signal Regiment, of course. Necessary target now for the V1 flying bomb, while delivering so much damage. But wait, how much damage is that?
It's not enough.
4?
He needs 4
6?
credits. 6.
No, that's 6.
No.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Wait, is it enough? It's plus 3. It's plus 7.
22.
Yes.
22. This is lethal.
He has exactly lethal. Oh my god. Oh my god. If J King decided to push the Whirlwind up instead of the 35T, oh, that would have been
No, what wouldn't have changed anything. The V1 flying bomb would have killed the
killed it.
Whirlwind.
Yeah, that's true. And
No
the
chance for J King here.
wow, but I will say J King was a turn away. If Dion does not have both what was it? If he's missing any of his
Both
buffs,
finest hours.
yeah. If he doesn't have both finest hours, if he's missing missing one final push, if he's missing anything, J King wins that. And you said it before, Darkness. You said it like this against this deck is basically a forfeit game. I am still.
This was way closer than expected.
Yeah. I am still blown away. I still think that was the best play of the tournament when he passed at 6.
Yes, this was an amazing match from J King.
It was
He
sick.
nearly did it. And if Diane would have made any mistakes, I believe, J King would have been able to win here.
Yeah.
But Diane didn't. What proves to be him to be a very strong player and deserves this place in this final against J King.
Yeah, no, that was just crazy. That was crazy. And I mean, even we talked about it when he played the second Scorched Earth on only 1 unit, right? We talked about it like that was a low value play. But if you go and you go through that entire game, getting rid of that Scorched Earth, slowing J King down a bit right there is probably a thing that contributed to the win. So just absolute baller of a game there by Dion, and an even crazier game by J King.
Yeah. J King now starting first at as J aggro. Definitely a position you want to be in. Diane having a strong start with the Chocolate Boys and 1 Red Devil. He's able to trade into the front line and killing everything. J King won't like that, especially not the Red Devil surviving with 2 HP.
J King does get an Arado target though, right? He's able
does
to
get an Arado target, but you don't, as J aggro, you don't want to play an Arado because everything got killed turn 4. This is usually the phase of a match where you want to extend your board presence, and J King is not having board presence right now. Well, the Whirlwind changed that. Amazing top deck. He's able to get into the front line again, attacking, but Diane is able to kill that easily with the first Marines, hurting J King a lot,
Yeah.
while establishing even more board presence. Sure, J King is able to drop the Arado, maybe even Sendai Regiment, but still. Oh wow, that top deck.
Yeah, I mean, you don't mind that at all.
Arado into
Oh, that is. I mean, he's fine with anything that he pulls from that Arado. If he gets the feigned retreat there, that's not terrible either. He's already pushed enough damage that the burn that just if he gets feigned retreat off at this point, the game's pretty much over.
Well, I believe there is nothing bad Jacking could have drawn with Arado. For example, Bombing Raid or Desperate Measures would have been great too. Diane is playing around both of these cards by trading the damaged first Marines into the Verbal Wind, and not into the first Marines from hand to avoid that total board clear by J-King.
Yeah. Oof.
Now, Diane has several options. He could play the first Marines, drop the Engineers Battalion and the Wirbel into the front, or the Red Devils into the front, and more Chocolate Boys, maybe going crazy with island hopping. I don't know. So many options. Wirbelwind looks nice, yeah. Jacking finding Bombing Raid. Well, there is a good option. Just going face, just going into the HQ, dealing 4 damage, killing both US units.
I love
Makes
that.
perfect sense.
I absolutely love that. At this point in time with Jagro, I love it when players just go, you know what? I'm just going to rely on my burn. I feel pretty confident and I'm just going to go to face. And when you see an Arado just like hitting face past everything and not caring, giving a care, you know that there's someone pushing tempo on you.
Well, this is a strong play, but island hopping and Wirbelwind attacking into the phase 2, I would have loved that play.
I kind of would have liked that even better than what we did see here. Now, Signal Regiment is what is needed for J-King.
Signal Regiment would have been great.
Yeah, as soon as he finds the signal, if he finds the signal before Dion starts finding his we can do it, then I think J-King has this game fairly comfortably. This game could become a massive slugfest, however, if Dion is able to start finding those we can do it and starting to proc that island hopping.
Yeah, but I don't think it's enough. You see, next turn, J-King has 8 credits if Diane is not playing the strat bombing, and able to attack with the Shiden for 4 credits, having Meteor Regiment in hand, dealing 2 damage to the HQ. It's not looking great. So Diane needs to prevent that with the Smoke Queen of the first Marines, maybe playing strat bombing to reduce the credit slot, the necessary one. But island hopping looks like amazing value here. This first Marines look huge. So I really wonder if I don't know about that.
What?
I don't know about that. Well, the remove was great, sure. But J-King could have dealt 4 more damage into the HQ. Preparing lethal with Meteor Regiment. Well, seeing that we can do it makes, well, playing around the possibility of we can do it, it was definitely smarter to get back into the front line and preventing, of course, 6 damage to his HQ. But this game is closer than it actually looks. It is really close.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm looking at Dion's options. He can half track and bounce back the Sendai, and we can do it and end up with like a full support line, the 101st back. He unfortunately is missing 1 credit to be able to deploy the first Marines attack, and then we can do it. So I do, however, feel like he has to pull off the we can do it this turn, and indeed he does go for it.
He's going for the we can do it and trade into the front line. Trade into the front line is really necessary.
Yeah.
J-King can deal 5 damage to the HQ with the Sheen.
But I feel like he'll always be able to take that damage, right?
No, because of the first Marines, he's not. And the Sheen is an
That's a good point.
amazing threat to the HQ. Just retreating it does nothing.
Yeah, it's a really good point. The first Marines are able to put a wrench in that plan, in those plans, and I believe that's probably what Dion is likely to go for here in the next turn. Is to play the first Marines, take the front line, but then a lucky Akita proc might just end the game, or a top deck.
J-King playing around strategic bombing by offering Diane to trade into the Sendai, giving him back the 101st Marines with Blitz and Ambush. What a brilliant play by J-King here. It's truly amazing to watch.
25% chance for the win, just off that Akita.
You can even make it more. Like J-King can trade into the first beans into the chocolate boys and then attacking
50-50.
with 50%.
Yeah. He's only able to play out one of the Akitas though this turn, but it's a 50-50. And
it's 50-50.
Now, because you are only able to play one of the Akitas, do you attack first? Yes, attack first with a Type 93 so that you're actually dealing damage.
Yeah, so either the HQ is dead or the unit in the front line.
Oh,
so it's in board clear. It's not bad.
Oh my
Reducing
god.
a unit, giving him a little bit more chances to hit with Akita the next turn.
Oh, Dion, he's switching gears. He's saying, no, I'm going to start delivering damage as much as I can. Feigned retreat. Ooh, you play the Akita, you play the Type 94, you pin something, and then you retreat. Oh, that's it!
And he hit it.
Second time's the charm, and J-King with the Akita random damage proc after having never given up an ounce of pressure throughout this game, finally closes it out and evens up the score line 1-1. Man, that was crazy. that was really crazy. I think J-King showed extreme composure there, really good kind of game sense, recognizing when to really turn on the pressure, when to skip trading and instead go for face, and ultimately I think that gave him the tempo he needed to close out the game.
Absolutely right. J-King showing off his skills today.
I am still in awe of that 6 and 7 turn pass. I just have to say, I mean, I'm not getting over it anytime soon. When we meet back here on the 19th of February, I'm still going to be talking about it.
I'm looking forward to it.
All right, and I hope everyone else that's watching is looking forward to it as well. All right, Brit Air into US mid-range.
Look at that. J-King could have dropped the Swordfish, but he was playing around Panzer 35T. Diane is actually having. But Diane is finding Red Devils too. So J-King can't even get rid of them right now.
Unfortunate. And, Dion has enough. Oh, opting to go for the 109th.
Diane having the 2nd Engineers Battalion and Panzer 35T able to deal with this little Swordfish. It's not looking great for J-King. He has to drop the Hurricane just to get a 1-for-1 trade here.
Oh, if you're Dion, do you go crazy and just march the first Marines into the front line and hit face?
Yeah, definitely. 100%.
Like you don't sack your 35T here. You just go. Oh,
Well,
he opts to go for
he's
it.
protecting his red devils, and killing
but-
airplanes is always good against Brit Air.
With
Leaving
Jaking can't attack the Red Devils. Not if he wants to clear the Panzer 35T as well. It's going to cost him 3 credits.
Yeah, he can't clear, but he can trade effectively, and it's surviving. So interesting now. It is what Dian is doing now. He can kill, and he probably should kill this new elite, the Spitfire with Fury, and maybe playing the Sky Train, getting the endless supply running.
I like that play. I mean, I might also just be a little bit crazy, but I kind of liked just straight we can do it there.
Yeah, this would have been nice too. A second Red Devil. It's not looking great for Jaking, but he has the HMS and Empire Strikes combo ready. So he's preparing.
Yeah.
He's preparing for the Empire Strikes.
He knows that it's very, very unlikely that Dion is going to be able to clear both of his Swordfish bombers, meaning that he can follow that up with an Albacore Empire Strikes turn next turn, wiping the board.
Dian now can attack and play We Can Do It, move to the front, and We Can Do It.
That We Can Do It, man, it's going to feel so bad. However, it does take up the entire turn, and this is going to be a 4 damage Empire Strikes, I believe.
Yeah, with the Albacore, it's 4 damage, and he can't even go for the pin on one Red Devil that would eat another credit slot. So he has to focus, this Engineers Battalion with the Albacore and deal 6 damage to everything, 4 damage to everything.
Wait. Why? Oh, yeah. So you're taking out the Engineering Battalion. It's at 5. Okay. I'm wondering if there might be some alternative lines here. Probably not, to be honest. But it looks like he wants to go for the closer support, taking out the Sky Train.
Yeah, not a bad play, definitely not. But allowing Dian with the Hellcat killing one bomber and with the Devils killing the other one.
Wait. Hellcat's not going to be enough, right? And one of the Red Devils is pinned. So,
Yeah,
actually,
he could kill one Swordfish, the 1-3, and the Albacore. But drawing into Flam Panthers, what is going on with Dian? Those top decks are amazing. The whole game.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And now Jaking in a tough spot, kind of has to
can deal 3 damage or play Wellington and deal 4 damage. I really like the Wellington play here. Those Red Devils are not dead, but both tanks in the support lines are. Well, Dian has a lot of Blitz tanks in his hand. It's looking very bad for Jaking.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely not looking good for Jaking. It looks like he wants to just go for the 3 damage across the board and then take out the take out the Sherman with the Albacore.
I see that the Wellington is very valuable and he don't want to lose them.
Yeah. But finds the whirlwind off the top. Dion. Man, that's so much pressure, and that shows you what happens when this US frontline deck gets ahead. Now, shelling definitely slows down the tempo. Very good find there from Jaking. Let's remember, Jaking also has Monty, hasn't played that yet.
Haven't found that yet. Well, he's having the Churchill Arbor in hand. So this is able to give him some more time, but Dian able to move and attack with Panzer 35T and Hellcat into the front line and into the HQ of Jaking. This is 8 more damage.
Yeah. And he does not have to worry about that hurricane either, because it's not going to get unpinned on J King's next turn, right? Because that is what it's actually pinned for, its next action. So it's going to have to sit there while J King does his thing now, and it's not going to unpin until next turn here for J King.
Well, he's not going for the extra damage with the Hellcat. J King has to play the Churchill, I believe now. Well, he can, but why? Why would he retreat the Wirbelwind? He can drop the Wellington, kill maybe the buffed Red Devils, giving him a little more space to breathe.
Looks like that's what he wants to go for.
Yeah.
And this is like, I think this is a line that, you know, this is a high level line. I think J King doesn't make this play unless he's thinking like 2 or 3 turns ahead on what he wants to do, right?
Definitely. He wants to get like the maximum out of the Churchill and maybe planning to move the Rough Lightning into the front line to protect his bombers, his fighters.
I mean, when that pin goes off the Raft Lightning, J King's board starts looking pretty scary, especially now that Dion is not really dealing with it. Finally goes for the Wellington, at least gets rid of that. But now there's a Fury fighter and a 3/5 body, and J King is going to be able to bounce pretty much everything back with the Churchill next turn. That entire front line is going back to hand.
No, the support line is going back to hand, the front line is going into the back line. Well, except for
Yes.
one unit is going to hand.
It's exactly what I meant, Darkness. Thank you for understanding what I was saying.
You're welcome. Yeah, the Mosquito is not enough. He has to play the Churchill. But the Whirlwind is getting blocked.
Do you trade the Red Devils here, or do you take out the Panzer 35T?
Taking out the Panzer 35T is much better.
I think he's thinking about value here, right? Like he
Yeah,
has to
well,
he has
he
to
has
lose the Hurricane.
It's an nearly unwinnable position for J King here. He can go for the desperate move and preventing lethal damage like that. Probably necessary to not die next turn. But how is he going to win another Panzer 35T?
Yeah, and those combat engineers still just straight chilling in the hand for Dion, right?
So this is 3 damage. Hellcat is 5 damage.
It's 2 damage off. And he has that in hand on the Whirlwind if he needs it. So any type of mass pin, mass removal is needed right now for J King, but it doesn't look like he's finding it.
101st Airborne is also dealing 2 damage into the support line.
Yeah.
HQ included.
Game 2 being locked in by Dion. Dion needs one more game to win against the reigning world champion here, and he's going to have OTK, autocannon OTK, to do that in 2 games. He has 2 chances of winning with baby combo to clutch the championship of the OCC.
Oh boy. Well, it wouldn't be the first time when J King is coming back from a very tough spot. Like once he lost the first 2 matches against Ari Big Ben in an OCC final, but won 3 matches in a row to finish it and win over Ari Big Ben. I think over 1 year ago, before Christmas.
Yeah.
So if anybody is able to do that in a final, this is J King. But J King being on the back foot against Diane, who's completely new to KARDS esports, this is remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely crazy. What a showing here for Dion. And again, you know, what is yet to come for him from him? That is the question, because we just saw him play a proper match there and play it well, right? We were not just watching a combo deck into a meta deck this last game. We were watching Brit Air against US Frontline. And that is a matchup that is just super meta. And Dion was able to win that. So that tells you straight up, this guy came to play and he knows how to play.
Ian just got rid of everything, included some combo and some looking for cards. I believe he's just going for the autocannon.
Looks like it.
Autocannon mulligan.
Now, J King. If you are J King,
Got rid of one rush production, one really necessary card for Dion here.
yeah, maybe Dion is just saying, I want to find the autocannon off the mulligan as fast as possible. I don't care about the rest because I have other tools in my deck to find it. I do believe, I agree with you. I would have always kept the rush production. This is interesting to me, kind of the thought process here for J King. If you are J King, how do you tackle doing this? Industrial Might. 2 of the combo pieces are there. I believe HMS Illustrious coming out now. Next turn, we're going to see Attack, Calm Before the Storm.
Oh, the Arado.
The Arado is massive.
Yeah, he has to play it.
Guard unit doesn't matter. Remember, these are bombers. Now, Calm Before the Storm. J King doesn't even want to attack. He doesn't want to take the damage because the Arado is on the field. He is putting the clock on Dion right now. Panzer 35T, not enough to deal with any of these threats on the field. And remember, this deck from Dion does not have the same mitigation tools as earlier. Now, I'm going to keep Dion's perspective open here and give you guys the pick 3s as they come in the future. Oh, close air support. That's pretty big.
For J King, I want J King to trade exactly like this into the Arado, pinning with the Albacore the Panzer 35T and going face. No, J King's even playing on top of that, just buffing his.
Oh, there's the autocannon. There's the autocannon, and there is a Reichsbank. And J King, he's threatening lethal next turn, which means Dion has to pull the trigger. He has to pull the trigger right now. He has to pop that Reichsbank, and he can't wait until next turn, right?
There's no way. He has to play rush production and autocannons. This is 3 credits. He can drop all of these little units, but if after he played Industrial Might, there are no credits left for Dion. So he's at 0 credits, no matter what he's finding. So this game is over. J King is killing him.
That's it. He does not have the credits. J King puts on the pressure. He does it too fast. J King shuts down the autocannon OTK deck in just about 4 turns and evens us up 2-2, and we're going to a game number 5 in the finals. As if this OCC couldn't get more exciting.
It's amazing. Game 5, J King against Dion. The King against the newcomer.
Oh my god.
David against Goliath.
That tempo push, just being like, yep, I'm gonna close air support this and deliver 11 to face. I don't care about that 35T. I don't care about anything that you're doing. I'm just gonna kill your HQ. And finally, it is lamp time in the grand finals, game number 5. Turn on the lamp. Turn on the lamp. All hail the lamp. All right, I'm gonna turn it on here for Dion, just so that he's not playing in the dark.
Dion getting rid of rush production and chocolate boys, leaving a decent turn 1 and turn 2 drop for him open. Is he sending back the Panzer 35T? Well,
wow, that's an interesting mulligan. That's an extremely interesting mulligan.
he already planned like turn 1, turn 2. And against J King, he definitely wants to get the ambush effect in the front line. This hurts J King massively.
The lamp is on. The finals are on. Oh, a 35T as well? I mean, could he just in some weird world play this as a aggro deck?
It's possible to play aggressive and into J King's US mid deck. I did it with my German control deck, if you remember.
Yeah, the L640s in the World Championship.
Well, playing 2 more of these chocolate boys is an amazing choice here. However, Diane is able to send not only 1 Red Devil, but 2 Red Devils into the front line, what would be massive. I would have loved to see 2 Red Devils into the front line, but dealing 3 damage is quite something. And yeah, look at J King's face. He's not happy at all. It's kind of terrible though.
I mean, this is an extremely tough spot. I mean, you hate to see it because you're 1 turn away from the 1st Marines being an exceptional choice into that Jaeger regiment, right?
Yeah.
Instead of having to sack one of your 32nd infantry regiment into them. I guess the good news is you're able to just, replenish at least in some way. Popping the Red Devils, I think that's just fine, giving you a little bit more sticking power and HP on the board. As we move closer and closer to that, we can do a turn, which is something that he's looking for. But the 2 Panzer 35Ts, I mean, I'm just worried that the pressure here from Dion to face is going to make the amount of damage he needs to find with that OTK combo so low that this could come back and be the deciding factor. The fact that he decided to go on the offensive here.
It's really hard to say. Well, it's looking great for Diane in some perspective, finding the 3rd Panzer 35T.
That's 4 more damage.
It's
5 more
crazy
damage.
what's going on. But the point is, Diane is running out of cards. And if he's out of cards, J King can come back.
How many units has he played now? He's
Diane.
played a lot.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units. But there's a chocolate boys left, and autocannon needs only 5 units now to finish J King.
Less after this turn.
Did J King just
I think you play that Panzer 38T if you're Dion. You just try and snowball this advantage as much as you can. You get spoils, but then you hit face.
Diane actually can play the Reichs research to get like more credits, and
He doesn't have the units to drop next turn though. Mm, 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 mm.
he's just going for value trades.
This is a tough one.
Not in a great position here. Maybe
No,
he needs to play We Can Do It.
Man, this is tense. Oh my god, this is tense. Can you imagine being J King right now? You're sitting there. This is the final 5th game in the series. You're staring down a Germany autocannon OTK combo, and you're at 10 HP while your opponent is on 20. You must feel really bad at the moment if you're J King.
Yeah.
You are not comfortable in this situation, and you want to get that We Can Do It off as soon as you can. And now, Dion going for combo pieces.
Diane only needs like the autocannon rush production, and that's it. Should be enough damage. What is he looking at? He found another Spoils of War, going for face, down to 8.
Just needs 4 units. He literally just needs the 32nd Infantry Regiment and an autocannon at this point. Now he's
King
lost the pressure.
finally
No,
having.
it's,
There's
it's,
the
game.
autocannon.
It's done. It's done. It's game over. He
No,
just plays the autocannon and chocolate
no,
boys.
no.
No?
There are no 5 spaces. He needs to find one rush production to kill the chocolate boys to deal enough damage.
Oh my god. Okay. 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 I mean, we can do it. Has to come out. That's for sure.
And J King needs to pressure.
Yeah, just as much damage into the front line as you can. Hit face.
Yeah.
This is oh my god, this is so
He
tense.
even thinks about moving the combat engineers into the front line to deal more damage with the potential
So
Blitzkrieg. But dealing
Yeah.
4 damage now is better.
rush production.
Yes,
Off
bro.
the top. Off the top. And that's it. The autocannon comes out, and it's just the chocolate boys. Is that going to be enough? Well, I mean, he has the industrial might.
One more unit, but industrial
he's gonna
might
draw
for
4
5
cards.
cards.
Dion,
How
first ever
great.
tournament, takes the title.
J King is gone.
What? Oh my god, that was so close. The first game was so close. This game was so close. J King 2, Dion, our Chinese newcomer, starting 2022 by stamping his names in the history books of cards. He is our Officer Club champion. And look out, because the forecast for ladder is intermittent showers with a hint of baby combo and Brit OTK. Wow.
That was unexpected. This was a great story. Dion marking the first OCC, the first tournament as newcomer, as Chinese newcomer, to beat J King, the defending OCC champion and the current world champion, out of nowhere.
Oh my god, that was crazy. That was absolutely crazy. Man, I don't know what to say. Congratulations to Dion. You just did what many would have thought was impossible before today, is to come in here and take this victory. All the credit in the world, however, to J King, who did absolutely everything that he could to stop those combos from going off. He came by far the closest of stopping that Brit OTK deck. By far. He did that through some incredible play. And same thing with the autocannon deck. He beat it once, but it was just that second try for Dion that clutched it. If J King found that win in that first Japan Brit game, this would be an entirely different story. This series is so different. But man, Dion is our first champion of 2022. Congratulations to Dion.
Congratulations. And looking at Dion, only playing for 9 months, having less matches than everyone else here, bringing off meta decks to the tournament, only playing 13 elites total in 3 decks, probably the least amount of elites from everyone here, beating J King and everybody else. Sometimes I read comments like KARDS is pay to win, you need to have all the elites. Now you don't have to need all the elites. You need to be brave, you need to prepare well, and you need to have not even half of the cards to win an OCC. So shut up and improve yourself if you want to be here at the esports scene. Yeah, I wanted to say that. Thanks.
Yeah. No, I mean, absolutely crazy. Well, we'll say it once more. Congratulations to Dion. That's going to be it for myself and Darkness here today. Thank you for everybody that tuned in. We're going to be passing it over to Christo and Bubbles that are waiting at the desk to send you off into a beautiful, beautiful good night.
What a fitting way for that to end, Bubbles. The combo, the baby combo, it did it. It wrapped things up. And you brought up a good point when we were chatting before the matchup that, J King had the time to figure out exactly what direction he wanted to take these matchups. And I think he did a phenomenal job of trying to execute on that plan. But something we also saw was Deanne in the last matchup realizing that, wait a second, game 4 didn't go my way. If I just try and repeat this, I might have the same issue. It's time for me to change up my game plan ever so slightly to put more pressure in that last game. And that might have been what made the difference.
I think that's the difference between someone trying out an OTK deck and someone being an expert at it. It is not relying on that OTK mechanic and knowing how to play the game outside of that. I mean, he only did, 10 damage in that last turn? Mm-hmm. But I mean, huge congrats to Dian. A complete newbie to the competitive scene, not to cards, but to the competitive scene. And just, I think it's safe to say, swamps most of the competition at the OCC. There was resistance. Shaking put up a good amount of resistance against it. But Dian just, I don't know, showed a level of play which synergized with the OTK decks perfectly for him to be able to take the games. I do want to say, Dian, he spent so long thinking about whether he could do this. He should have been thinking about whether he should do this. I feel like the impact he's had on all of our ladders. We're going to be seeing autocannon OTK. We're going to see Brit OTK. It's going to be a lot of fun, though. I'm massively looking forward to it. I might just start putting National Fire Service in all of my decks to prevent enemy OTKs. It's not about me OTK anymore. I just want to cancel your OTK. But no, huge congrats to all the players. They've all played really, really well. I think it's been one of the best OCCs player performance-wise for a long time. There were very few mistakes. And even the mistakes that were made, most of them were arguably another line you could take to achieve victory. So I think all the players have played excellent. There's been so many high skill plays today, and it's really, for me, it's been a wonder to watch. And I really hope all of you have enjoyed it too. And I hope that you guys will come back and share the future ones with us. And who knows what's ahead of us? There could be all sorts of crazy situations we'll get ourselves into. You've just got to be there to join us for it. And thanks for having us on, Christo. You are the big boss after all.
Oh, of course. I wish I was paid the big boss dollars. I'm going to have to ask for a raise because Bubbles said so. But I mean, not to repeat what everybody has said so far, because I think you hit the nail on the head there, Bubbles. Seeing somebody show up 9 months into the game and say, I can compete at this level, and then actually do it, actually perform, has been incredible to see. Everybody else had a phenomenal day as well. I know J King won't take this loss lightly. I fully expect him to come back in force for February's OCC, so I have no doubt that the J King will be back to fight another day. This has been a wonderful, wonderful event, though. We crowned our first OCC champion for January. Got another one coming up in just a few weeks, and Deanne just showed you that you can get out there, you can compete, you have a chance at the OCC. Like Darkness said, just shut up, make yourself better, and go after it. So thank you all for tuning in. We're looking forward to seeing you once again in February, but keep your eyes out. We've got the cards open in between as well. Anybody can play. Go out, register, check out Cards on all their social media platforms.